You're on the cast today for the historic Brawl Hub Season 5 Top 8 tournament brought to you by CoolStuffInc.com and Command Fest Orlando. Make sure to get your tickets for the pre-release Command Fest Orlando event happening April 14th through 16th. It's right around the corner. I'll be there. I'll be slinging spells. Come hang out. Get stuff signed, or just kick my butt, whatever works for you. And we're here to play some historic Brawl, the top 8 tournament of the historic Brawl Hub Season 5. And we are going to be diving right into action with Adeline, Resplendent Cathar versus Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. And that's Dracosinus or Draco versus OlafTheMoose. What do you think? Are you ready to get wild today, Mr. Radiant Action?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I already feel like I'm seeing double. I feel like we have another bracket in the first round that's also Teferi versus Adeline, which I think is very, very interesting. We went from seeing like no aggro decks last time to seeing some now, which is incredibly. I'm very hyped for because I want to see Teferi players lose, and I think Adeline is the best shot to do that. Especially right now, I think that Olaf coming back and Dracosinus both being returning players from the last 2 tournaments. I'm very excited to see what they can pilot here as 2 of our like more competitive players. And Dracosinus' Adeline list is actually coming out as the 2nd seed from the regular tournament. So I'm so excited to see it in action.
Is Adeline the best aggro commander?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's tough to say. For me personally, I think the results speak for themselves. It's the only real aggro commander that we've seen in the top. I think we saw one of Johnny a couple months ago. But I mean, we're seeing the only aggro list on here, and it's 2 of them. So at least it's the only one. It's the most experimented with one.
And Teferi sits on top of the whole thing right now, having won 2 of these events in a row. Currently, when you go back-to-back champ as the commander, you know that you have at least a very serious contender, probably the best deck in the format until proven otherwise.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I think Teferi, beyond being like a staple in like every format he's involved in, I think it's just an incredibly powerful card on his own right to be both like a tempo, card draw, as well as like your finisher in some matchups. So I think that like it's very hard to beat that package coming out of the command zone whenever you need it to, as well as being like in one of the best color pairs currently on Arena in white blue. I think you have so many tools to disrupt and like deal with your opponent's board that I mean, look at his hand. Like this is just pure interaction. Like it's disgusting.
Hold on. I know exactly what's going through the mind of the Teferi player. Because that's how I feel. That's how I feel when I see this hand. Yes. I just want to cackle.
I have swords to deal with any potential like indestructible units, any of the 2 drops that like, can gain indestructible to get around the Wrath effect. And I've got a Wrath against Adeline. I'm feeling so good. I don't have to shock really ever if I sequence correctly. I think I can even pull out the turn 2 Escante here. Like it's brutal.
I mean, the turn 2 Escante. This is one of my favorite cards of all time. Well, we've sent the message to the players to start, so hopefully they'll be starting any moment now. And in the meantime, we get to check out these sweet hands. Sweet from the Teferi side of things. Draco is probably going to mulligan this 4-lander, would you say?
Oh, for sure. I think that hand is not keepable in this matchup. I think you need to have that at least a 1-drop to a 2-drop with this matchup because you have to assume your opponent has a board wipe by turn 5.
And we have movement. We have movement, and now we have a new hand. What do you think of this one? I mean, it's got Thalia. It's great, right?
Yeah, I mean, any hand that's got a 1/2 into you've got the Dauntless. Do I like Dauntless turn 1 compared to other 1-drops? No. But, like, you've got a 1/2/3, and depending if he wants to run out the Adeline or the Redain, I actually think Thalia into Redain is disgusting in this matchup because it basically taxes your opponent's board by 3 mana.
And so... Yeah, that I mean, that alone, like, it's an all-spell deck. Thalia is nothing but a banger here.
Yeah. And I think it's going to force him to potentially swords the Thalia even.
Yeah, because otherwise that would put off the Wrath. Can't sneak out the search for his Kanta. Yeah, Thalia might be exactly the kind of parity breaker needed. And speaking of breaking things, how do you feel about April Fool's Day 2023 Magic the Gathering playboard here? There's no playmat here, my friend. None.
I actually like
Okay,
it.
yeah, I'm seeing that too.
It
Okay.
really reminds me of the doodles, the doodle creatures that they had kids do. They're some of my favorite arts we've gotten from any secret layers. I love them on Arena. The Crater Hip is like so much fun, and we do see the snap swords coming out. Um, so we'll see if like this is an interesting, or because I'm wondering if like getting out the
Kaiju, the casters are muted.
apparently we're muted, CGB.
Are we now?
They
That
seem
wasn't me.
back on now, Palm.
Can somebody check that? How are we muted on the stream?
Working on it right. They just unmuted us. Hey guys.
Hello and welcome to the historic Brawl Hub Season 5 Top 8 Tournament hosted by CoolStuffInc.com and Command Fest Orlando. Remember to get your tickets to Command Fest Orlando. We're picking up mid-game action. April Fools, you thought this whole thing was going to be a silent stream. It's not. We have voices. We're using them. It's me, it's CGB. This is BPRadiant, and Teferi is about to wipe an Adeline board, kicking things off just the way you'd want to on this April Fool's Day.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully the Redain stopping it by 2 mana is actually really big here because I don't know if he's got an answer.
I didn't even see it. Oh, I didn't even see it.
Yeah, this is pretty gross. The buff here coming in as well. And that's going to be game number 1.
I am glad nobody is going to hear
in the stream. We are picking up double
my intro
audio.
as I just cackled with maniacal laughter at how good the Teferi player's hand was.
Oh yeah,
only to get absolutely rolled.
I think I think it was interesting. Obviously, he has to get rid of the Thalia on turn 2 if he can. But I think the Redain being another tax effect to keep the board up from coming up is just, it came down, I think, being on the play. Having that other opportunity to like play Adeline and then play Redain the turn after, as well as getting his Paladin class down. For those of you who are new, there is no sideboard effect. You don't need opportunities to do anything like that. You play the same list. You just swap out whoever gets to play or draw.
And yeah, dive right back in. Historic Brawl, some of the joys of it. You get a best of 3 event, but without all the sticky sideboarding. It's singleton, so there's still a lot of variety in the gameplay.
Well, hey, real quick, I love the home movie feel load screen too. Just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah,
that like is very satisfying. A lot better than just googly eyes. I'll tell you that.
Do those look like some tasty snacks? The Mox fruit snacks or the Soul Rings? Looks like some Cheesios there.
Oh yeah,
the lightning bolt beverage.
Yeah, am a fan. It's very satisfying. I'm gonna have to play some games in this, for sure.
Seek New Knowledge. That's a favorite card of mine.
Having an issue real quick with I don't know if you're seeing the same screen I am. Okay.
Is it the white border?
No, my screen is Discord. Gonna move over real quick here. And take this opportunity to let you guys know 13 days before Command Fest Orlando. Quick heads up. Get your packages there for anywhere from $65 for the 1-day package, all the way to the exclusive VIP package for $249.99. And I think I've only heard good things about Command Fest. They're a great way to kind of like get together and celebrate the fact that we play Paper Magic again.
So Anointed Peacekeeper is going to hit the stack. This looks like it might get memory lapsed. I can't imagine not. And right now it's a Soldier of Pantheon with a very uphill climb ahead of it.
Switching my screen so I can actually see the gameplay. Peacekeeper could be interesting here.
Going to resolve this time.
The Divine Purge is really nice here as well.
The big meta play is to name Fable Passage. It's not. Don't do that. But it would be funny.
Oh, man.
There is a chance Teferi could come down next turn, but any kind of if you could interact with the same way, like if you can seek new knowledge and then deal with either the Peacekeeper or the Soldier, and then you draw the land, you could just drop the Teferi. That's pretty unlikely. I think that Peacekeeper is really likely to just name Wrath of God.
Yeah, I mean, I think your opponent still needs to draw another 2 lands potentially. But I also can see getting rid of the Divine Purge. I don't know. I guess maybe you want to deal with Wrath because Divine Purge isn't as bad for you, but interesting that he picks the Purge knowing that he has the double white. I guess he's making him have to have it. But I feel like
I don't know.
want the
Is there
Purge
something for
first.
1 white, like a Manatee, that could get somebody got right here? That would be an interesting play. So seek new knowledge. Do you put away the Pact of Negation?
I think I would. Yeah, I think the Pact here's pretty easy to keep.
And so off the top, untapped land. And do you go for that Purge? What do you do? Pass the turn. How about pass the turn?
That is not
We'll
what I would
see.
have done. But I guess he's trying to get at least one more thing of value off the Purge.
This could be trying to set up to march a Foundry, but you can do that and Wrath.
Yeah. Well, and I also think it's important to kind of watch out where the mana base lies with unlocking that Hall of the Storm Giants as well.
All right, Wrath of God. 2 creatures dead. Let's see the rebuild. The Thalia has returned. And here's Adeline, Resplendent Cathar.
I do like this because it means that you can immediately next turn after the Divine Purge replay the Thalia, I think. Which I think just taxing this deck is going to be so good for you. Temporary Lockdown, a really good pickup, though.
Doesn't hit the Adeline like Purge does, but you gotta imagine it will come up big at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just based on dealing with the tokens potentially, and he's really just delayed everything at this point. Which I think what he needs to do is to draw into everything he can. Like, I don't know. I think if he draws into a land, I think you might even like try to Teferi through the Thalia at this point. Interesting goes to the Adeline first.
Returns tapped. It's also interesting. I believe with Purge, you could send Adeline to Command Zone and remove perpetual effects, but it's about the same. But it wouldn't enter tapped. All right. Teferi to the battlefield. It's time. The resident champion, the back-to-back, going for a third. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players playing it. Olaf clearly favoring it over the Cathar deck he had last time. Big pickup of the land there. Do you think he also uses temporary lockdown at this point, or do you think he tries to push it into the March of Otherworldly Light?
So temporary lockdown, it depends how many 2-mana creatures hit the battlefield, right?
Mm-hmm.
And deciding whether or not to deploy that, because obviously the Adeline is still a big source of pressure. I mean, we kind of have the heavy hitters here, Adeline versus Teferi. So the risk is that if Draco overextends to make this Adeline punch really well, then the temporary lockdown can just really be a blowout. Look at this.
Yeah,
Not even worried about it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think once he plays that Metallic Mimic, I think I honestly... Ooh, blown out by the Brave the Elements. Nice. I mean, that's why I didn't play the Thalia, because I was kind of curious if we want to go for the kill there.
And look at this. The Mimic puts a counter on the 1/1, which takes Teferi off the board. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, he's just in top deck mode. I don't even know. Do you just try to tuck? I mean, this is such a bad spot for the Teferi player now.
And there's a Cathar Commando. It gets worse and worse. Now, there are options here. There is a Hall of the Storm Giants that can try to block, but man, how much damage is that going to be? How big is this Adeline going to be?
Yeah, I'm really surprised he didn't throw out at least one of the counter spells there to try to deal with this, because that's 4 damage coming through off the human play, and I just don't know if you can afford to take this damage for all of the turn.
And now Legion's Landing coming in. This threatens to flip this turn. I I feel like we're trying to hold up all the storm giants to dissuade attacks. I don't think it's going to work. I think these creatures are going to come in regardless because blocking the Adeline, I think Adeline will be able to deal 7. This is getting to the point of counter, cycle, and pray.
I could also potentially see the counter into the Glimpse of Freedom if he has enough in the yard. Maybe even glimpsing. I mean, I feel like he might even want to hold another one open. But I think you definitely prioritize Scorn first over the Neutralize because I think the cycle at this point is going to be a lot better than potentially the discount on the Urtize on the second spell he casts this turn. Because the Adeline player is just going to be like top decking from here on.
Yeah, sequencing could matter big time too, because maybe you want to draw first, maybe you want to cycle first. You want to think about the cards you could draw in your deck and what you still might cast this turn, because the card you draw could change everything.
Yeah. But I mean, you're definitely on something. I mean, the fact that he can now, with the Legions landing and then into Thalia, gets him to 7 power on the Adeline, which is where that break point you need to trade with the Hall of the Storm Giants. I mean, I think he has to deal with one of them. I think he just needs to pick out which one he's trying to deal with. If it's the Legions landing, which I think provides consistent pressure, I think is probably the choice over the Thalia at this point. Just because of the fact that like it gets through, you can't counter the making of the 1/1. You will then have to have an answer for it every turn.
So, Glimpse of Freedom first. We're digging. What can we come up with? Snapcaster.
Snapcaster is huge here.
What did you leave in the graveyard though?
Wrath.
I mean, that can flash back a Wrath though, right?
Yeah, that flashes back Wrath. That flashback Wrath next turn. That's so good.
Has to survive this turn. I mean, 19 life should be enough, but I mean, you're gonna take a beating.
Yeah, I mean, now that he knows he has the flashback into Wrath, like you have to hear this Legion landing. You cannot let this flip this turn. Because I feel like if you let this resolve, you take this hit, you're gonna have to deal with that pressure, that 1/1, and I just don't know if his deck can do it because Snapcaster doesn't get to block for it for free either.
Here's the thing: there is potentially 18 damage here.
Yeah.
Which you can Snapcaster and Wrath, but then one of the creature lands just ends the game.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. It's definitely a tough spot to be in. I mean, it depends if he draws in the top deck too. But I feel like, I really feel like the Legion's landing resolving is a mistake here. Between the creature lands and the Legion's landing, I think that's so much like sorcery speed or like instant interaction.
I think that the only way to get out of this is to cycle this Neutralize and hit a 2-mana removal spell here. Oh my goodness.
That is not what I was expecting.
All right. Yeah. Hey, this kind of freezes the Adeline so you don't take all that damage and you try to draw another sweeper.
I mean, that's definitely you're right. I think it does relieve some of the pressure. And you're not just dead to one of the Manlams.
Yeah, if you counter the landing and just take the damage, then you are just dead to Snapcaster Flashback Wrath. So it makes sense. This is it. We're down to draw the right card. It's a Narset. Now we're Narset. The Lockdown and Purge are both gone, so I'm not sure what's still on the menu here.
Yeah, I think he's out through on a board wipes. Protection coming in a little late, but one of the better options in this deck. In addition, another card I really like into the Adeline matchup that I'm surprised I don't see more of is the what it is. It's the 1 mana do damage to a creature equal to the number of creatures you have in play and then wipe its effects.
Patriarch's Humiliation.
Yeah, I think that card's really good into some of these lists that require their commander a lot because you don't necessarily remove the Adeline to blanket.
Speaking of blanking the Adeline, a 1/1 shark is going to come in. Hurrah! It's going to jump in front of that Adeline, and it looks like Teferi, Hero of Dominaria pilot, OlafTheMoose is still going to take 1,000,000 damage here, bringing a quick end to this first matchup that we have. Fortunately, there's some other blue mages probably playing more and more turns, maybe even still in game 1 that we can jump over to quickly. But what do you make of this just slice and dice action from Adeline destroying Teferi here?
Well, next up, we're going to check out Raffine versus Yawgmoth, but I think that that's exactly what Adeline wants to do. Adeline needs to have the tools to go in early against they need to be able to go in turn 1 through 3 as fast as possible. and the Teferi player needs to have the board wipe and needs the Adeline player to not have the answer to the board wipe. It's just that simple, you know. Like there's nothing too crazy to it. It's more just about do I have the correct answers the correct time from the Teferi player? And I think that's why the Adeline we're seeing 2 Adeline lists because the Teferi's been so dominant. It does just that's the one real way to beat it is I think these like incredibly aggressive turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 decks that can curve out and create this really large threatening board state to like potentially swing lethal turn 4.
And exactly that. Even against some very good hands. All right, I am over to watching the Rusko Emry match. What do you have on your list?
No. We're on Raffine Yawgmoth.
Raffine Yawgmoth. I went to the wrong thing. Yeah. Professional caster right here.
No, you're fine. It happens. We should be going to Raffine Yawgmoth next. Or trying to, I always say Raffine like there's a PH there. Like I feel like a little Jersey, you know, like a little Raffine, you know.
Raffine? Raff.
Yeah.
Like Raff from Ninja Turtles. All right. We've got a board. We've got a board here. There's stuff going on. There is 24-24. So this game is not quite ending. We're in the end step for SkullsBreaker, and a Scrappy Scrounger is coming back with Raffine and Denick on the field versus Liliana the Veil, Cursebound Witch, Serrated Scorpion, and a revealed March of Wretched Sorrow in hand that is going to take out the Scrounger. This looks like at first glance, this looks tremendously advantaged to the Raffine player. Like this painful stroke can make disappear in hand.
You're definitely right on that one. Because even if like the best case scenario right now for the Yawgmoth player is to play Yawgmoth, try to draft something disgusting from the Cursebound Witch. But I don't know. It definitely feels like when looking at the hand size, what we got in there. Looking at the lists even, Yawgmoth doesn't seem to have too many outs from this kind of board state.
The out would be the commander. Like the deck leans so hard on the commander. The problem is the commander is not going to resolve. This is about as nasty a tempo start as you'll ever see.
Well, and I think that Yawgmoth is naturally not super great in Raffine. I think the Ward 1 is incredibly backbreaking at times because you can't do what Yawgmoth would normally want to do, and that's just going to be, hey, let me deal with your commander, you're a big threat. If I need to, by like worst case scenario, sacking a bunch of stuff, making it smaller, and just having to pay for each one of those can be really like difficult.
Do we know the current match count in this one? I'm imagining game 2.
I'm trying to find that out right now.
All right, I'm sure we'll hear word from production soon. It looks like Raffine is on the play, so I'm going to hope that Yawgmoth is up a game. Otherwise, this might just be a landslide from this point.
For sure. I mean, there's still. I'm interested to see why he gave the 2 counters to the Scrappy there, which is actually interesting to me. Hitching the swords as well.
Counters on the scrap heap. Let's think. It doesn't allow for a trade, like just a double block trade with the scrap heap. But I also, I'd probably put them on something like Raffine myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that you can keep discarding fuel for the scrap heap Scrounger, you're kind of okay to take that trade.
So make disappear. Going to make something disappear. Going after the Black Cat. I mean, we're just throwing counter spells because we can.
Yeah, I mean, why give board state, if you need to. You have the Disdainful Stroke still. Oh man, this is just absolutely brutal.
So many creatures turning sideways.
Speaking of Patriarch's Humiliation, really, really good in the Yawgmoth here. Because very rarely, like, at a certain point, you have the flyers, and if I might even, like, I wouldn't necessarily let Yawgmoth resolve because you have 3 creatures, but, like, in theory, it wouldn't be like the end of the world to even let it resolve and afterward with a Disdainful Stroke, and maybe hold that counter magic open for something more impactful.
Oh, but I understand what you're saying, but don't we just stroke this commander? Don't we? Just lock it out of there. Besides, there's so much damage coming through the air. That one's in the bank. The Jadar can only block one thing. That's lethal damage coming in, and that's gonna do it. We we need confirmation, but I believe that's Flash Fan taking it 2-0. Let's find out. Let's hold.
Yeah, still waiting to. I mean, I'm gonna guess I'm watching them and see if they say if they go into another round or not. Trying to figure that out now. The fact they're not instantly slapping back into another one makes me think that that might be it.
And I'm not too surprised. I mean, Raffine is a heck of a deck. I found it to be very underrated, really. Oh wait,
Yeah, they are going another matchup, so we'll have to see. They're 1-3. Yeah, they're 1-1.
Yes, 1-1. We have confirmation. Game 3. I love it. Okay.
Very interesting to see. Okay, Bone Shards cut down, go for the throat. No creatures, but you do have the Mausoleum Secrets, which gets you nothing right now. I don't know, this is a really rough hand for the Yawgmoth decides to. I'm wondering if they're going to keep it. 3 lands into all removal and a pretty dead Mausoleum Secrets at the moment. I'm wondering if they keep to try to deal with the Raffine or if they.
Wow. Yeah, that's a tough one. That is willingly taking a control role in a matchup where I'm not sure that benefits you, but maybe they are the control deck here. How else are you going to stop Raffine from doing the Raffine things other than get all the creatures off the board?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's tough. On the one hand, yes. But on the other hand, you have to imagine that your opponent might have some kind of counter magic. And it's not like you're going to be able to effectively double spell onto the Raffine very easily. So I'm interested to kind of see what kind of route he ends up taking here. Especially considering, like, he has to pitch a card with the Bone Shards. He has limited targets with Cut Down once Raffine triggers. Go for the throat, can't even hit the Sentinel.
The interesting thing about the Sentinel is it's one of the easier things for Yawgmoth to remove. So I would be pretty hesitant, and you can see the hesitation on using a removal spell on it.
Yeah, no. You're for sure right. And I mean, I guess the Harvester's not bad to hit here because you can potentially later on use it for Phyrexian Tower if you need to like, get an attack off into a spell.
Speaking of things that Yawgmoth can hit, there is a Malevolent Hermit on the field.
I think if you go for the throat, this is such an interesting pickup. I feel like this is knowing your opponent's list here. The Raffine doesn't have any artifact creatures. I feel like I'd really keep the hard removal and try to use the cut down here. What about you?
Yeah, I like Yawgmoth to try to remove the Hermit as well. These 1 toughness creatures, you really try not to give too much attention to. However, if you let the board presence build up, then you might get interfered with like this, Curse of Silence or counter spells, and then your Yawgmoth doesn't resolve. So it's kind of a rock in a hard place.
Curse of Silence is also up there with one of my the cards I think is really underplayed in my opinion. I don't see a lot in the tournament, but like I think there's so many people who build commander decks rely around the commander being out. I think at turn 1 through 3 Curse Silence is just backbreaking sometimes.
Yeah, probably one of the top 5 white cards that you could put in any deck and be happy with. Spell Pierce on Go for the Throat, protecting the Hermit.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not what you want to be countered out, especially considering you were thinking about doing that sorcery release tapped out. And now you can go grab, I think, 1 with the Mausoleum Secrets, but I just don't know how worth it that is. I think it's better than trying to... I mean, I feel like you have to do it here because your other option is like what? Attack with the Harvester and then Diabolic Intent it, and then you can't Mausoleum anymore.
Mausoleum's an instant, so that can be held up. I think it's pretty clear here that Skulls is trying to hold the cut down for Raffine. It just has Raffine written all over this cut down. That's the reason it sat in his hand the whole time.
Yeah, I think this is to try to bait out the Hermit. But I think the Hermit's totally fine letting this resolve because, like, you only have a couple answers at 1 mana to deal with the Raffine, and I can just counter that.
So let's see. What do you get here?
I mean,
it's got to be something else that deals with Raffine, right?
Which I think is really just Fatal Push. Maybe.
The interesting thing, Man, that Ward 1, it strikes in weird places, doesn't it? But Fatal Push for Malevolent Hermit leaves Raffine on the board alone.
I like that. He can't cut down this turn, which means I don't think he gets to do what he necessarily wanted to. Ooh. Good Dread Fugue.
Oh my gosh, that's land. That's a whole bunch of land.
He can kind of make his decision on whether he wants to cut down now, or try to wait to see if he casts beforehand to buy out his turn, because he has the mana to recast Raffine, so you kind of figure out when you want to do this cut down.
Well, what do you think of the idea of unearth the Harvester, attack with it to exile the Hermit, then sack the Harvester to tower, then cut down Raffine?
I like that, but I almost kind of want to wait and use that on a turn trying to maybe diabolic intent.
I do too.
With what I have, with what we're seeing in hand, I feel like you need the intent to try to get back in the game.
I do too. I worry that, like, you kind of have Raffine in a spot here, though, with no creature to really benefit, and this turn Hermit comes down, kind of changes that equation. But we'll see how it plays out. It is a 2/2 flyer, very vulnerable to a lot of things, and Skulls does need a creature, so we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think going for the slow play into the Hermit's probably best, knowing you have the Harvester. And it's not ideal by any means, but I think that at least here, you do have an option to start digging through your deck. I don't know if you grab with the intent here necessarily. He doesn't go for the offer to trade potentially, but I guess nothing in the graveyard you really need to get out here.
Maybe
Shieldred is disgusting in this matchup.
Do you like taking 2 for your Connives opponent?
Yeah, do you like it not being a May ability opponent? Definitely have been destroyed by that. Could just also go for the 6 land to get out the Yawgmoth, but I don't know. I kind of like Rankle here as well.
I think the issue with Rankle is that if Raffine comes down, it just blocks Rankle.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Did somebody say Rankle? Did Rankle heard you?
Oh no,
What a
you're gonna
top
have to discard.
deck. Oh no, what a top deck.
Oh, that was disgusting. You're like, great.
Oh gosh.
And because you know your opponent just picked up their best card. Like, that's absolutely brutal. And you can't even play Yawgmoth.
Rankle day, baby. You've been pranked.
He's really coming in the spirit of the holiday. I don't think you take the card draw here, because you're just going to Rankle, get rid of your spirit.
This is so gross. I don't think... yeah, it probably just doesn't matter. That's a swords off the top. That's fine.
I mean, you know, when you want to connive, I'm on board, and that makes sense. You kind of like see what you want to draw off this.
And now the game is just starting to become a full-on tilt. Rankle versus... Like, Rankle just tore this game wide open.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Not
getting the life gain from is just like absolutely brutal. And an interesting note for this Yawgmoth list, there aren't really any board wipes. He's really trying to 1-for-1 or get the Yawgmoth out. It's mostly 1 and 2 drops with Rankle and Shoulder making up the entirety of the top end. But I think that's a classic all she wrote for this one. I kind of looking at the deck list, like, there's no real way for him to get himself back in here.
Yeah, and a full flood. I mean, let's say it. That's 8 lands. That is a full-on flood for Skulls, unfortunately. Going to drop this match in 3 games. Apparently took game 1, which we didn't get to see, but then Raffine, from everything that we watched, a bit of a steamrolling. And a new card to Arena there, Selfless Spirit, which definitely goes in the Raffine deck. It seems to just get more tools with every release. So congrats to Flashfan, you're moving on, but this is double elimination, and this is the upper bracket. So don't worry if you want to see more Yawgmoth, not completely eliminated yet.
Now I think we're going to try to check out the Emry versus Rusko matchup a little bit.
Oh, boy.
They're still playing. I went and checked in on that. We're gonna swap over that here in just a moment, y'all. But while we're swapping over one more time, do you want to make a huge shout out to Cool Stuff Inc. And Command Fest Orlando. I really appreciate them for helping us out. Helping out with what we've got for prize sports today. You check them out. They have good stuff. They have cool stuff, you might even say.
Yeah. You can use the promo code CGB5 if you'd like a 5% discount on the order. And I'll be a guest at Command Fest Orlando, so you can meet me, maybe play against me. So please check those out. Thank you very much, CoolStuffInc.com, for supporting the Brawl Hub Season 5 Top 8 Tournament. So, are you into this game? You looking at what I'm looking at?
I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at, Rusko. Oh, no. The combos online. So obviously the Emry deck is a combo list. It is our only combo list this tournament. And I guess I'll kind of go over roughly the combo line now. So you're trying to use Emry and a few other ways to kind of mill yourself to hitting your primary combo, which is going to be scrolling up Paradox Engine. I think there's more. Or that's your main way to win the game. But this list actually includes a lot of other options for like potentially winning via aggro. Things like Unctus with Psy, Nezahal, and Nettlecyst are very good at potentially being on the beatdown in some of these control matchups where you don't have the opportunity to wait for them to kind of play the game.
On the other side, Rusko the Clockmaker, the idea is to make clocks and spin clocks. And this list looks like it's adapted a little. I've already seen a few cards that I haven't seen compared to the version that was basically run back in the last couple of seasons. And one of the interesting cards on the battlefield right now having a tremendous impact is the Lodestone Golem. What do you think of that card?
I think it's great. I think that you're coming into control matchups. You're coming into Rusko and Teferi being the boogeymen. And I think that it's like a really great way to just be like, hey, tax everything you want to do. You want to play a game? You're going to play the game slower. Looks like the score for this matchup is also 1-1.
We're in game 3. Excellent.
Yeah, we're in game 3. Yeah. I love coming into a game 3 on this one. Still getting taxed. I don't see from where. Maybe I just misread that.
I don't see the text on my side. This looks like it's still a very close game. The Mind Spike can't hit the Golem because it's a creature. So debating whether or not to Mind Spike a hand with just one kind of mystery card is a little tough, but at least Mind Spike draws a card if it doesn't make the opponent discard.
Well, and that's the best part about Emry as well, is outside of some of your disruption, you're cool with them Mind Spiking your thoughts. You have to really... A lot of what you have in your hand is fine to get pitched to your yard because you're just like, I can bring it back.
So here comes the Mind Spike. We're going to get a look at these cards, but first, Ledger Shredder's going to do a little conniving. We're going to draw, going to discard, going to keep the right thing, probably keeping in mind that you're about to get spiked. Here's to see what the Emry player chooses. One of my favorite Emry cards is Witch's Oven, just because it kind of like pays Emry's commander tax. Every time they kill Emry, you just make a food and those foods pile up, so your Emry is never too expensive.
Oh yeah, I really think that it's underrated. Honestly, I think that there's a lot of good cards that have come for Emry lists lately. I think Tablet of Completion and the Filigree Silex are two cards that I think have been really helping Emry to gain a foothold nowadays, because I think the Tablet of Completion being cheap, that can eventually get you mana, can also get you card draw. And the Filigree Silex eventually give you a way to like start either, having other ways to destroy those low to the ground decks, being able to hit it on 0, 1, or 2, and then bring it back with Emry, can really help you to control out all the aggro lists I think you'll be seeing in the weekly tournaments, not necessarily in the top 8.
I really wish I could check out the graveyard, because prioritizing using Go for the Throat on Emry there I found super interesting when there was a line that could Blood Chief's Thirst the Bank Buster, make them cast it again. It has Summoning Sickness here, so they don't get to draw. You have a clock on 9, and you'd still have mana for Experimental Augury, which, gets the clock to go off on your next upkeep. It was a really interesting turn that I'm still like fully dissecting, but I think a big part of tree is one in the graveyard.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to imagine it might be something that could deal with the clock, and that's what they're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But I definitely agree with you, though. It's still Rusko's honestly going to be in the best spot even if the clock does resolve. Just because of the fact that they're still going to be down to only 6 mana, maybe 7 after a land drop. Which by the time that first clock responds, you generally want to be in a position where you can double spell effectively, or blink to get a new clock back. I'm kind of interested to know.
There goes into the bin Aetherflux Reservoir, so at least a combo piece is nearby. We'll also see if the Golem comes back. It feels like the Golem really should come back if you're in the Emry seat. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you have the mana for it. I can't imagine why you wouldn't.
There is a Springjaw Trap. I believe that's 3 damage to a target. It could take Rusko off the board, make Rusko get recast.
Well, and maybe I missed it too. Did it seem like he didn't Witch's Oven the Emry, or was the Witch's Oven tapped?
The oven was tapped, I believe.
Okay.
I believe. But as you know, we catch up in this game. There's probably a few things that we miss here and there. Man, this Ledger Shredder is also an interesting call in Emry, and another card that Bloodchief's Thirst really wants to go after, because that is a beefy bird.
Yeah, and I love the fact it's going to punish a lot of these like decks that are going to try to create their own engine. They're going to have to like establish board presence, and like it's just going to give you subtle card advantage. And in Emry, the discard's again not really a punishment because you can just discard something you can get back later.
So past turn does not redeploy the Golem, staring down a midnight clock on 11 counters.
I mean,
wow.
I'm going to look at the hand, but I feel like they know something we don't know.
Yeah. One thing that I really hope we get to see here, because I really get excited about these kinds of plays, is adding, turning on a stop, holding priority, casting the Bloodchief's Thirst, and then putting the Augury on the stack. I hope that that's the play. I'm not even sure it's the right play, but I love clever looking plays.
Well, I'm looking at the Emry player's hand. I think you all can see it, and I see a little good card there that you want to keep that mana open for, and that'd be a Tail's End. For those of you who don't know how the interaction works, you have to let it get to the 12, and now if you Tail's End the trigger of the 12,
yeah, not this trigger, the next one.
This is the trigger.
Oh, this is it. Yeah, the 12th counter is on there. You're right.
Yeah, you get rid of that, and then your opponent has to find a way to remove the counters to go from there. And this just really sets your opponent back, because now they have 1 card in hand. Rip. And I think they're being punished for this play. Oh, Tome the Infinite is another combo piece. Because you generally use your Tome the Infinite to get your 1 mana spells to untap everything and gain all your life.
This experimental augury has a lot of pressure on it. It needs to find a way to get this clock to go off.
Yeah,
those are not it.
I don't even know what I'm looking for here from the Rusko player at this point. Removal, counterspell,
card advantage, blink to get a new clock, something.
I mean, I guess Black Market Connection will do that. It's going to take a minute, but
I mean, Black Market Connection is not very helpful against a Ledger Shredder that's beating down for this much damage. But I guess there's still 25 life because of all the Rusko triggers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Emry doesn't really have a lot of ways until they bring the Aetherflux back to do life gain. So I mean, and the fact that Bloodchief Search is still going to go through.
Mm-hmm. That's 2 foods for the oven potentially, maybe even a Bankbuster Crew as well in response. And the information is on the table. The only card in hand now for the Emry player is the Lodestone Golem. Although Emry is going to access the graveyard next turn.
Yeah. I think the game right now is definitely looking, and I think that was a fantastic way to stall out the clock. Because I think for the Emry player, you're like, okay, if Rich gets a full grip here, it's probably over. If I don't have the combo out and going there, like you see this Black Market Connection, you're like very happy. I feel you're like, okay, I made the right choice.
Absolutely, it is a value engine though. And this is Emry versus Rusko on the board, creature-wise, going into the next turn. The Golem will probably come down, maybe crew a Bankbuster, but the pressure isn't too high. Also, if Rusko blocks, that gives the option to recast Rusko and make another clock.
Yeah, I honestly think here maybe you just grab the Reservoir and try to double spell into something, and you start getting that life gain going, because I think that's kind of what you're waiting on right now, is to start the engine. And I think that if you get the Reservoir this turn into the Conjure, the book, I think you can just start outvaluing your opponent on this 1-for-1. Because right now, you're going to have to let Rusko through most of the time.
I'm exceptionally greedy, so I would get the tome first, but
yeah,
that is a greed lord talking. I just want to start crafting my little what is it? Something assault, my little double strike sorcery. I want to get my giant growth. You know, that's what I'm here for.
I mean, for sure. I mean, it's definitely on there. And this Hangerback Walker can also get very huge at some point. For being able to, like, if you need to save you out or have some unexpected chip damage at the end, if you're not going to end up having to go for the combo. Card draw is still pretty respectable, though.
Thought Monitor is a really good card to bring back. In fact, you've got that plus Witch's Oven, so you can have another draw 2 for 1 mana every turn, actually.
Yeah, and the Mystic Forge here is really spicy. But I don't know if he goes for that or if he goes for the Lodestone first.
That is an interesting call, because you can basically decide whether you're going to try to grind this into a combo and get all the pieces in place, or you're going to try to beat down and disrupt. Kind of hard to disrupt with this much mana available from the Rusko player. It's probably not as disruptive as you'd hope.
Yeah, I mean he might go for the safe play and just try to draw.
You see the bottom of the library there that's been impulsed away. And another swamp off the top. That's got to be very disheartening at this phase.
Well, that
no
and
treasure.
Like, you're the Rusko player. You're getting these clock triggers, and you're like, well, it'll never go off. And it's
that
like,
is a cut down. Cut down can go after the Emry.
Yeah, I mean, might even be the play here, especially if you see your opponent sacking the Thought Monitor at their end step. I might have even blocked the Thought Monitor and then sacked it.
I guess it depends on how you really want to use the card. It's an interesting choice. But yeah, if you're Emry and you're taking this value-driven line and you're definitely getting ahead on cards, then just the longer the game takes, the better for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that my main worry here at this point is my opponent is able to slowly whittle me down because I can't keep Emry to bring back my Aetherflux Reservoir. That's the main reason I'd want to get it back, is because Blue-Black doesn't have a lot of answers for that. And I think once you have that in play, you're no longer that worried about Rusko getting through for damage. But at like a certain point, yeah, the food's all there, but I don't know. I think it's going to add up.
Midnight clock up to 19, the clock that never ends.
It re-triggers at 24, right? Totally. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I don't see a reason why not to cast Emry for 1. Like, it's...
It is a difficult thing managing Emry and figuring out how to manage Emry. Removing it often isn't the way. Did you see what hit the graveyard?
No, I did not.
It starts with a P.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Well, the engine is all there.
Still legal in Historic Brawl. Bring your Paradox engine, gamers.
Yeah, no, this is yikes. I mean, Emry's still got to stick around for it.
Yep, Emry does have to be able to recast it. It has to resolve. But at that point, Emry often becomes a one-card combo with the Paradox engine because you just have so many options. Emry will be the mana rocks will produce the mana that you need. They'll untap every time you cast something. Emry will untap, choose a new thing to cast. You'll get Tome. Tome will make things. Things will get cast. And eventually, the game will end.
Yeah, and he's got the Hangerback Walker. So he can show the combo right there. So for those of you who don't know, as long as you have the Hangerback Walker Emry or Tome is the way that the combo works. You Hangerback for just 1, as long as you have 2 mana rocks and Emry. you have the Products engine out, you can tap Emry, cast Hangerback Walker, remove the counter for Hangerback Walker, ping for 1. I might be wrong here. I
How
might
does
be
it
thinking.
deal with damage?
I am thinking.
I can
Walking
help.
Ballista.
Yeah. I can help. Hangerback Walker, though, you can play it for 0 and basically generate infinite mana by using Emry to target the Walker in the graveyard and bring it back for 0 over and over with any mana rock. Once you have endless mana, I believe the Springjaw Trap, I need to read it to be sure, but does it go face? Is it 3 damage to any target?
Yeah, in this case, I think you have the infinite spell casts, so you have Aetherflux Reservoir.
That also works. Anyway, Emry draws another land. They look at 20 counters on a midnight clock and a Rusko that just can't do anything. I said Emry. I meant Rusko. It's fine. But that's going to do it. They're going to throw in the towel. Rusko defeated. Emry advancing. Can you believe it?
I think we still might even have another match. From what I'm seeing is 1-1. I think the other Teferi Adeline match. That can't be right.
I mean, it's Teferi. It could be right.
It is right. So I guess we're going to go peek into our last. We're going to see all 8 people playing in round 1. We're going to the full hour of time for sure. And so I'm going to peek in here to our last matchup, 1-1. The other Teferi versus Adeline matchup, looking a lot better for Teferi, obviously, if it's going this long. And peeking in just in time for the good game to get said. Adeline now costs 9 mana. There's a Teferi, Wandering Emperor, and a Dream Trawler. I think this one is all she wrote.
Yes, clearly the player with 23 life is winning.
Yeah, I mean, 4 life is 4 more than you need, baby.
Dream Trawling beginning. I don't think TitanLord played Dream Trawler last time, unless I'm crazy. But here's a hard cast Shark Typhoon, our champion.
Yeah. And that is just gonna be the GG. Yeah.
Show him who's boss.
TitanLord actually was incredibly high on Dream Trawler. He thinks that it's really good for stabilizing you in the aggro matchup. And really the lifelink and the ability to protect itself. He thinks it's one of the best control game enders, because it doesn't mean you have to stall out to Teferi like some of the other lists. But yeah, guys, so that is round number 1. Real quick, going through the standings, our first seed Teferi TitanLord player goes 2-1 into Matha, like we just saw. We have Emry going 2-1, taking down the 5th to the 4th seed, the Rusko. Adeline winning in a quick 2-0, the 2nd seed Adeline coming in, so interesting to see kind of some of the seeding happen. And then Raffine, our 3rd seed, coming in 2-1. So our top 3 seeds do manage to take their wins, with our 5th seed taking on our 4th. So things are kind of what you'd expect right now in a seeded tournament like this, which is pretty exciting.
We are playing double elimination, so if your favorite took the L in the first round, that doesn't mean they are out. There is a lower bracket for them to battle back through and still potentially win the event. All the players are still in it at this time, so make sure you come back and check out round number 2. This is the Historic Brawl Hub Season 5 Top 8 Tournament, sponsored by CoolStuffing.com. Remember to check out Command Fest Orlando. That is coming up on April 14th through 16th. Please check out the link in the chat, and come on down to Command Fest Orlando. I'll be there. You can play Magic, or you can just tell me how much I suck. Whatever, it's fine.
Well, and not just that, you can actually play with him and prove how much he sucks at draft. In the early bird creator draft pods, $20
to suck at draft.
I have no doubt. A lot of people do. It's its own skill. It's like playing its own version of Magic that kind of is just slow. Yeah, I mean, you play CGB or any other random. A lot of people are in there. Ali Eldrazi's on there. Jim Davis. A lot of people who have a lot of really, good. Sheldon Mannery, if you're a big Commander player, know him. Are going to be on there, and you just get put alongside them in your pod, and I think it's really cool. For basically the price of what I would draft anyways in FM, getting to play with people, it sounds super exciting, and it's probably one of the events I am looking most forward to in Orlando.
All right, we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to set up for round 2, and we'll back for more historic brawl action. See you guys in just a few.
All right.
And hello, we are back. How's the audio? Let us know. Nobody on Twitch chat has ever left a comment letting us know how audio sounds. So we need to try this new thing where you guys tell us exactly if we sound good or not. But yeah, it's me. It's CGB. This is BPRadiant.
Yeah.
We are casting the top 8 of the historic Brawl Hub Season 5 tournament hosted by CoolStuffInc.com and Command Fest Orlando. Make sure you check it out. Check out the links in the description and support sponsors for this event. It's a sweet pre-release event, Command Fest Orlando, coming up April 14th through 16th. So check it out now. And we are about to dive into round 2. We saw some sweet action where we actually got to witness all of the decks, all 8 of our players in round 1. And what are we doing here for round 2, BP?
Well, we're going to check out our winner's bracket matchup of Adeline, Resplendent, Cathar from Yawgmoth, and then Flash Fans, Raffine, Scheming, Seer matchup. It's going to be pretty, I think it's a really interesting matchup because Raffine doesn't always have the tools to deal with a lot of what Adeline wants to do. So it can either become, does Raffine try to find the control pieces to deal with the Adeline, or does Raffine try to aggro the Adeline player, which is totally possible considering both these commanders grow exponentially with their board states.
Yes, the Raffine deck also has this sweet ability of Connive, which gives a lot of selection. So the counter spells aren't particularly good against the small white creatures. We saw Adeline slice and dice a Teferi deck in round 1, but Raffine isn't stuck with a handful of disdainful strokes. Raffine can connive those into new cards. I think what's really going to be important is whether or not our Raffine player can come up with a lifelinker, a Denic type of card that can just kind of stabilize an anti-race, maybe a Shieldred, something that really puts Adeline on the back foot.
Well, and I think one of the big things, too, is for the Adeline players, do they pick for the 1, 2, 3, or do they try to get some removal? Currently in their hand, we see Laydown Arms, Swords to Plowshares, Thalia, Tithe Taker, and I think that's actually an incredibly strong hand here with regards to, like, having options for removal in those early threats, or even, like, Shieldreds, and also having a decent amount of, like, aggro with a 2-3 drop, versus what we have for Flash Fan's hand. Also a Tithe Taker. Una's Blackguard can be disgusting in this matchup if you go into the 2-3, but no white source means that this might not be like a keepable hand.
Honestly, I've not seen an Una Blackguard go off in a very long time. That is a rogue that makes people discard. Well, forget it. Mulliganed. Out of there.
It's one of, obviously my Raffine deck's a little different, but it's one of my favorite 2-drops to play. Just because, like, getting in there, playing on 2, giving a counter when you play Raffine on turn 3, starts letting you kind of just get some of that hand disruption going, and makes your opponent already make the hard decisions. They go down to 6, but they do get all 3 of their colors.
But, I mean, does this hand do much to rest against mono white? Well, I mean, here, you do get a removal spell, I guess, so it's not a whiff at least, but
yeah.
like, looking at memory lapse, veto, like, this looks like an anti-control hand.
Yeah, I mean, the memory lapse is really good here because, like, well, I mean, not so much because you have the Thalia coming out. You can't, like, because normally you would have the option to have the Tithe Taker or Thalia. You memory lapse their turn 3 Adeline, but here they're kind of like, well, I'm gonna not do that.
Here in fact, Thalia just stays home, would tax the laydown arms potentially, so leading with Tithe Taker, similar effect. They have to pay 1 more to cast spells on the opponent's turn. Has the same effect on counter spells that the Thalia does.
And I think the fact that, like, if your opponent does have removal, it still gives you the 1/1 Spirit with Afterlife. I think gives you the attack with Adeline, which is exactly what you need that.
Oh god, and here comes the laydown arms. And, you know, Flash Fan New played sort of into it without a lot of other good options. And Adeline is put in on the clock, and that's, oh my god.
Oh, Lieutenant is huge here. I think Lieutenant's a should pick up. I personally would have gone for the Thalia against any kind of potential board wipe if I don't know my opponent's list. But I think that's just it.
I mean, that's just too much damage. What do you do? What do you do?
The emote game is real strong with Flash Fan, though.
Yeah, you just throw your cards in the air. I'm feeling that. I am vibing with that emote.
And is that like the quickest? That might be the quickest game 1 we're gonna have.
I mean, I guess it depends how long the BM gets played out.
Well, if he has another human, that's it. Or you're gonna mute, yeah, because that's gonna give him lethal. Oh no, not a human. So
not quite.
If if he had made the Mutavault a creature, I believe that's lethal.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You should drop him to 1.
Yep. To 1?
Oh,
nope.
no, I'm sorry. my bad.
Exactsies.
Okay.
Exactsies. Never didn't have it. That other little 1/1 sneaking in there and also buffing the Thalia Lieutenant. And in the blink of an eye, their whole life changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you think that came down to being either on the draw or kind of having an iffy mulligan. Because like Teferi's Insight and Dovin's Veto are not going to do much in this matchup. And Memory Lapse, I don't know. I usually like Memory Lapse, but not so much when I'm on the play.
The delay, dude, the results have come in from the delay. Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
No.
Are you ready? Audio seems fine.
Yes! So sorry about that, guys. And so sorry it took us like the entire round to get it fixed. We were trying things in the back end while we were casting. It didn't work. So we tried something a little more drastic.
Make some freaking noise for production, man. They're hustling. They got it done. Yeah. All right.
Clap, but I don't want to mess up like your ears.
Yeah. Don't clap. They don't deserve that. All right. So
wow, they don't
that's
deserve
game 1.
clapping. That is some harshness coming out from UCGP. I think everybody deserves a round of applause.
They do, but they don't deserve pain in their eardrums. Trust me, I used to just clap into my mic just for fun, and
Man.
I annoyed even myself. So Raffine is about to be on the play. They definitely, in my opinion, even though like Raffine can connive you out of the wrong side of your deck, they didn't have time for that. They were definitely on the wrong side of their deck in that game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Raffine is also the type of deck that Adeline wants to prey on, which is, do you have your answers? If not, I'm going to run with the game. You're not trading effectively with me most of the time, because a lot of what you're playing is gonna be a 2 or 3 drop versus my like 1 and 2 drops. So like I'm able to kind of outvalue with my mana there. The fact that Adeline's gonna look to double spell sometimes as early as turn 4 makes it really hard to like play the control matchup of wanting to counter things. That said, I do think that Raffine herself being a 1/4 can be really nice in like some of these trades with these early creatures if you're on the play. But the fact that they were on the draw game 1 and are now, even if they win this, the draw again. I'm just gonna reload, I guess.
April Fool's, new game.
Yeah.
But I mean, how about the Flash fan flex? 14 friends. Unbelievable. Where does one find 14 friends in this economy? I am blown away. This must be a social butterfly for the digital age, without question.
You want friends that play Magic, specifically friends that play Historic Brawl, you can check out the Historic Brawl Discord server and make plenty. We have tons of people who like to play in the weekly tournaments, and even some people like me who don't like to play in the weekly tournaments but still like to make friends and like play with people and test out new jank deck ideas. You, the viewer, can do that too. You can have 14 friends as quick as a Flash fan.
But I don't want to spend any money on such a thing.
Oh my god, you are in luck because it's free. It's free to join, free to play.
Free 99.
Yeah, free 99. We like to go to a little bit of a. We just believe in the free.
Speaking of the free, well, maybe almost free, there's some free mana here. Phyrexian mana. That's a Vault Scourge leading the charge here. 1/1 flying lifelinker.
I am incredibly interested in the fact that what the hands they kept. So Flashfan's hand is really nice. The lifelinker is really big. Titan Freebooter is giant, and I actually really like. Do you think you Raffine on 3, or do you think you Gix?
I think what's really interesting about the hand, honestly, was that you could do none of the above if you didn't draw that Shipwreck Marsh. It was kind of a spooky hand, but it's going to be an interesting choice. I like Gix. If you can get your hits in with Gix, I think you take them where you can get them.
And I think that like the fact you have a lifelinker means you can take that one turn, draw your 2, and then you start conniving in the turn after.
It does look like the choice is Raffine, and I of course defer to the expertise of Flashfan, who has 14 friends and plays Raffine regularly. So here comes a Vault Scourge with a few +1/+1 counters, probably. Oh, Gix might even get discarded here. Wow.
And the Adeline player actually almost snap conceded, but I think was like, okay, I'll at least wait.
On ladder, on ladder you scoop there. Is that what you, or there is no ladder? What am I saying? In queue you scoop there.
The fact that the Adeline player was on 2 lands, just drew his 3rd land, and I'm still thinking is like, well, I think this might be over. Announcement's a really nice pickup here.
That is a card, but it doesn't do much. I mean, what does a 1/1 on the ground do in this situation? It stares at this flying army.
I think he's trying to set up for Adeline and a Bozzery maybe, but you're gonna have to race this Vault Scourge, and I just don't know if you can.
And the counter spells are online now, if they're even kept in the hand. From this position, I love keeping a counter spell, but like we sort of mentioned before, they're not particularly good against the white deck that also has a Tithe Taker.
Yeah, but I think Memory Lapse is really good here.
Well,
just because, like,
I mean,
you have
is it as good as removal spell into, or Luris into Time Warp? I mean, this is just all pressure. This is taking the aggro roll to the limit.
Well, see, that's
look
why
at this value.
Oh my god. Well, I think the Luris Spectre is like the green play, but I think that for the most part, looking at your opponent, what they have in hand, Memory Lapse is kind of a Time Warp on your opponent, anyways.
You know what's also a Time Warp on the opponent?
Time Warp.
Time Warp. You got it.
Why not both? Why not both?
So Time Warp in hand, that is 7, 8 plus another 4, maybe 12 power of flying in there. March of Otherworldly Light, right there. Portable Hole. Gonna get the Vault Scourge. Okay, is this a path back into the game?
Do you know what stops that exact play from happening? Memory Lapse.
I think you're gonna tell me.
Memory Lapse. You Memory Lapse the March Otherworldly Light, and like, look, what are they gonna do? They play a Segovian Priest? Like, what's that gonna do?
I wonder if the Luris here gets the connive ability, because if you put the counters on the Luris, okay, nope, because you could Vanishing Verse to kind of blow out the situation if there's a big block, is what I was trying to figure out.
If you have to discard, I think the reason he didn't want to do that is because he's worried with he'd have to discard at least 2 non-lands, and I think he can just worry about trying to get damage since he has the Time Warp.
Mm-hmm. So Bag of Holding will go to the graveyard where it can be cast with the Luris if the Time Warp is not cast, but we'll probably just see, hey, extra turn. How bad could that actually be?
Pretty good. I can't imagine there's very few downsides, and that IOK is also just like really gross here.
Not even moving for it. First, all the creatures are coming in. This time, Luris is getting the connive target. There's a nice little handy-dandy Spell Pierce and Lofty Denial and Inquisition to throw in the bin. Just does not like counter spells. He's fine. Doesn't need them.
You know, he's still in the driver's seat, and the life gain is going to be really big here, but I feel like you could have kept one of those cards and gotten rid of the island here. Just especially given the fact of, like, what you got rid of. Like, I mean, the Lofty Denial, I think, is just really good.
Well, winning doesn't even need to know if that's a counterspell in hand. There's the scoop, and it looks like we are going to a game 3. This time, Raffine on the play, dropping a life linker on turn 1. Felt like a completely different game.
Yeah, I mean, Vault Scourge is probably one of your better cards in this matchup, especially when you're on the play. Because sure, you're taking 2 life, but you're gaining it back like incredibly quickly before your opponent can do much about it. I also think that the hand on the other side of the field was a little slower. No real, they had interaction, but it got torn apart by the kite sail early. And I think that really kind of makes the difference.
Game 3, Adeline will be on the play. Both games so far have been a landslide towards the player who went first. Would you say that this is destined to be the same?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very similar, and it's something that I think that, Flash fans kind of used to with some of his other matchups he played. And Dracosinus last week was on the same end of the Kethis Keenan matchup, where it was like kind of whoever plays first generally takes it. So I think, it's something that I don't want to devalue how strong it is to go first, especially in a lot of these matchups.
Benelish Knight Commander going to kick off the party this time. There is the option of 1-drop into 1-drop, 1-drop. There's also a Handwear Militia Captain, which is kind of a sneaky good card that people don't see every day.
I like it. I mean, it gives you the option to like play Adeline, swing, go in, and then you also get the Banal Knight Commander on it, so you can keep it safe, get the 2 power through.
Flashfan's Raffine deck has no removal in this hand, no interaction, which is very scary on the draw against an aggressive deck.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Vanguard, which can be really big, I feel. But you have no white mana. Well, you have 1 white mana. I'm sorry. I retract my statement. I see the Raffine's Tower. I don't know. I'm intrigued to say the least here.
It looks like the Storm Tamer's going to trade with the 2/1 Benelish something alchemy something. But Adeline on the field. The commanders are both here now. Raffine joining the battlefield as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a trade he didn't necessarily want to take, but he has to. You have to do that Hanwar Militia Captain from flipping, I feel, for as long as possible. I love the Spellbinder here.
What a top deck. It's the champ, Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. So, exiling the Blackguard, having none of that.
Yeah, I mean, now you've got the Selfless Savior as well, that protection to Adeline, and you're just like, let's go, man.
Hanwar Militia Captain is about to flip. This looks like, unfortunately, almost as predicted. It looks like an absolute steamrolling. I mean, is there something that Raffine can draw here?
Exile removal, Vanishing Verse, I think would be pretty good. Just anything to get rid of the Adeline to slow things down a little bit.
We see the wrong half of the deck popping up again. Pact of Negation, Hope of Girapur. This is not the matchup those cards were included for.
And I think that's just the hard part of playing Raffine is like, you know, you have this wide variety of who's going to be playing. You have to be teched for the Teferi matchup. We've seen what happens if you're not teched for the Teferi matchup, and that Teferi steamrolls you like last time. But I think you at least have to have other options into the aggro matchup. And if you're playing this kind of mid-rangey style like Raffine's trying to, you're controlling out the board and like gaining value. I think you just need to hit the right half of your deck.
Control enthusiasts, I have bad news. No sweepers. I can't even find a modal sweeper in the Raffine list to draw into. So this board will have to be picked apart piece by piece, probably from a connive drawing multiple removal spells. It doesn't look good.
Well, I'm curious to see if like
it looks really bad.
Oh,
-3. Bam. It's just over.
Oh,
I couldn't even do the math as quick as Flashfan died that game. That was brutal.
Yeah, that is yikes.
That was my experience playing Adeline on ladder, though, and testing the list. Just slapping decks aside, really. I think I had like 14 games in half an hour, which is probably a new record in Historic Brawl for me.
Yeah, I mean, the deck feels incredibly consistent. I think you have enough 1 and 2 drops that are good, and I think the more we get, like, I think that you know, we see a lot of 1 drops being pushed in like standard sets and things. I think the more you get for white, the better it's going to be. You know, you have more options, and I think that, you know, the consistency of hitting 1-2 Adeline, and then boom, you're swinging for now, like, you know, you've got him down like 5 to 8 damage on turn 3 into potentially 10 to 15. It's pretty bonkers.
We are scrambling to get you some more content here. Another match. Are we in on Skulls and OlafTheMoose? Yawgmoth versus Teferi?
Working on it right now. One thing I think to point out for Adeline that I'm really excited for is there's a new card spoiled for the new set. Spoilers for March Machines. It's 1 white mana. You and your creatures get hexproof at instant speed and prevent all, I think it might be non-combat or combat damage dealt by red or black sources this turn.
What?
Yeah, that card is absolutely bonkers. We're getting a new hate cycle, and I've only seen that one so far, but oh my god. That card seems really strong. The fact that you also gain hexproof, like, I can't imagine that won't see play. Like, that feels almost as good as Veil of Summer, in my opinion.
All right. Do we know that if we have the game up?
Trying to find that out now. Because I'd love to talk about it, because there's some really interesting stuff happening.
Yeah. I don't know if I should just dive right into it, and if people will be like, "Oh yeah, totally," or if they don't see it. Okay, so this is a game that featured Dark Ritual into Yawgmoth on turn 2, followed by a Yara first of Loch Dwayne. But you can see if you're like, I'm on the Teferi side of things, and I see a Doom Scar, and it's about to be revealed to all in the Foretell zone.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Yawgmoth hand, and that is, man, this is.
Do we? According to the bracket, we're going into game 3, so this is for all the marbles of this particular round. My goodness, people are playing fast.
Yeah, incredible top deck though. Well, I mean, so we saw this matchup a couple months ago for season 3, and Yawgmoth, it does not seem super favored in this very matchup because Yawgmoth's a lot about is going to control the board a lot of times. I know Skulls was talking about making some changes to try to make the control matchup a lot more doable, and a lot of that's going to come from a lot of these enchantments you're going to give recursive value, giving options to draft and do damage. But I don't see a lot of ways where like Yawgmoth without like major like top deck streak and very drawn kind of dead is going to have like a lot of answers at this point.
You don't think an 0-1 is putting on the pressure that needs to be placed here as the only creature on the board?
I really don't, weirdly enough. Because the other part is like Yawgmoth's sack ability is not super good. Like there's no creatures, like you're not to like target your own stuff. And
yeah.
I don't know.
Gotta maintain a board because that's the only way to keep Teferi from taking over games of Magic. And you see Olaf? Olaf's thinking about it. Is now the time for the hero of Dominaria? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
I mean, you could Phyrexian Tower and just Yawgmoth again, try to run it out, but like, I don't know if that's the play.
I mean, something's gotta be on this battlefield. So let's find out. I didn't see the Yawgmoth hand side of things. I was on the Teferi side of things, where there's a nice little mystery bucket of card draw spells sitting around. Nick those into the demolition field.
It definitely feels like it's in the Teferi. Like, it's their game to lose at this point. Though I do really like Sanguine Brushstroke as a card. I think the fact that it like gives you a second opportunity to get Blood Artist, in addition to the fact that you have some of these options to use blood tokens. I don't think there's like a ton of blood tokens, but I mean, I think the option to like sack a card in your hand to draw a card is really good in black because like, you don't have a lot of filtering options, especially in this matchup where you don't have a lot of targets for Yawgmoth. But
so is it Teferi time? I'm kind of surprised that there's been this much holdout, but no, consider what are we considering? What would you do?
I don't know. I think at this point, I'd run the Teferi out. Your opponent's just wiping it. It has boards. You're thinking they're handing 2 cards. One of the best things they can do is play Yawgmoth again, and then I can tuck it if I need to. If it like becomes like that big of a problem, but I think that getting Teferi out, I think is like just one of your win con. Getting Teferi up, ultimate Teferi is the way to seal this out. I like Thirst.
I feel like Olaf is sitting in that control player place of like, yeah, but I kind of want to play all my cards. Kind of want to see all my Magic cards. I'll just take my time under no pressure. Can literally just tear through the library, find everything that they might need to cause misery, pain, and sorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he's looking for a way to protect Teferi if like he does cast him into like removal.
There must be something fishy here to cast nothing into an open memory deluge, including the commander. So I don't know. Maybe that sets off a few alarm bells.
Real awful. I mean, I'm glad he used it because he hit like a fat amount of lands there that could have been really bad for him.
An ugly memory deluge. I've been part of the 7 mana, 7 land memory deluge. It happens.
I mean, at least he got the Seagate Restoration, so I think it's still in a pretty good spot.
I would have cast that Seagate Restoration. Like as soon as I had 7 mana, I just slammed that thing. Here comes Yawg.
Well, and I don't know if I also would have pitched the board right. The Supreme Verdict. For what we have.
That's just, you want them to see that. You want to see, look how good this is. You should just concede. I'm discarding sweepers.
See, it's just like the like break them kind of play. Okay.
Yeah. Why keep the right card when you can keep cards that let you look at more cards?
Well, see, so by not running the Teferi out at this point, not only is it the Blood Chief's Thirst, he's got a Bone Shards and a Rankle, that can all like start coming out. And I think like at 10 mana, like he's getting there. Yawg got a little bit of value, and like that's what you want.
It's true. If you're still moving your card draw forward, then you're probably doing okay. In this case, what are the other win cons? We've seen many of these decks with only Teferi as win con, but there is a Dream Trawler in this deck as well. So that is a really good card to find against targeted removal. And with all this card draw, you're just probably going to get there. But here's a little annoyance, a Dread Fugue, which is cleaved.
Yeah, so Flashbang, whoops, sorry, wrong person. Wrong list pulled up. Olaf.
Yeah.
Their list had a couple of ways to win. Obviously, it's Teferi ult into Shark Typhoon, Dream Trawler, or Emeria's Call. Looks to be about it.
I mean, that's more than I play. That's going heavy on win cons in my world. Let's go.
Well, player, resident mid-range enjoyer, makes me want to tear my hair out. Because, oh my god.
Thassa's Intervention, looking at 6 cards, picking your favorite 2, another instance of putting a whole bunch of junk on the bottom, and then Seagate Restoration reveals the Dream Trawler. I have a feeling we'll see that next turn.
Yeah, you just can't not do that value.
Dress off the top. What you got there?
So,
should I just give up now?
Weirdly enough, if like he did, if there's no way for him to really threaten the Dream Trawler while it's in hand, but that would be one of the few ways that I think could potentially Yawgmoth back in this. He could get rid of if he gets rid of the Dream Trawler, and the Emeria's Call somehow, and the Shark Typhoon. I'm looking at the list, and I don't think Teferi has a way to win after that. And since he's drawn more cards,
yeah, just tuck the Teferi. Just deck them. Just endless tuck the Teferi. That's not the world we want to live in, but it's a world I've been in.
You can tell I haven't played Legacy in a couple of years. I always forgot about that win con. Just tucking your own Teferi with the ult on.
The 1-card win con Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. So another Mind Spike. Like, all the discard cards are absolutely flowing here. Impulse finds Tezzeret's Reckoning, which is a card I have to try to remember what it even does.
I kind of like it. It's kind of like an impulse, but it exiles to going to the bottom of the library. You only get to play 1, but you can play you get to play any of them until you play 1. So you have to pick.
I see. All right, Emeria's Call. Have some 4/4s. Not even sending the Dream Trawler. Worried about maybe some kind of a sacrifice effect.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the ways to get rid of Dream Trawler at this point, and like, you know, you can protect this as much as you want, but I think you just need to keep one of these open.
It definitely feels Olaf is just dragging this out until he sees all the cards in Skull's hand, and then figure out the end game, right? Because we've done all this without even casting the commander.
Yeah, pretty bonkers. I don't know if I try to keep, like, you don't have any way to keep that alive, but like, oh, okay. Having an answer for the Rankle here is really nice.
Did you know that right now on our stream, both casters are labeled as BPRadiant?
No, but I love it. Welcome to the
I bet you do.
I'm gonna increase my volume.
It's all right.
I'll just
The
talk about
casually asserted dominance. I understand.
it. You know how it's gotta be.
I know what a day of judgment looks like, and I think this could be the day. But no, hold on. First, we're going to discover the formula. Because why pay more?
Really playing it safe.
I think really just enjoying the game, to be honest. Like there's a lot of ways to end this game, and the lines being taken are very much to just see more cards. Just never stop seeing more cards.
Fair enough, honestly. When your opponent's Yawgmoth costs you 10 mana, and you have a billion jillion cards in hand, why, you know you're on stream. You've had that time where you're like, normally I would try to end this if I was playing by myself, but I got an audience.
You gotta put on the show. Yep. Stop. Already dead. That kind of meme. Here's Yogs. Is it gonna be a hardcast Shark Typhoon for the people? Maybe that's what this is all building up to. Maybe that's what this is all about.
I'm so down for the hardcast Shark Typhoon. We do both still.
Dream Trawler. Ossification. That's not a Shark Typhoon. Boo, the people are restless.
Yeah, I mean, now he can top deck a land and play Yawgmoth again for 12 mana. Like, come on now. What did I tell you?
Just walking right into a Scatter Ray. Or a Tail's End that was revealed. Because why not?
Look, if you're trying to get your opponent to, like, you just don't want to concede. You're just being salty at this point. You're like, you know what? Earn it.
And I always love that approach from people who are losing to control decks in these positions, because as the control player, like, I've been playing all day. I've been playing like 5-minute games against all kinds of aggro decks and stuff like that. I've been waiting for the moment where I can just sit back and draw a million cards and pick and choose just carefully the exact ways I want to dismantle your cards. This is the fun part. Like this is what dreams are made of.
Dream Trawler? Dream?
Well, I mean, that's why they pay me the big $0 they pay me.
Oh, okay, hear me out. Next turn, Snapcaster the draw card.
Discover the formula.
Oh,
I guarantee it.
I was thinking the land, the MDFC.
Yes, Seagate Restoration would be right, but nobody can resist a frickin' Discover the Formula. Like the satisfying of all the cheap things is just too satisfying. Anyway, ball game, wrap it up. Teferi wins. We know this story. If you've watched any of our broadcasts, we know how this goes.
Hey, you know what? Okay, there's something different this time. There's a Teferi in the losers bracket.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And in the winners bracket. There can be only one.
So that's the 2-0. We're gonna move over to the Teferi versus Rusko player. Where everybody loses. But that is I want to thank Skull for coming out and playing. He's always been a big advocate for the community. You did good. You made it to the top 8. And you know what? Somebody's got to go home first. I'm sorry with you this time.
The good news is, if you're knocked out of this league, guess what? There's another one. We have another league coming right up. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe it starts in about a week. You can sign up as early as today, and you'll get paired. You'll do. You have to get through like one best of 3 every week. We're pretty flexible about it, and when you make top 8, you're in a tournament like this, and you get casted by one good caster, and then me.
Well, no, we're both BPRadiant, right? Oh, they got fixed.
It got fixed.
My lawyers got in there and did their job. Finally.
I know. I couldn't get my gremlins in on it, man. Or what are the things from Kaladesh called?
The things from Kaladesh. They are gremlins.
Are they? There are a different name.
There are gremlins in Kaladesh. I mean, there's also like Aetherborns and other things.
No, I think it's the gremlins.
That's where they released the gremlins.
That's it. Well, we recently learned that they're sentient, so like it makes all the atrocities on Kaladesh even worse. Y'all may not know this. I'm a Vorthos more than anything else.
Excellent. So, are we in? Do we have a TitanLord up on the screen? Because if we do, we're getting Rusko versus reigning champion Teferi Hero of Dominaria, piloted by TitanLord in the winners bracket round 2.
It is up and good to go.
And Rusko gets stroked the moment we tune in. But is this a counter war that's going to get fought? It is. Mind to secrecy.
It is a PG-13 stream. Let's not talk about Rusko getting stripped.
Okay. Can we talk about Rusko getting mystically subdued? How about that?
A little bit kinky, but yes, we can.
It's risky. It's risky. We're walking the line. Maybe only once per stream.
I think you run out Teferi here. I would run out Teferi so hard here.
Okay, now that we definitely can't be saying on a PG-13 stream. Fragment Reality going for the clock. That's a really good play. That's a really good card. But it hits Snapcaster Mage at a time when it can't cast anything. Oh, that's so smooth.
Oh, yeah. What do you snap here?
I mean, you can't. You look longingly at the cards in your graveyard and wish you had the mana. However, the Snapcaster can attack the Teferi. There is a bird. I don't know if the bird will still be there to defend Teferi, but we're about to find out.
I mean, I think I'm still in an okay spot just trying to draw the cards, right? Like,
absolutely. Rusko, Mobboss does have a lot of cards here, and that's solved the equation. So now Mobboss has any card Mobboss wants out of the deck that's an instant or sorcery. Gonna fetch Sheoldred's Edict.
Interesting. Probably for sure gonna be. Do you sack the Planeswalker? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think you're just try to knock Teferi off the battlefield every opportunity you get. Seems to be the way that these decks go. Also, I'm going to quickly see if I can find the 2 Foretold cards. I think that we can assume those are Foretold cards based on the face downness.
Find what he's got here. I don't see his particular stream, so I'll leave it to you. Well,
could
one
those
was a
cards?
Wash Away.
No, Wash Away is really nice. That is exactly what you need there. I'm guessing those are from a Tezzeret's Reckoning. Actually, I can't find the Foretell cards, so I think Tezzeret's Reckoning is just going to leave them there. If
They're Siphon Insight.
Oh,
so that was actually
better.
that was actually the Teferi player's own Wash Away being used against him.
That explains a lot about which graveyard it went to. It's fine. Professional casting. Radiant puts it together. I just try to find words. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, on the stack. What say you?
I mean, I think you don't have a lot of options here, but you're just running out into Rusko now. And like, sure, you're waiting for that Rusko player, I think, to run out of gas. Rusko, I think, is looking for a blink spell. Or
no is what say you. And Fading Hope is finally here. That will save Rusko from Mystic Subdual.
Yeah, I mean, you started everything out. You've still got 3 cards to, honestly, a pretty meh in this matchup card. But at least you got ways to get hurt.
Takes the Field of Ruin.
Interesting. I guess he's hoping that he can play the Teferi next turn.
I think so. I mean, the plan is just spam Teferi till it works.
Yeah, I mean, at 11 mana, I think we're getting to the point where it might not work much anymore, but he does have time on his side. Because Rusko doesn't have, like, I'm interested to know why Rusko wouldn't attack there, though. Do you have any insight?
Playing around Wandering Emperor, perhaps. You did just see a Consider that kept the card. You don't know that's the Field of Ruin. You can assume it's the other card in hand.
That's fair. You could be thinking the player could be keeping a land instead of temporary lockdown.
So Thirst for Discovery. Fresh batch of cards. Dark Ritual and something. A blue card hits the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can just start ticking this up as much as you want. I think you're right. I think he's definitely playing Wandering Emperor. Wrath of God's not bad for a pickup here. Potentially.
I mean, you really want to wait until you have some kind of a counter spell to catch Rusko on the way back, right? Because just handing out more clocks is especially if Rusko isn't attacking, usually not the way.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to like potentially bait out a counter spell here instead of against Teferi.
Seems like it, as the land was. Well, no, the land was tapped. So next turn, Teferi is back on the menu.
Okay, so at least once you get used to adding things to the clock here. But I still agree with you. I think Wrath of God's kind of a desperation play. Because I think if you're Rusko, you're kind of happy just put out a second clock right now.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, or just take a little time walkie type effect.
You are so happy with that.
Yeah, the Field of Ruin's a bailout. Field of Ruin gets you out of having to redraw that card.
Oh yeah. No, I'm down. Obviously, I don't know if that's why he kept Field of Ruin up. I think it's like the right call because I think that Wrath God is not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, it's not quite. It's not the droid you're looking for.
Does have the option to get a new hand. Yeah, gets a new grip during his upkeep.
Here
Let's
it
see if he
comes.
does does not tap for the blue mana beforehand, just in case. Efficiency, man.
I mean, I've missed it a time or two. You're just really excited for that time twister. You're just like, give me that 7. And that, I mean, unless that's a bunch of lands, it is probably going to tilt this game very far in Mobboss's favor. Mind Spike now reveals the temporary lockdown. There are no secrets anymore.
Yeah, I mean, now he can start getting in there. Kind of seeing what we've got here. Gets to run off Teferi though, which is exactly what he wants. Gets to draw some more cards. See if he's got the counter.
Who hasn't wanted to cast Reject on Teferi? Rejected.
So many times. If only Subira had done that. I think Spears is... Yeah, Spears... Yes, yeah. Spears' his wife. Well, not anymore.
Rusko coming across the battlefield, taking another 3 points off. No fear in attacking now that the Teferi's hand has been fully revealed. Although now there's that mystery. There's that little Urtai Scorn mystery. Yeah, but hopefully it will catch something good.
Yeah, I was like, now you're like, cool, you want a Wandering Emperor? Great, I'll just recast Rusko. You want to take 3 damage or...
Yeah, may I have more clocks, please? It's currently suffering from lack of midnight clock on the battlefield. All right, time for the Skybridge Towers to draw, which is always kind of a giving up on Teferi moment when you Stone Rain yourself. And it's a land and a land.
I mean, that's a good land to draw, because at least it keeps Rusko's 3 damage from coming through now.
It definitely can provide time. Let's see how it plays out. It doesn't get you ahead. It just keeps you from not being completely dead.
Look, let's just slow things down, you know? See how things go.
Witness protection. Is there...
I don't know if I actually like the witness protection here.
I mean, I think you have to try the cards you draw. I don't think there's a lot of other options.
Well, I just meant that even if the witness protection resolves, now you're trading with your 1/1, and they get to recast, or are you taking 1 damage?
Right.
I guess you're
just
going to
take the 1/1, and then just take the 1, and it's a 7-turn clock. Still fightable. Yeah. Memory Lapse says you're drawing that again. Dispel says no, you don't win this counter war. I mean, it's weird to see Teferi getting told no this much. Some people in the chat are surely enjoying it.
Yeah, but it's still by Rusko, so it's not like it's, you know, the best thing in the world.
Rusko is still a very popular commander. People get used to like hearing the people complain because that's the loudest voices. Well, I mean, they're complaining because a lot of people still play it. There's a lot of fans out there.
Oh no, for sure. He's really strong. I think the fact that he's very similar to Teferi, and the fact that he does what you want him to do. He's your engine, and he's your way to close out the game, all in one package, and a color combination people enjoy.
If there's a spell on the stack, that'll do it. It's a lethal memory deluge.
Nice.
It's TitanLord's own memory deluge from the Siphon Insight for lethal. How cool is that?
I'm a big fan. I did not expect a second memory deluge to come through. I believe that is going to be our round 2. I'm waiting to check in on our last game, the Emry versus Adeline matchup. But I like that. It was really good. I'm excited to see that both Teferis go into the loser bracket. I personally enjoy watching Rusko a little bit more because I think the deck has more of its own game plan than just like controlling out the board until you resolve one of 2 threats. I think the play pattern of trying to play around the clock and protecting or bouncing Rusko leads to a lot more dynamic gameplay for, you know, decision-making points. Not that Teferi doesn't have decision-making points. I just think that if you're playing against the Teferi deck, it's a little bit more difficult on like knowing what you should be doing at any given time if you're like not a control list as well.
Look. Look, I'm looking right at the camera. All of you. You know we love Teferi. We love him. Teferi's the best. So cool. What a guy. Everybody loves Teferi. Teferi's won the last 2 of these tournaments in a row. All right. We've cast plenty of Teferi, Hero of Dominaria +1s. Okay. There's only so many things I can say to describe a Teferi Hero of Dominaria game. Okay. So I need somebody to kill him. I need him to lose. Please. Please, somebody be the hero we don't deserve and take out the hero that we have, the Hero of Dominaria. We need a new champion because I don't want to see any talk about banning Teferi Hero Dominaria from these events. It's a cool deck. It's like it's the blue-white dream. People should be able to play it. So we got to put it to bed. Somebody's got to defeat it. I don't care if it's this Adeline, this Rusko. I'll take anybody, any hero. We need a new champ.
Well, I mean, I want to see the 3-peat a little bit, but I also don't. So it's really. But
Look,
I also want to see if
nobody wanted Michael Jordan to win the 3rd time.
Okay.
Or the third time.
Okay, first of all, I think you're just wrong.
Everybody was cheering. There were way more people against the Bulls than for him in the 3rd time. Not the first time, not the 2nd time, but the 3rd time. And that's where Teferi's at. You want the 3-peat? You got to overcome all the haters, man. Even the people who love you start saying, I'd like to see somebody else win. And you just got to squash it.
Chicago had to deal with the Cubs for like 50 years at that point. We needed a win.
Speaking of needing a win, here we go. We've got Emry versus Adeline, and it looks like Emry's going to be on the draw. Adeline on the play. That's pretty tough. And the board says game 3.
Yeah, it's game 3, 1-1. There's not a ton of time. There's 60 minutes left in the round, it looks like. And I think this is like very seeing that's not the one drop you want to see if you're Emry, I feel, honestly.
It is mana intensive, and it does need certain things to go right. But yes, Hopeful Initiate is a very scary card. Ooh, the Toll Keeper. Let's see what happens here. We're going to attack something. The Liberator is going to enter the battlefield tapped.
I actually think that is incredibly gross because the Liberator was like a good shock factor, I think, to get a good block off, and like entering tapped, I think is just really good for the Adeline player.
Good sequence here, though. Signet, Emry.
The classic turn 2 1-mana Emry. Okay.
Nothing milled into the graveyard from an artifact perspective, but I mean, you might see a Reservoir or a Tezzeret Betrayer of Flesh next turn if there isn't another taxing effect out of the Adeline deck.
Yeah, I mean, do you think you run this 3-1 into the Emry here? Or do you think you, to give them another opportunity to play it? Or do you just run the 1-2 and get your 1 chip damage in?
Oh, please. We are the aggro deck. There is an attack all button, and it was made for us.
Of course. Plus, you got to get that training trigger off, too.
Absolutely. So here comes a little 1/1 token. Let's see where Emry chooses to block. Is there a case for blocking the 3/1? Because if you block the Toll Keeper, you get to recast Emry. If you recast Emry, you get deeper in the deck. You might find better artifacts. Right now, there's nothing to get back.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a case for it, especially considering it's still 3 life points. And this is a matchup where your life is incredibly valuable to you. Because if there's a turn between getting to play the Aether Reservoir and like maybe another combo piece versus a turn where you don't get to do that, I think that like you have to take risks when it comes to that.
Eric, this is a rare Emry trade block.
Yeah. Well, and you're not gonna get a lot of opportunities to do that at this point. The rage of just like the.
I mean, I've been there. Sometimes you look at the card that you draw that was your special tech that you only want to draw in specific situations and matchups, and it comes off the top in a moment like this. Literally worst draw in the deck, right? It happens.
No, I think you're 100% right there. I mean, I think you've got to go for card draw here, and you're kind of hoping that your opponent's going to waste some time killing the Tezzeret. But if you're the Adeline player, do you think you even go after the Tezzeret?
I mean, at this point, it's like free, right? I think Adeline just does it on It's not free. You give up the damage, but if you had to throw everything at Tezzeret to get the job done, I wouldn't. But Adeline can just kind of snipe it here while there's still pressure going to face. I'm curious if there's some way to remove the Tezzeret, like a Conclave Tribunal or something like that, and still do your damage. Fateful Absence.
There we go.
Bingo.
Fateful Absence. Yeah, it's like that'll bingo bango it. You never
Oh.
like giving Emry another one, but that's disgusting.
Oh, somebody call an ambulance. It's Thalia's lieutenant.
And if you're the Adeline player too, you're really happy because you just saw them bin one of their board wipes too.
So, snow-covered island. We see an Unctus off the top. How does one stay alive? You can Emry and Unctus here. That's 2 blockers.
Yeah, you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then if they have 2 humans outside of the Adeline trigger, I think you die. Still.
Yeah, and there's the... Oh, okay. Well, let's see if lethal can be identified.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
That'll more than do it.
We get some easy in the chat because that looked easy and gross. And this is the second time I feel like we've just seen Adeline just slicing its way through what looks like reasonable draws. In no way a disaster. This was a turn 2 Emry. This was, but no quarter given. Just no quarter given.
What it's looking like the Adeline decks, seeing as like their matchups, is they're winning everything they're on the play. Which is like what you expect from like aggro decks that are like consistent. I don't know. I'm intrigued to kind of see this. I think we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Get ourselves some water, do some stuff. Kind of just touch base things. But I think that I expect Adeline to be really good on the play and kind of mid on the draw, based on their records we've seen so far. Especially considering I think that a lot of these games have come down to needing one more turn from the other players to like really stabilize.
If I'm looking at the bracket, it looks like this was the final loss that Emry, Lurker, and the Loch could take in this tournament. So, melamed, thank you very much for playing. Sorry that Emry didn't carry you as far as you may have wished to go. And Adeline is going to continue to the next round where they will be facing Flash Fan running Raffine. So this is like another Adeline Raffine battle coming up.
Yeah, I think I'm excited. I think it's actually the same 2 players. No, okay, no, different thing. Different Adeline. But with that all said, CG, thanks for coming by. I know you're gonna be back later to cast the finals here in a bit, but we're gonna welcome my buddy ImNotFine coming in for the next 2 rounds. Well, we kind of take place for the next losers brackets, and then you and ImNotFine are gonna take care of the finals for us.
Before I disappear, I want to say thank you one more time to CoolStuffInc.com. Thank you for sponsoring this event. Please check out Command Fest Orlando. That is the big push right now. It's April 14th through the 16th. It's a pre-release event, and is a draft that you can join with content creators. You might even get to play me in Limited, where I will admit I'm slightly vulnerable, so you can claim your victory over the one in best of one in the Limited pod. So check that out. Thank you very much to CoolStuffInc.com for the sponsorship.
Can they slip you a 20 to make sure they play with you specifically?
Yes, but no. I'll just take the 20 and leave.
I respect that. And then real quick before you go, what was that? You had a promo code for CoolStuffInc that people could use?
CGB5 is my promo code with CoolStuffInc.com. If you use it, you'll get a 5% discount and support my content. So CGB5. And thank you very much once again.
Catch you guys in a bit.
You're live now.
Hater, hider, ho.
We're back.
Hey. Hater, hider, hoder, it's me, BP, here with my boy, ImNotFine, back for round number 3, winners finals of the Historic Brawl Top 8 tournament. I am so excited to be here. How about you, Hans?
Well, obviously, I'm glad to be back for another Historic Brawl competitive tournament, and yeah, I'm pretty hyped for the All Esper Top 8.
Well, fair. I want to get more into that, but real quick, want to thank our sponsor for time, Cool Stuff Inc., for giving us prize support, as well as being full of cool stuff you guys can go check out. Big fan of that. And our other sponsor for this time, Command Fest Orlando. Gonna be sick. Has a bunch of people, MTG Nerd Girl, CGB, Alias V, Ali. We have the guys from Nitpick Nerds. As always, DeCon Watson's awesome. Big fan of him. And Jim Davis, some of the people I know, just like off the top of my head over there. And if you're a big EDH fan and you want to talk to the guy who helped start it all, Sheldon Meanery's gonna be there as well, which is just like super hype. And they're gonna have some sick cosplays. I know we have 2 Teferis in the final top 8 round, one of which has to go home this round because they're pitted against you in the loser bracket. But Teferi cosplay will also be at Command Fest, so I know you guys can go take your grievances with him and get some sick photos at the time. And if you guys want to play with us for free, you can join the Historic Brawl Hub Discord channel and get a chance to play in the tournament. It's going to be like a long 4 or 5 week process. And then to make top 8 in the points, you could be in a tournament cast by us. And by us, I mean mostly CGB, and then us, we're also here too. But check it out, y'all.
Yeah, I can highly recommend it. Just in general, I think it's just great to like, especially personally, I'm a really big CDH fan, so kind of sad that I can't be there for Magic Fest Orlando, but also it's kind of a decent amount of distance from Germany to there. But if you are in Orlando or the area, you should 1000% check it out.
Sure, man, for sure. I'm thinking about trying to make the trek there from Texas. Only like 16 days, I want to say. 12 days. 12 days until it's here. So it's pretty hype, guys.
Yep.
I am excited for the matchup we're going to be watching. We're going to start off with Rusko, the Clockmaker, versus Adeline, Resplendent, Cathar. How do you, having seen the first 2 rounds, how do you think this matchup's going to go?
Well, I think it will come down to a few key cards from either side. So if the clock gets removed and the pressure is building up quite quickly, then Rusko will not stand a chance, even if they board wipe, because like it takes a whole, like if the clock and Rusko get removed, then it just takes a whole turn for Rusko to come back. But in that whole turn, Adeline can commit to the board and hold up the interaction to deal with the next Rusko that comes down. So, yeah, like Rusko invests the whole turn into rebuilding, while Adeline only invests half a turn. And that can be really crucial. But on the flip side, if Adeline does not have the correct removal, then it's going to be pretty tough, especially like just stopping the clock from triggering in the first place. Pretty hard to do it without something like a Cathar commando.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right, especially in the white. I think that there's my main problem with that is I think that the Adeline player, if the Rusko player doesn't draft enough removal, I'm thinking Adeline can also just run over the game before the clock even gets a chance to tick off. Especially if you have some of the things like they can stall out the Rusko, like Curse of Silence. In addition, I think that there's also other options that Adeline can have that can just out pressure, because the Rusko does have to still make its turn 4, which means that if they're on the play, Adeline gets to swing before they can play Rusko, in theory.
Oh yeah, that is pretty rough. Also, like just in general, it is aggro versus another deck, and it obviously matters a lot who is on the play and who is on the draw.
Yeah, I believe the Rusko player is on the play here. I don't remember if they flip coins or if it's decided by seeding. I
believe it is. It's only seeding in the first match, and then it's flip coins, right?
I think it's flip coins, yeah.
Yeah. So that is obviously pretty big. Starting hand for Rusko.
Looks like
I think that's a damn good starting hand.
Well, looks like we'll talk about starting hands now. Looks like people will be able to see them in about 2 minutes, so I'm on board.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, yeah, I agree. The Rusko's hand looks really good. Wash Away and IOK and Edict are all going to be ways that he can keep things off the board. Do you think you do the shock to get the turn 1 IOK, or what do you do?
Well, yeah, I think you 100% play turn 1 Inquisition of Kozilek, because in this case, it's one of the few cards that can absolutely destroy you, are like Thalia, for example, and you want to make sure that you are not being cheesed out of this game by something like a Thalia, and especially if you know their hand, then you know when you need to play certain spells, right? Like maybe there is an even more threatening card than Adeline in their hand, so you want to hold your Wash Away for that instead of like countering Adeline for 1. You want to counter for 3, which, you know, in some rare cases is the play you want to make, but in general, Wash Away is reserved for the commander.
I mean, knowledge is important, and in this case, though, I think that it's really good into the Adeline hand because you can hit that Curse of Silence, which I think is one of the ways that Adeline has to really stall out Rusko from being a thing. Oh
yeah, indeed.
My dog is being so needy at this exact second of time.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure if you guys have talked about this already, but it is April 1st, and it is the day of the April Fool's Stroke on Arena. So we have this special arena today with us that is just only available today, and I think it is pretty neat seeing all these old school references.
Yeah, and I like that they're not just for Magic. There are a lot of there are multiple Wizards of the Coast type styled things. Like, you know, we have, of course, Soul Rings is there. The 5 mana color gummy, where the Mox gummies, all in the shape of the Moxen as well. But then you have other stuff like we have the dice set from like the original color palette for I believe the red box, not the one that had the wax dice, but like the next one, which is always just kind of fun to see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And while we're still getting set up, there have been a decent amount of releases lately on Arena, right? And some people said it is a bit too much. What is your opinion on that?
I don't think it's been too much. I think honestly, we eventually, personally, I want everything on the Arena client, right? Like I want to, see every set. I want to be able to play Pioneer. I want to play Legacy, Modern. Like I think it's the visually, it's very much something I want more than Moto, and so I think we're just gonna have to. At some point, it's gonna catch up. The players are gonna start soon. Sorry.
Yeah.
Stopped petting her, and she was like not having it. This is why you tire your dogs out for streaming. I don't know. I think that sure, there's been quite a few releases, but I think that no more than like regular Magic, and like they're gonna want to play catch up at some point.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Also, the game is starting. Inquisition of Kozilek. And what do you reveal? Legion's Landing or Curse of Silence? And the Curse of Silence is gone.
Yeah, Curse 100%. With looking at that hand, there's no way he's flipping the Legion's Landing anytime soon.
Indeed.
Soul Partition's a nice pickup, though, actually.
Oh yeah, definitely. But again, like that is the exact reason why you play Curse of Silence, the Inquisition on turn 1, to take things like Curse of Silence in that exact scenario.
Yeah. No, I mean, because that's one of the ways I think looking at the hand, like if the Curse Silence comes down, you're kind of just like, oh shit, I don't have much I can do. The Edict is nice here to some degree.
I mean, you're forced to just take a land here. And now you can make your land drop as the Rusko player and hold up the Edict. And the cool part about Edict is that the card cares about token and non-token. So you can basically guarantee what card you're hitting here based on what option you choose. So the question is, do you cast this Edict in response to the Elite Spellbinder or not?
I think you do, because you're pretty sure they're gonna take it. But also, I don't know. I think it's actually gonna. I would want to see if they take the edict or the wash away, because now I feel like you just grab the wash away, which means you get to guarantee. You're pretty confident you get to guarantee resolve Adeline if they play Rusko, and I think you're in a good spot if you're the Adeline player then.
Well, the thing is, if you now resolve the Adeline, you don't get to soul partition the clock, because guess what? Rusko just top decked the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, but I think if you're the Adeline player, you know they have the wash away. Like, what's more important to you, getting rid of the clock at the exact second, or potentially grabbing soul partitioning the Rusko is interesting.
Oh yeah, they just want to get through with damage. But now if you top deck a land here, as the Rusko player, you have such a huge advantage, right?
Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking is like, I mean, I guess they don't, which is nice, but you still potentially have the Thoughtseize into holding up counter magic now.
Oh yeah, you could solve the equation for land here though.
Well, you can't solve it for. Well, okay, you're right. MDFC. You're right.
Yep.
Took me a second.
So you can go Seagate Restoration, bolt that in. But then instead take the Languish, and I quite like that.
I think in the last card has to be a land, yeah.
Yeah. And now only down to 18, which is quite a healthy amount of life still.
Okay, so do you think you play the land and Adeline to get the +1 damage?
No, I quite like this play pattern. Just maximize your damage, and like this board
you get to
kills the Rusko player 100%. Right,
yeah,
so they need to wipe.
And I didn't realize the fact you get the flip and you can immediately make a 1/1 too after the board wipe.
Yep. No, that is a huge amount of pressure that cannot get wiped in this spot. The question was, do you take the wipe in the first place? Because you already have a wipe of some sort in your hand with the Brawl's expertise.
Yeah, and like all you're doing is cutting 3 damage next turn. You're still gonna get hit for 3. I guess the connection is not what I would have done there.
Well, you might not have done it, but the Mobboss definitely likes it.
Yeah, I mean,
the question is just, will he survive it? Because that is quite an all-in play. The connection gives Mobboss guaranteed the mana to cast Rusko next turn, and then they hope to just regain the life they lose from being able to commit Rusko to the board.
Which is fair. And I mean, you know, obviously they don't know what's in the hand except the adversary, but I like the fact he's playing around the fact that he has options after the Languish comes down, because now he's making him decide, do you want the Rusko or do you want the Languish?
Well, yeah, this is definitely a tricky spot.
Ooh,
taking 3 damage here is massive. Still no land though, which is quite unfortunate. So now going down to 4 because you take 3 damage. Wait, no, is that just lethal?
Not. Ooh, okay, so.
Yeah, going down to 1 because you can interpret adversary.
Lethal.
Oh yeah, no, it is.
Yeah,
just
no,
lethal.
yeah. Because planes. Well, I think he missed it.
Well, it's not even about missing it, right? Because if you commit to that and then you run into some form of removal, then you're quite in trouble. Whereas if you make this play, you still are in an incredibly favored position and are able to make a token in the end step, right?
Well, so I agree and I disagree on that, because it's very tough, obviously, but a lot of pros, when they talk about when you're running aggro into the control matchup, there needs to be a certain level of risk. And a lot of times when we saw these aggro decks struggle in past tournaments, it's because they've sometimes tried to hedge their bets a little too much, and given their opponent that turn to draw. I remember we saw last tournament the Teferi deck getting given a turn by Miss Lethal, and then completely able to stabilize and turn the match around from there.
Oh wow, yeah, that was definitely brutal.
So I think that there's some give and take, and that play definitely was good. But I don't know. I think that your opponent has 2 mana. They're going to be taking life anyways. Are they going to spend on the Intrepid Absolute they can see when you then still have a card in your hand they don't know what it is? Because now the Rusko player can play with full information. Like, you have no information on the 4 cards in hand. Are they good?
Oh, yeah.
No. But you
They
don't know that.
You don't know that. But it's also, like, the question is also, would you lose to the worst case scenario, right? If you go for lethal and then the worst case scenario happens, are you still in a winning position? And if the answer is yes, then you most likely want to go for it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Is there any way for Rusko to survive here?
Not that I can see. Maybe a Narcissus Supreme will try to dig for something. Or because Ruskoing blocks 1 adversary still kills your Immutable kills.
Yep. Yeah, and I believe that is just the game here in this spot.
Game number 1.
Well, you can remove and you can gain life, right? With the collective brutality, but then the adversary will just kill you, and even just the Raffine alone, right?
Yeah, because you have yes, you adversary, kick it twice, animate Mutavault, lethal no matter what they do.
Yep, indeed. And that is a quick and deciding game 1 for Adeline against Rusko.
Pretty hype, actually. Especially considering I believe Rusko is on the play. From what I've looked at, it's our first aggro deck winning on the draw.
Oh wow, that is a pretty interesting statistic right there.
Yeah, which I think was what I think favored the Rusko in this matchup, was getting to have that first on the play. Now that said, this is winners finals, so whoever loses this still has an opportunity to come back and like make things happen. Would be very excited for Adeline to be going into the final match, because whoever wins winner finals has to be beaten in 2 best-of-3s in a row for the grand finals.
So far, I don't think there was ever a deck that won the lower bracket. It was always upper bracket who won the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely tough to say whether or not that's like piloting, confidence. Because I know playing in double eliminations before, if you're in that lower bracket, there's that pressure that gets added to you if you like, you're like, I have to win one. Ooh, bad mulligan. Not like into a bad mulligan from Mobboss.
Oh yeah, you can't keep this. Blue spells, black lands, not going to be able to do anything. And I think I quite like this hand. It doesn't look like it, but you can just play your cards. And the question is, what do you put back? And like a swan, how good is a swan song going to be against Adeline? But also the question just becomes, do you need the second rock here?
No, I mean, I think picking which rock you pick is important. I think the mana rock is good for a potential blocker. And downside, though, Adeline's hand is very top-end heavy. I think an aggressive hand would punish the Rusko player a lot more here, but like it's still working. I also really like hitting this mana rock.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
so now,
okay.
I believe they're just going to March of Otherworldly Light the mana rock, and now you're in a really tough position if you don't draw land as a Rusko player. If you draw land, everything is fine, honestly, but no land, that is going to be tough.
Something I was interested to kind of hear from you, I didn't get a chance to talk with you about this Adeline list, is Mothrider Cavalry being one of the cards that I think is unique to this list. Anthem effect that costs 2 less if you don't have any other creatures in hand.
Yeah, so I think like there was a bunch of discussion about like the different cards in each list, and Mothrider Cavalry has obviously the upside of being cheap when it matters, but at the same time, when it is cheap, it doesn't matter too much that it is cheap, because if you play it as your last card in hand, that usually means that you don't have other cards that you played. So like there are usually pretty specific scenarios where the cost reduction will matter, and otherwise it is not going to be too relevant. Mm-hmm. The card itself is amazing in the mirror. Like, it is a card that just can win Adeline mirrors on its own, because whoever has the biggest creatures in a white weedy matchup usually wins. So having a flying threat combined with an anthem is absolutely premium.
Getting to bounce and then duress the Gideon is absolutely big there. In addition to thankfully hitting the land drop.
Oh my god, and that is an elite spellbinder.
Do you think you take the clock here?
Oh, 100% I would take the clock here. Just limit their mana as much as possible. Because if you Heartless Act, if you take Heartless Act, then the Rusko still has the option of completing the linear game plan Rusko wants to go for. Because yes, now the Heartless Act is gone, right? But Rusko can also just win without killing your creatures, where you just play Rusko, you protect Rusko, and suddenly you go like displace a kitten, blink, 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 drain you for 1 million, and you're done for. Whereas I
think this is also okay because now he has to pick between the Heartless Act and Rusko. And he would have drawn the 4th land anyways. So I think he got lucky on regard to that. But I'm interested to kind of see because now the Rusko player has some decisions to make whether he blocks the Adeline or not. I think there's definitely since he has the 6 mana open right now, I think he probably blocks Adeline over anything else.
Well, now as Rusko, the great thing here is that you can just counter whatever comes down. The bad thing is there is another spell that can be put on the stack here, and it has Convoke.
Yeah, I think now that
Conclave Tribunal is going to be brutal.
Well, what do you conclave? You do the Rusko to push damage. I think that's probably the play. Because
I like Rusko for pushing damage because the clock is not if Rusko top decks exactly languish here, unless that happens, Adeline is in a great spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, you see it in the hand, they play Rusko, great, they block there, they dodged in the air.
We could still see a languish coming out of the Tezzeret's Reckoning.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's I think the only play I can see right now.
Yeah, most definitely. That's the only way you stay alive right now, and even then, the issue becomes that the manland can also get activated to push even more damage.
Yeah. Do you think you manland, or if you draw a land, you recast Adeline and or Elspeth to start getting Elspeth ticking?
I quite like Elspeth. Honestly, just Elspeth -3, and then you cast Adeline when you can also just get a token on attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you can just immediately down tick and get the shield counter as well onto a creature. It's just really good, and then give it flying next turn to jump over.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's looking like it might be a clean 2-0. I don't know exactly what the decision point he's waiting on is, but maybe he's trying to think about his outs and what he can do. Okay, we get a good game. Can't do anything.
Not even casting the Reckoning. Wow.
I would have tried. I think the Languish puts him in if he gets the Languish, he's not necessarily in the driver's seat, but I think it puts him in a much better spot.
Yep. Anyways, that was the game. Very quick and deciding, and honestly, aggro. Finally, aggro in the finals. I love it. I think aggro is underrepresented in competitive historic Brawl.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mobboss has to fight his way through the losers brackets to get another shot.
Nice, yeah, I agree. And we're gonna check out the other Adeline list against Raffine, Scheming Seer. Raffine is currently up 1-0. We're gonna have that pulled up for y'all in a minute. Unfortunately, we can't get the hand for the other Adeline player, but it's looking like we might be going to a game 3. Just kind of peeking in real quick. We're seeing him swing for 10 here already.
Wow, that is brutal. Wait, that's turn 3?
Yeah.
No, that's turn 4. That's turn 4 with a missed land drop.
Absolutely disgusting Peacekeeper play there.
Yep. And you can't really swing in.
Yeah, because he's gonna ascend on his turn as well. Pending he has a land drop. Well, I mean, you play Adeline, but
So yeah, Peacekeeper swinging each turn, getting larger and larger, and honestly, like if Raffine top decks a Swords to Plowshares or something similar, they're still not out of this because you can just re-equip the Maul of Skyclaves every single turn, and that is going to be pretty tough to deal with.
For sure.
Leads
And
Spellbinder
gets to peek the last card in hand he doesn't know.
Yeah, and I am pretty certain there is not a single top deck that works here because no matter what you do, there are 2 lethal threats in play, right?
I was like, do you hope he doesn't draw the land?
Oh no, never mind. You can just replay the Raffine in this spot, but now Raffine has to jump, so it's really not a position you want to be in at all.
Well, if he draws a card, he still has to because he can potentially take the 4 and see what he's gonna do. Because if he draws the 4th land, because you're gonna take, you can put the anointed counter on the binder and then swing 5s. You have lethal in the air, but I think getting to filter here could be really nice.
Also, just putting a ton of counters on Denik. Well, you wanted to put a ton of counters onto Denik, but drawing 2 lands there,
absolutely
brutal. Absolutely brutal, because now you don't have a life linker that at least trades with the Sky March Aspirant.
Yeah. Did he pick up the 4th land? I don't think he did.
Nope, but putting a counter on Spellbinder, and I believe you don't block this as a Raffine player because you just simply can't afford to, in my opinion, because you need this Raffine to dig through a deck. Yeah, and there we see it. You need this Raffine to dig through your deck and then deal with the problematic Spellbinder or just in general problematic cards.
Do you think the correct call is to play Adeline potentially there to get the flying on the Aspirant, or to do this main phase 1?
Oh wow, that would have
no, one off.
It was one off, right?
Yeah, they had it when they had the I counted originally when they had the procession, the Peacekeeper.
Yeah,
I still don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I like them swinging with the 5/4 the time to give the 1/1 blocker for flying, because they allow a lot more options for their opponent to come back in, but also
you need to dig. You need to dig for an answer. Something I believe the Raffine list plays Sheoldred, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. So a Sheoldred just wins the game on its own because you can't just swing in every turn. Like if you swing in with 5 creatures and a Sheoldred in play, you get 10 life back. That is an insane amount of life you get back while you're also pressuring the opponent. So now you can commit an elite Spellbinder, a Fairy Seer to the board here.
I think you 100% take that 2/1. Yeah. Make him pay that 4 life or lose as a Dante.
No, you don't pay the 4 life.
No, never. Never.
You get a clue with Denik, and you get to dig 2 deeper here with the Fairy Seer, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it feels nice getting to get that scry in. Fragment Reality is nice here, actually.
Oh, that is a really nice pickup, because that can deal with the Spellbinder temporarily. If Adeline ever gets to the 4th land, though, Maul of Skyclaves is active, and when that happens, that means trouble.
I mean, I think you could still just Adeline here, get the Ascend. You can have the trigger on the Guardian of Benalia to tap down the Luminarch Aspirant.
Yep. All of that, like all the words you're saying, is probably not what Flashfan wants to hear right now.
Yeah, no. It's not what I want to hear right now, too. But I mean, it's looking good. I like we now get the Ascend trigger, which is great, which means his flying options are a little more limited. Denik does trade, which is nice. Or do you trade for the Spellbinder, or do you try to trade for the 5/4?
I think you need to take out the Spellbinder, or at least one of the flyers, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't afford to leave them with 2 flyers here, especially when you're at 4 life. So you just jump with the Malevolent Hermit, because that gives you the line of bringing back Malevolent Hermit, and then also casting the Fragment Reality in the same turn.
For sure. That said, I mean, like you're still looking rough.
It is absolutely looking extremely rough.
2 blockers. I don't think Fragment saves you here. He needs to
Yeah,
go away.
nothing saves you. You just need something off the top, and those cards are not it. So you still have one more clue to crack, and then you're done for if you don't find something absolutely amazing.
Yeah. I can't think of a 3-man answer that saves him the... I don't think they're just going to have a temporary lockdown.
Yeah, that doesn't do it.
Well, it's a quick game 2, I believe.
That was game 2, right?
I believe so.
Raffine is out of the tournament?
No, I think Raffine took the first game.
Oh, I see. Wow. So, just because we don't like Adeline here, Adeline is gone. Fragment Reality putting in a Sun Gold Sentinel.
Out of all things that could be worse. Could be better.
Yeah, it could be better. You're losing the game right now. I think there are many things that could be better right now.
Yeah. But so this is also a case of us having the OG Lumeric Aspirant versus potentially the rebalance.
No, Lumeric Aspirant did get unnerfed.
Oh, it got unnerfed? Okay.
Yep, it got unnerfed.
Oh, because it after rotation, I'm guessing?
Yep, exactly.
That tracks. Let's see if they're going to go into a game 3 real quick. Teferi currently is 1-0. Teferi. Yep.
Well, what Teferi player?
I stand by what I said. As we go into game 3, our reigning champion TitanLord is currently up 1-0.
I see. So now, next game, last game, the deciding game.
I'm excited. Honestly, I like these matchups. I think there's a lot of fun decision points for the Raffine player.
Oh yeah.
And then as the Adeline player, you have to know, am I playing into counter spells or removal? The Vanishing Verse just stick into the hand. But
the Vanishing Verse is also just amazing versus monocolored decks, and I think you can keep this hand.
I don't know. Pact Disdainful seems really tough.
Well, the Pact you're probably going to discard later on, but I just really like how, wow, Esper Sentinel, not what you want to see here, right? But like, I just like the nature of this hand where you can just go removal, clear the way.
I guess
and then check what's up here.
I'm just also tough because on the one end, like you have removal and things to answer here, but you also don't do much. Like you're if anything, it does end up sticking here in a minute. Like, of course, he's got answers for. Okay. He's thinking.
Shock or no shock? You can still shock later, and the deck does need a lot of blue.
I think he was trying to wait if he wanted to Godless Shrine tap to keep the Vanishing Verse open, or if he wants to potentially the attack through.
Well, I think either way you want to play an untapped land, because even if you hold up the Vanishing Verse, you can then pay for the Esper Sentinel.
Ooh, I really like the Spellbinder pickup.
Yeah, everybody loves a good Spellbinder, right?
Thank you, PVDR. Thank you. Trying to remember who the most recent card is. We had a Fervent Champion.
Oh, it's got the most recent card will come out in March of the Machines, and it's going to be a 2-mana 2/1 flash creature that draws you a card for if the opponent draws a second card each turn, and for 4 mana each player draws a card.
Whoa, that is good.
Oh, it is indeed very good. Now, a big role player in this kind of matchup has entered the game, and that is Healer's Hawk. The 1-mana lifelink flying creatures are extremely potent in aggro matchups, because you can just buff them and then just hit for 5 damage and gain 5 life each turn. Yeah, and you yeah, Adeline does respect it, and swinging in for 5 damage, and your lifelink is gone. What do you remove at this point?
I I think you might have. If you were gonna swing with the Raffine, I wonder if you hold on to the land or if you're paying here. Yeah.
I think, I mean, you always attack in with a Scrap Heap Scrounger, right?
For sure, yeah.
And buffs the Scrap Heap Scrounger. The reason being that Raffine will probably not get blocked. Like, just 5 toughness in the air. Like, there is really nothing that competes with that in Adeline's deck, so you buff the Scrap Heap Scrounger because that is most likely to get blocked on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting to, get the Pact is nice.
Yep.
They are racing a bit, but with Adeline's card selection...
Well, Adeline's card selection, but Raffine does have increasing amounts of damage with the Connive trigger.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dropping him to 9 here is pretty good, and picking up some nice stuff. It still has, like, full turn, but now has theoretical... No lethal, because he didn't get any buffs from that.
No. I just want to point out, if Adeline taps out here and Raffine top decks a Time Warp, that is just going to be lethal. So you need to be really careful as the Adeline player here. Like, if you just hold up one blocker, that goes a long way. Valorous Stance destroying Raffine is a big disaster, though, and now you're going down to 9.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know what the Adeline player has in hand, but I think you can't afford to play around the Time Warp. I think you have to, like, go... You're down to race. If your opponent's got things that can't block, he's tapped out. You're the aggro deck. They have no lifelink in play.
Yep.
This is amazing board state, though.
Oh, yeah. And then, do you
Raffine...
recommit the Raffine, hoping for the big Time Warp play? Are you dead on board? You're not dead on board, right, as the Raffine player? So you're 5, 6,
7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, no, you are dead on board because of the Manland.
And because of Adanto.
Yep. So...
I think he has to play the Blackguard and hopefully get a good Spell Queller off.
Yep, indeed. So yeah, Blackguard coming down, you attack him with a Scrap Heap Scrounger, make them discard a random card. Or any card, right? Not a random card.
Yeah, any card, which at least hurts. And you're increasing the odds that he's going to land into Adeline, which means you can Spell Queller that, and you live a turn.
Yeah, and not only that, like, Adeline is at 7. That is quite a low amount, because if you flash in the Spell Queller, now suddenly Raffine has exactly that 7 points of damage on board. So you, at the very least, need to have a blocker. But I think that is quite easy to achieve. So Mishra's Foundry gets activated.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely a good play. He sees the blood in the water.
Yep.
Doesn't need to play around the potential counterspell.
Flashes in Spell Queller as a block.
It is still gonna be able to keep the Spell Queller alive, so he still has lethal on board with the Raffine.
Yep. Which is honestly pretty disastrous.
And
so,
if you had instant speed removal, you'd cast it here.
Yep. Wow, that is a tough spot. We sadly can't see Adeline's hand right now, due to connection issues from the players. But wow, if those are 2 lands, you're dead in the water. But I don't think those are 2 lands. So down to 2. Surprise blocker. With the Spell Queller. And now what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's really tough to for sure say, because you couldn't. I mean,
oh my god,
no way.
You have to go for Raffine Letha here, right?
Mana Tithe.
Mana Tithe. No Mana Tithe. Okay, we both thought it. Cathar Commando is something I can think of.
Cathar Commando would be great, because then you can block. And if, like, they put the counters in the Scrap Heap instead on accident, you can...
Ganjo! Oh my god. And that is the game. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was like, there has to be some kind of out, but he can only activate at certain points. I guess I like him leaving it for the block or for the attack because he gets him to commit the 5 mana to the Raffine.
Wow, that was
Absolutely nutty.
Yeah, that was a great game. A lot of back and forth here, like a real nail biter. So I believe we will see Adeline in the finals.
Yeah, we will see Adeline in the finals. And then,
no, wait, that was lower bracket, right?
Yeah. Well, we already see. So Draco's Adeline is in the winners finals.
Oh, true.
And then this is moving on to losers semis. Real quick, want to thank for coming out. I believe I'm looking here. You came out and played Raffine last tournament, and
yep, he did.
You also played a Johnny the Greathearted, one of my favorite lists from season 3. So you've been to all 3. I think you're the only person to make a 3-peat appearance. You took in top 6. So really appreciate you coming out. Thanks, man. You absolutely killed it. You should be very proud of yourself. Oh wait, Flashman's already going to top 4. Hobbrick, you're making top 6. So congrats on that one. I did have it right the first time. Appreciate you, dude. You killed it. Adeline did good. You're going to the top 4. And Flashman, thanks for top 6, man.
Yeah, and now for the big one. Teferi versus Teferi mirror match. This is going to take a while. We are going to be here for a while because, man,
oh yeah,
what a match! I believe that is the first time we see 2 Teferis in a top 8 tournament, and swiftly we see the mirror. And I don't know what to say. This is brutal grinding.
I mean, I gotta throw it out. Looks like one is definitely in a better position than the other right now.
Yeah, for sure. And that is just purely from the fact who has more cards in hand.
Do you see? I think that's Gyro Reach Sanitarium. Interesting addition from the newest set. I like.
Oh
that.
yes. So the card is being played in it is being played in Dimir Control in Pioneer, because the Dimir Control in Pioneer plays a couple of cards for certain matchups, and it allows you to fuel your Cling to Dusk escape cards, which Teferi doesn't play, but also, for example, your Gyro Reach Sanitarium allows you, like, you can discard a Farewell or a Reverse Rebuke against the opposing Teferi, or if you play against a creature match, you don't need your negates, so you can loot those away.
Okay.
The issue is obviously that it is symmetrical, so the opponent also does get that kind of benefit, but if you have more cards than the opponent in hand, you get a better selection of how you want to shape your hand, whereas...
well, an emergency card draw in a game that goes this late is never...
Oh, yeah.
But the Dream Trawler coming down, I think, is the beginning of the end here.
Oh, that is definitely extremely, extremely brutal. Also, did you see how much mana that Teferi costs when it came down?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. 17?
Oh, yeah, that is absolutely brutal. I believe, checking right now, TitanLord is 1 game up right now, right?
Yeah, TitanLord is up 1-0 over OlafTheMoose. This might go all the way.
Yeah, it definitely might go all the way. And now a Narset. And Narset in a control mirror.
Really good.
Extremely brutal, to say the least. So we see the upkeep stop here. Seek New Knowledge, allowing you to reshape your hand. You just have all the activation that lands. Gyro Reach Sanitarium with Narset is disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
Because it forces the opponent to discard a card without drawing a card.
Yeah, pretty gross.
It is extremely gross. Yeah, and they just decide, this Search for Iskanta is not going to do it. Because now you can put a stop in the opponent's draw step, and whenever they draw a card, they immediately have to discard that card unless it is at instant speed. which completely locks them out of the game.
Yeah. Well, you can't Teferi uptick. You can't downtick the Dream Trawler. Are you gonna downtick the Narset, and then you get your Teferi back up to 21 mana if that happens?
Yeah, I mean, the game was going to a point where Jawari Disruption will counter a Teferi at 19 lands.
Yeah. I am gonna real quick kind of compare their lists so we can find any like major differences in like what they decide to run. Because I like.
Oh yeah. While you're doing your research, these starting hands look pretty decent from both sides, but like both players have cards in hand that they want in this kind of matchup and they don't want in this kind of matchup. But currently, TitanLord has picked up a Search for Iskanta to play on turn 2. But if the blue source gets played here, the Search for Iskanta again gets hit by the Mystical Dispute, and that is what I believe we're going to see, because Search for Iskanta is a card you absolutely want to resolve in the mirror, and it's kind of a big deal if it gets countered, because that means you don't have access to it anymore.
Yeah.
Because it is just a card that can just absolutely take over the mirror.
No, for sure. And like I'm looking at Olaf, and like obviously Day and Farewell are not as good here. In the mirror matchup, so I think that was kind of like very forced on his part. But just looking at hands, I have to give the advantage to TitanLord a little bit. I think that with what I'm seeing kind of in the hand, I personally feel better on this side of the board, having some more options for card selection. Obviously, both these Wrath of Gods are gonna be pretty mediocre, unless they can get a really greedy Dream Trawler off. So looking here at their lists, obviously the two big changes I'm seeing right now are, it looks like the mana base for OlafTheMoose is a little bit more modernized with the new set, having the Port Town and Gyre Sanitarium put in it versus like just replacing out Field of Rune and Irrigated Farmland. The other main differences they have is it seems like OlafTheMoose is more tech towards the aggro matchup with River's Rebuke and by invitation only. Versus the target removal of Declaration, Stone, and Fragment Reality. But the thing I think is really interesting is the change in two of the 2-mana card draws. They have Glimpse of Freedom versus Omen of the Sea, and Into the Royal versus Disdainful Stroke are the only other two big changes.
So yeah, we see the Mana Tithe coming out here.
Always love it.
To hit the card draw. Like, if you can get a 2-for-1 with things like with soft permission like Mana Tithe, you take it in these kinds of mirrors, because you're usually not going to hit a Mana Tithe on something important like a Teferi, because they will, like, if you cast a Teferi for 5 mana, you usually make sure that you do that on 9 or 10 lands in this kind of matchup. And the Mana Tithe won't help you there, but just getting the small tempo advantage where you can get it is obviously amazing. And now it is going to be the difference between which manland or like what land is better here. Castle Ardenvale versus Hall of the Storm Giants. Because these lands will do a lot of work here.
I mean, I think, sure, Hall of Storm Giants is probably like going to give you a faster clock. But in a straight up head-to-head, like, you're being blocked every time. And if you, decide not to get blocked from time, I now have a 1/1 on board that I don't have to spend mana into, and I'm a little bit more mana efficient while I do it. This is a really interesting, like, cycling the Shark Typhoon is nice.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It is a great 2-for-1. There were multiple options here. You could have cast Discover the Formula in the answer, but you really want to make sure that that kind of card resolves, because the 3-for-1 is exactly what you want in these matches, especially with these C cards. It is extremely powerful to guarantee no lands in all those 3 cards, because you will get gas.
And I'm over here thinking like, obviously you want to wait till the end there to make sure they can't cast the Teferi. I like holding the Day of Judgment because I think it's one of the few ways you have to answer Dream Trawler.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now,
how do you feel about Tezzeret's Reckoning as a card?
Tezzeret's Reckoning is amazing. It is better than Impulse for a lot of decks because it is so invaluable having 3 cards but making the choice later. Just as an example of Tezzeret's Reckoning, I play Geist of Saint Traft as a Azorius Tempo commander, and Tezzeret's Reckoning is in the deck. And recently, I had a Tezzeret's Reckoning revealing a Swords to Plowshares, Mana Tithe, and Negate. And those options, if you get them off the top early, you wouldn't know what to take, right? But having the option which of these answers you need at what specific point, it is just so amazing. So Reckoning shines in reactive decks. If in proactive decks, you still want the Impulse, namely things like Kaikar Storm, but because you know what you want immediately, but anything that plays interaction, you want the Tezzeret's Reckoning for sure. It is just extremely, extremely powerful.
Ooh, I like this.
So in response to the Wandering Emperor hitting the stack, they cast Discover the Formula with Counter Magic backup. And now they can also decide to either let the Wandering Emperor hit the battlefield and remove it with Fateful Absence or counter it. What do you think about that? Countering versus removing later?
I think that your removal like Fateful Absence is premium against a Teferi that's landed. But I also think, honestly, Wandering Emperor is not that great. Like, in this exact moment in time. Like,
I think...
3/3, I think it's just not as immediate of a threat.
So the way I think about this, any threat is a threat, right? Like Castle Ardenvale is a huge threat in these matches, and so is Wandering Emperor, right? Because you put out the same amount of power each turn, where you uptick, downtick on Emperor to put in 2 power, and with Ardenvale you put in 1 power each turn. And both decks have more ways to remove resolved permanents than there are permanents that can be resolved in the opponent's deck. So I think you want to hold your counter magic for things you have a hard time Fateful Absencing. Things like these huge card draw spells like Search for Escanta and Discover the Formula. And then you can just hold the Fateful Absence. And in this spot, you can also just Fateful Absence a token, for example, and then attack in. But
no, I agree.
Decides not to do that because the Wandering Emperor wouldn't die.
Well, and I think that like you can outrace a lot of the Emperor's damage and stuff going through with your removal, and you still have the Wrath of God in hand too. If you like things get really frisky, if they try to go wide. And I think that you want to kind of... Did they not activate the Wandering Emperor that turn?
Not yet.
Oh, that was the end. That was the end step. That they... Okay, we're good.
Yeah,
sorry.
it can only be activated at instant speed the turn it comes down.
No, I just thought it was their turn.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, you have ways like they're upticking so you can block. And like your Teferi is here ticking up. You have access to like Castle Ardenvale again. You're in the driver's seat. You have 5 cards to there too. Sure, they have Wandering Emperor, you have a Teferi, and I think we all know who wins that. Like, if I had to pick.
Oh yeah. So now Teferi is committed to the board. Probably gets syncopated.
Pretty fat syncopate, yeah. And you're leaving open in case they have the Spell Pierce.
Oh yeah, that is brutal because you know they don't have the Search for Escanta anymore, right?
Yeah. And I think now you're feeling really good because now you're like, okay, now they can't necessarily play Teferi. We've wiped the board.
You can also just untap the Castle Ardenvale to make a token to block the Hall of the Storm Giants.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Memory Deluge is a huge pickup in this spot.
No, I mean like I have a hard time seeing without some like incredible draws how Olaf's gonna deal with this Teferi.
Yep. The first way you deal with it is drawing a Field of Ruin in order to remove the Castle Ardenvale.
Yeah. Well,
and then you can swing in.
Oh, okay. Dreamcrawler's big here, but does still have Day and Wrath, which is like just so tough to be in.
Yeah. Effectively 2 dead cards.
Yeah.
3, because of the witness protection as well.
Yeah. I mean, witness protection can potentially at least go 1-for-1 with a card from the opponent's Dream Trawler. Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. So, also, oh my god, there are...
No way, man.
Oh, yeah. So now, you could be tempted to put back the Fragment Reality, but TitanLord realizes that Fragment Reality is the cleanest answer he has in his deck for this Hall of the Storm Giants. Because if you try to activate Hall of the Storm Giants, now suddenly Fragment Reality hits it and the mana value is 0. So you're not, like, there is no creature in your deck that you can get from that position.
Yeah. Well, and having already hit the 2 mana, oh my god.
Search for Scanter.
Yeah, if someone manages to land a Shark Tornado, that no longer hits anything.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
So
I actually
now the
think
question becomes, what do you play in what order? Decides to main phase Memory Deluge.
intrigued. I mean, he has the Eartide Scorn naturalized for backup, and he's got 2 turns to ult.
Mm. Ossification has to be chosen for removal, and then the question becomes Memory Lapse versus Castle Ardenvale.
Yeah.
And decides to go with the Ossification and the Memory Lapse.
I do like Ossification here.
Oh yeah, like, it's bad either way. Both Planeswalkers are bad for you, but if the Teferi ults, it is just 100% game over. Yeah,
and
and the counterspell is coming, and you realize, yeah, you're not going to win with that hand. And Teferi wins the mirror match, surprisingly. I know, no, but seriously, TitanLord brings home the win. The defending champion from last time, now coming in from, well, at the very least, losers brackets, if he comes into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Teferi versus Adeline matchup, so it's going to be very much there. I think we're good to just go into the next round. If you are, or do we want to take a quick? Let's go a quick couple minute break. I'm gonna get some more water.
No, before we do that,
yeah.
Thanks to our sponsors. We have multiple sponsors. One of them is CoolStuffInc.com, a really cool website where you can buy your magic cards and nerd stuff in general, just really cool stuff. Also, our co-caster CGB is affiliated with them. You can use the code CGB at checkout to get 5% off and support his content. And then what is the other sponsor, BPRadiant?
So Command Fest Orlando is coming up, and if you go in, no matter how many days you go through, if you have at least a 1-day package, you can get the much lauded CGB Shark token as part of your 1-day or more package. In addition, actually getting to play with other people on there. We've talked a lot about people who are coming on there for the early bird draft creator pods. They have a full amount of list of things going on today, pre-releases, meet and greet people. You can meet all your favorite Magic content creators and cosplayers, and it's such a good time. And really just get to celebrate the fact that we can go play Magic in person. And Arena's great, but like, you also get to go see people and do things you can't do.
Absolutely. I would totally check out the CDH tournament they're also having there. That is my kind of thing.
I'm excited because March of the Machine, and it's gonna be a really great time with everybody there. And if you haven't, you can also check out our Discord, which you can find in the link in the chat, and join for do this yourself. Like, get a chance to actually play and compete with everybody.
Yep, definitely check that out. Anyways, after a quick break, we will be back.
Pew, pew, pew.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And still no hand from Hobbrick because they have connection issues. But we know that ossification is a good start for the Teferi player on the draw. The question is just, is it good enough to justify the rest of this hand?
I don't know. I don't think so. If I'm being honest, I mean, sure, the opt can get you something really good, but I with how this matchup's gone so far, I feel like you need more than just one removal spell.
You
and
probably are
one
just
card
seeking
draw.
for a board wipe with your free mulligan.
Well, and especially considering the Disdainful Stroke is pretty much a dead card. So I'm looking at the list here, and there are four things this hits. It looks like.
Yeah, almost nothing. Yeah, this is much better. You have a cheap removal spell. You have a Day of Judgment. So
And a potential blocker.
Yeah. Now, what could go wrong? Actually, there are many things that could go wrong.
Well, since we it's gonna be a pretty basic card we've had before, I wanted to talk about some of the differences between the two Adeline decks that were in here too. I ran a little quick comparison on them, and a couple of things I saw that I thought were really interesting is that so for this one, Make a Stand, Wandering Emperor, and Thalia Heretic Cathar were some of the ones I thought were like more interesting on this end. This deck looks like it's built more for the Inquisitor Captain, which is one of the 4 drops that I was talking about.
Yep.
That and Wandering Emperor.
There is the Heretic Cathar.
I'm a fan. I think the non-basics coming to play tapped can be like, because now if he wants to day on turn 4, he needs to make sure to plan around that a little bit more.
Well, you lose almost nothing because you can just play the Temple of Enlightenment that comes into play tapped anyways, and then you can just play Plains that comes into play untapped, and you're good to go.
For sure, but I think against a deck where you see 2 basics out and the deck only runs like 12, I think you're pretty. You could be thinking there's some big brain plays to be had.
Yeah, and decides to get rid of the Usher of the Fallen now.
Interesting. So, do you think he's doing that to try to bait out the Adeline for the day, or do you think he's? I don't know. I'm very confused by that play.
Well, currently you cannot play Day of Judgment next turn because you don't have a land that comes into play untapped thanks to the Thalia Heretic Cathar. The current plan is to cycle the Shark Typhoon, jump the Thalia, or block the 1/1. Either way, yeah. But that also just doesn't work. I forgot because creature enters tapped thanks to Thalia.
Does he? I think he didn't read that Thalia.
Yep.
And now the Selfless Spirit's really good here.
Selfless Spirit is disgusting in this spot, and
he draws another basic.
And what you might want to do here is, in the end step, bounce the Selfless Spirit with the Otawara, chump block the Thalia, or at least the Season Hollowblade to force them to discard a card. Yeah. And then if you bounce the Selfless Spirit in the end step, you get to board wipe on your turn.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get 2 cards out of this for the Hollowblade, more than likely.
Yep.
Which I think isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it discards a Patriot's Humiliation, which, it's a card that's pretty dead in the matchup, so that's very reasonable.
Yeah. No, I mean...
Commits to the board with the Adeline, and now you get super punished by the bounce on Selfless Spirit. And you effectively just killed off your own Adeline for free.
Yeah.
So, Day of Judgment. A 3/1 survives, which is not too bad. That is
at least
a 4-turn clock.
Yeah, it's a 4-turn clock, and we're seeing like it's probably going to have to be... I don't even know. Memory Deluge maybe next turn to try to find an answer, or Teferi Tuck.
Yep. Yeah, Disdainful Stroke is not what you need at all.
The Scribe was really nice there, actually.
Yep. No untapped land to play an Adeline here. Very interesting. Although...
I
know. That is such an amazing top deck. It is unreal how good that is in this spot.
Yeah, that might have been the difference between stabilizing or not. because like even waiting a turn to do that.
And still has a threat though. You gotta give it to him. Still has a threat. Flash is in the containment priest. Wow.
I like it here. I think it's really good. You don't know your opponent
Oh
has
yeah,
a hand,
absolutely.
but, like, you're running out. That's a 2-turn clock.
Yep. Adeline, and you need to top deck something as Teferi here. Shaffet Dunes buffing the board. Like there's so many ways you're dead as Teferi here.
Yeah.
Syncopate doesn't do it, so you gotta dig with a
Half the Teferi tuck.
Teferi tuck works as well, but then you go to 1.
Sorry I'm late. You
No.
Because Shaffet Dunes can be activated. But is it even worth it to activate Shaffet Dunes
I don't think so.
when you don't kill?
I think you don't even necessarily worry about killing Teferi here.
Oh, I think you do. It is
Really?
like
Yeah, I guess
4
you're
and
right.
3. Teferi is dead either way on board thanks to the Shaffet Dunes. But like, what's the worst case scenario here, right? Like a board wipe.
Recast Teferi and you tuck. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and if you board wipe and the Teferi is at 1 loyalty, you are in a lot of trouble, right? So let's see where this goes. Curse of Silence
That is a
can't
play.
get syncopated.
Yeah, I mean,
The question is
looks like
just, do you name something else than Teferi? Because playing Teferi, yeah, there it is, a Farewell. That can't be cast.
Lifelink is nice here, though.
That... Oh, this is too
He's
funny.
one
The
away.
1 damage matters, because if you
Yeah.
had, say, if you put on 1 damage, like if Teferi was at 3, what you could have done is buff the...
Sheffet.
Yeah, buff with the Shepherd and give protection. But now that is no longer an option. So, wow, what an intense top deck.
Well, but he can't necessarily swing just yet.
Yeah, you still dead. Are you dead on board though? Because you draw 1, 2.
Oh my
God! You can most definitely swing now. This is disgusting because you know what they're going to get. It's going to be an Adeline, right? And you swing in, you gain 5 life, and either way, this Wandering Emperor will do some work. So draw a card, make a land drop.
Of a blocker if you need it. Yeah. Dang.
Yeah, and
that 1 damage.
That 1 damage actually mattered. But I still think that there are, like, this line punished the 1 damage line, but any board wipe would have punished the other line, right? So
yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I think you're playing to the outs there. You still have the curse to get rid of 1 of the board wipes from coming down, and you know he's used 1. And the
thing
list
is,
he's running doesn't have that many.
If you paid close attention, Curse of Silence didn't even stop Farewell because they were at 8 mana.
Yeah.
Goes for the Exile, which gets stopped by the protection. So you might have wanted to -1 and create a blocker instead. It is quite tricky though. Either way, you are not going to be in a great position because now you can just buff the Dream Trawler, and oh my god, you're not even. Yeah, this is only artifacts and creatures, so you can most definitely just get away with casting a Divine Purge here. Doesn't even do that. If an untapped land is drawn, you can also Divine Purge on top of that. And there is the untapped land, and I think there is no way how Adeline will win this game now. Even goes for the Consider instead of the Divine Purge.
I can't think of anything for 15. 14.
Yeah,
sorry, 14 damage from 3 on board. Nothing I'm seeing.
Yep, and wants to hold up the Memory Deluge in this spot. So yeah, removal doesn't work on Dreams Trawler, but that thing has effectively hexproof. And victory for Teferi. Wow, that was an extremely close game, and it really looked rough there for a minute. But some good
Yeah.
top decks, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, good top decks. I mean, I don't know. I obviously I pointed it out at the time, but I think that thinking about when you can safely hit Teferi when you're the aggro player, because every point of damage matters when you have options like that. And I think that the benefit to killing Teferi there, because I also think that if he doesn't draw the Dream Treller, he just down ticks Teferi again, and can still stall you out.
You cannot down tick Teferi again because Teferi was on 1.
No. If he kills Teferi, he can just recast
I
Teferi
see.
the next turn and down tick again, versus Teferi getting to draw a card. And I think the guaranteed removal on how small his board was at the time, I don't know. That's the calculus I would have done on it at least.
I see.
But I'm also used to playing, having to make choices with Manaless Dredge and Teferi for Legacy, back when that was like still a matchup that happened every now and then. I love the Subdual.
Yep. So do your swords now. Last game, move to combat and let the Usher of the Fallen attack. Still doesn't respect it. Usher of the Fallen is an amazing 1-drop against control.
Yeah.
And still lets the 1/1 happen. The downside is obviously if a Thalia or something else sneaks into play. Like if you want to remove the Usher pre-combat and then some indestructible thing or a Thalia comes down, then you're kind of dead to that. So yeah, it is a big toss-up whether to when to swords. Like that is a pretty big decision point.
I love the sequencing here.
Oh yeah. Mystic Subdual on the Skrelv. Mana Tithe. Mana Tithe is exactly what we see.
Exactly, you want to see 2 here now. Because,
Yep.
you're 2 turns from doing anything.
Yep. So now plays in.
You opt first potentially to see
The question is, do you even opt? You can also just Seagate cycle the irrigated farmland.
Yeah.
That is definitely an option as well. If you opt first and get a board wipe, you definitely want to play a tapped land. Decides to go for irrigated farmland over the sea tower. And then goes for an opt, most likely.
I mean, I feel with the Skrelv, you hold back the 1 damage maybe, but you get the Adeline out protected. But also, I think you have to play around the board wipe too.
Yeah, I think this way you play around board wipes better.
Yeah.
Like, just commit to 4. If 4 versus 3 damage is just a lot.
Well, it would be the same damage because of the Adeline trigger.
Yes, indeed. But 4 versus 5 damage is also a lot, right? So, yeah, you really hope to get a board wipe here. Probably bottom, you have enough lands in hand.
Yeah.
And there is a bounce. And
not nothing.
an Aganjo. It goes for the bounce over the Aganjo. I assume to bounce the Adeline.
Yeah, if he goes for the Adeline here, I think you kind of have to. You're trying to delay it out.
Also notably, Skrelv doesn't give protection from colorless, and Otawara is colorless because it is a land.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that is a pretty interesting dynamic here. Outside of Life's Bounty, still only protects from colors. Really commits to the board.
Yeah, I was like, this is not interesting. I guess he's trying to make his removal subpar.
Yep. And now, do you bounce or do you use Aganjo? I assume in this kind of spot you want to use the Aganjo. Although the Otawara is more mana efficient. If you can Aganjo the bodyguard, save 2 damage, and then you're good to go if you top deck a board wipe, but that is still a very big if.
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure tough. Like, I think you're right that the bodyguard has to be the play, though.
Yep. Don't do it. Don't protect it from white, because Aganjo is not white. Yep, realize that that is indeed the case, and bodyguard is down.
Getting there.
Yep.
Now has the option to Otawara or to Thirst.
Oh, Thirst. Thirst's main phase, what I assume is going to be something along the lines of maybe land counter magic. That is the reason you could go for that play. You can go for the Pact of Negation in this kind of hand. It is a pretty slow play because Adeline gets committed to the board, and then you pay for the pact, then Adeline gets played again,
Potentially.
and then it goes to your turn again. And then if you manage to get the board wipe in that short time window, then you are in a great spot. But if you don't manage to do that, then you're pretty much dead.
So with the what we've seen played out, do you think not playing Adeline might have been playing too conservatively? Because I think honestly, he's given like an extra turn, maybe even 2 turns, to the Teferi player to stabilize.
Yes, that is indeed true. But also, I think it is a fair assessment that you assume that the Teferi player does have the board wipe, right? Because if we remember last time, like TitanLord brought in like 10 board wipes. It is not that amount, that crazy amount right now, I believe, right? But it is still a very respectable amount of board wipes. And also, the Adeline player knows that there is a Pact of Negation in hand. Purely
Does he?
because of yes. So on turn 1, Adeline played a 1-drop, and then it gave the Teferi player priority, even though there were no lands in play. So that gives them the information.
Or did the Teferi player hold control turn 1 to make him think he has a pact in play?
Well, we
We
haven't
know he has
seen
a
people
pact.
holding full control for a full tournament yet, so it is fairly safe to assume.
Oh man, then they don't play the same list as I do.
So we see a Castle Ardenvale being activated here.
Yeah.
Then Behold the Multiverse says, hey, I don't need the Spell Pierce. That's not going to be relevant. Castle Ardenvale, though, that is a relevant card. And you have the opportunity to take out the Teferi right now, or push half of their life total.
Like this has to be pact bait, but like I don't think with the Day of Judgment in hand, I don't know if you can let this resolve.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if knowing they have pact, right?
Yeah.
If you pact this, and then the Adeline player goes face, you are in trouble, because then you're just dead on board and don't have the mana to pact.
Yeah.
So you can't let this. You can't counter this with pact. That is the issue.
But now you have to fairy tuck it.
Yep. And
Yeah.
this is evil.
This is so smart.
Yep, putting Teferi down to 2, not killing it, and not giving the opportunity to Teferi of Teferi to down tick. But if the thing is, you can also just kill it, right? If you kill Teferi here, how is Teferi going to kill the Gideon? By replaying Teferi again. What happens if Teferi gets played again? You are in an even worse spot than before.
Yeah, because you can just cast the Adeline.
Yep. So Day of Judgment happens. No surprises there. You main phase the Behold the Multiverse to potentially make a land drop. Although any land you have on top, you kind of have to bottom, right? Like Counterspell is not being useful here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can really keep this. You're going into 6, potentially 5. You pact the because I don't know if you can really afford to pact if you cast Adeline here either.
Yep. Well, decides that it is worth to double top here. And then now it's on the Adeline player. Do you commit Adeline, or do you just commit Adeline and force the Pact of Negation, or do you activate the land? And now the Pact has probably be like you have to probably cast the Pact. If you don't, you have to top deck a board wipe. Otherwise, you're dead on board.
Yeah, because you potentially cast a fairy, down tick Gideon. You're still taking 3 more. If they have any other creature, 2 creatures in hand, you're dead.
Yep.
But he's still been holding on cards since his opening.
Well, the thing is, yeah, if you don't take Teferi, you're still lethal. Yeah, it is just still lethal. So yeah, Gideon Blackblade, plussing for nothing, just to get closer to that ultimate. -6, exile target non-land permanent, I believe, is the ultimate, which is really useful once Gideon is at 7.
And that is it. That is game
number 2. It is 1-1. So Gideon takes up. And that is lethal. Wow.
Nail biter. Nail
And
biter.
now for the Teferi on the play match, which is, pretty big.
It's
Like,
where you
just
wanna be.
taking game 1 from aggro is just so massive
Yeah,
for a
it's-
Teferi deck.
For sure where you want to be. So we also saw the Containment Priest and the Alisad. Those are also both unique to this particular Adeline list compared to the other.
Yeah, the Altseed is really good to push damage in certain matchups or protect from spot removal. And Containment Priest is a card, it's a fine card against control, just 2 mana, 2/2 flash. It is perfectly fine. But you also just play the Containment Priest to stop Kinnan. Because they didn't know if anyone would bring Kinnan to the tournament. And Containment Priest just absolutely stops Kinnan right to the tracks. Or if Emry reanimates or brings back a
creature. Well, that counts as casting, I think.
Oh, true. It is put into play, right? True.
You can cast it from your graveyard. It's tapped.
Yep.
You can cast it from your graveyard.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think of this hand?
Okay. On the one hand, Snapkeep. On the other hand, Snapkeep.
Yeah, I agree. I would 100% keep this. Because if you hit your land drops, if you ever just if your top 6 cards are lands, you're going to probably win this match as Teferi. And mulling already down to 6 from the Adeline player. And let's see. I mean, any Thalia into Anointed Peacekeeper curve will ruin TitanLord's day, though.
Yeah, but even then, I still don't necessarily think it's that bad.
Wow.
Because you have... Oh, interesting. Okay.
That is so amazing.
I really like Mana Tithe on the play.
Oh, absolutely. The card is amazing on the play. No, this is what I have to assume a flash creature, right?
Has to be.
Because you don't just go, Cathar Commander, there it is. Getting Mana Tithed. Not sure if I agree here, because you can also just treat you can also just treat the Snapcaster Mage as a removal spell and block it, right?
Yeah.
And there is the real threat.
But has the answer.
Does have the answer. So play land here, and now you hold up Snapcaster Mage Mana Tithe.
I don't hate it.
Oh, I absolutely love it. So land Adeline would be the nightmare here for the Teferi player. But Adeline probably not coming down. Usually you play Adeline in main phase 1 instead of 2 if you attempt to cast it.
Yeah, I mean, Redain is interesting here. Gets the Mana Tithe, though.
That is 100% the Mana Tithe target, because that makes your Wrath of Gods cost 6 mana, which is, for all intents and purposes, just absolutely unusable.
Yeah. I mean, I really wish you could see the Adeline player's hand. So bad.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. You leave back the Snapcaster Mage to block the Season Hollowblade to at least force the opponent to discard a card and soak up some damage.
Yeah, I mean, because ideally you can then, if you feel like it can Wrath on your turn, get another card.
Yep. Yeah, because Season Hollowblade isn't indestructible forever, unlike a Adanto Vanguard. Oh, and this is a Peacekeeper. What do you take, Wrath of God or Temporary Lockdown?
Wrath.
You take the Wrath? I think I agree.
Lockdown only hits Hollowblade right now. I have 2 cards in hand. Based on what I've been playing, they're probably 3 costs. They're 2 or 3.
Yep.
I think the fact that I also see no other lands.
Yeah,
2 turns from Wrath of God. If he top decks a land, I can't pact. I mean, he can pact, but I can because with Peacekeeper down with information, I snap out Adeline next turn and try to get in for 7.
Yep. No, honestly, the only thing Teferi wants right now is land back to back, and that's why you're going to use Pull from Tomorrow for 2. And if you get 2 lands, you just get to go Wrath of God into Dream Trawler, and it says hey, Pact of Negation is not what I want to cast because it is just too costly. Because next turn you can just go Declaration in Stone, Temporary Lockdown, to even just get immediately rid of the clue as well, which is a pretty cool synergy.
Yeah. Well, and I think there's something to be said about being able to get rid of.
Oh my
Gideon's
god.
so good here.
There is the Gideon again. Unwrathable Threat. And lifelink on
I can't
the
even think what he
Holloblade.
would do for it. That's really nice to see, though.
Oh, I believe you want to cast the Dream Trawler to threaten the Gideon Blackblade. If this was a Mana Tithe, I was about to say, if this was a Mana Tithe, that would have been absolutely devastating. But now you're in a really tough spot as the Adeline player, so we might see Teferi advancing here. The problem obviously being the Wrath of God is not too hot anymore, but Lockdown is pretty good, given that you can lock down away the tokens and the Holoblades, but you're still not hitting the relevant targets in Peacekeeper, Black Blade, and Adeline.
I mean, you're giving indestructible. You swing, you net even.
Yeah.
I guess you get a 1/1.
Yeah, it eats up the... So you can block the Black Blade to prevent more damage or soak up the 1/1. And if you block the Black Blade, you can just go Temporary Lockdown next turn, which is
you have
pretty
to
good.
swing, you have to swing a Black Blade, unfortunately.
Yep. Yeah, you have to attack the Black Blade, but so you Declaration in Stone something, and then you can lock down. The problem is Black Blade is still at 1, and there is an Anointed Peacekeeper in play. Since Adeline has 2 additional mana up, in response to this lockdown, you can crack the clue and get value off of it that way.
Decides not to.
No, you can still do it in
okay.
response to the trigger to be fancy.
Okay, forgot. I thought they were gonna let it pass. I was like, what do they have? Yeah, Gideon being the top deck land there, I think was backbreaking for the Adeline player.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, and drawing
So
a
yeah,
Faithful
now you have a
Absence,
Faithful
too.
Absence. Yeah, what do you do with that?
I think you hold on to it if you need to be honest.
Yeah, you gain enough life with the Dream Trawler, right? Also, notably, if you just play out your hand, now you don't have anything to discard to the Dream Trawler, and the card will just die, right?
Yeah.
So,
you need to be a little careful.
Yeah, you do need to be.
Though I think you could probably safely Teferi. I mean, I don't know the. Oh, okay. I was like, I think that's the play because he's gonna get indestructible. He'll get in there for the 3.
Yep.
But now double removal against the Dream Trawler.
Oh yeah, that
Live
is
the
a real
dream.
concern. Like you can Swords to Plowshares and Paid Res Humiliation.
Yeah.
If you remove the Dream Trawler, you have to do it right now. So let's see. Gideon swings in for 4.
Yeah, I was like over here, like lay down arms into swords.
Yep, that would have done it as well, but now Teferi sticks, gets to plus. You get to remove the Gideon.
And you're still like 13 life. Like you're in such a good spot.
Yeah, and you get to play an additional land. Decides that it is not worth it to hold this for Dream Trawler, or just to cast it next turn. There is an opt. You can also just play this opt if you want to get 1 additional point of life. Decides that it is not worth to do so, because
you're at 28, or you're at 28 versus 19. You just gain 6 life. You have Teferi Dream Trawler on board. I don't think you need to play. I think you can just hold just about everything at this point.
Now it goes for March of Otherworldly Light on the Temporary Lockdown in order to bring back the Season Hollowblade. And that can pressure Teferi, but it is almost too late here. And if you want to use this Fragment Reality, you probably want to do so in the attack step. At least not in your own end step as the Teferi player, because then the creature the opponent gets out of it can immediately attack. Thalia, honestly, that card is A-okay in this spot. Selfless Spirit.
And it can negate the life gain for 1 turn.
Yep.
But I still think
So Fragments Reality, the Season Hollow Blade, that is gone. That is a Selfless Savior now. That I don't know. That is a lot of indestructible here, but
I mean, I think
this
you just
currently,
yeah, I think you just keep swinging a Dream Trawler.
yeah, just swing with Dream Trawler and race them. Like just race Adeline. That's how it works, right?
Agreed. Oh, the Ganja's really nice pickup here too.
Oh yeah, it is an amazing pickup here because it is a way to pick up a creature without casting anything. Just, good old clean removal. Multiple lands, but honestly, Teferi doesn't mind. Like you hit one Memory Deluge or a similar card, and now you can just use anything with your mana. You can use all your mana, and you're in a great spot.
No, I like it. But I mean, yeah, I can't imagine 25 life. You have to have like, you cannot answer the Dream Trawler anymore. I'm looking at the Adeline list. I don't see anything I could even think of to get out of this.
Yep. Well, honestly, accumulating a huge enough board, but if that ever happens, then you're kind of getting in trouble. The question is, what do you Igunjo? Or at least attempt to, because the Selfless Saber is likely going to protect it.
I think I would the Flyer out, honestly. Because I think that if there is one way to buy time, it's you race, you block with the Selfless Spirit, and then you sack it before damage and get a lifelink off the Trawler.
Yeah. But either way, it also doesn't matter too much because the Selfless Savior will get sacrificed in order to protect both cards. Dream Trawler draws. Well, no, gets a trigger. Teferi draws. See what you get, and then you attack with Dream Trawler as well.
He is flooding a little bit.
He is indeed flooding, but that could just change any minute, honestly. Patria's Humiliation. Counters in order to cycle. Patria's Humiliation here would have just tapped the Dream Trawler, because if you activate Dream Trawler, the card just gets tapped. And Teferi does want to just draw any card here to do something. So this is effectively cycling away the counterspell to draw an additional card.
Yeah, I mean, you take 11 if you swing here. To when you draw. But, I mean, if Teferi was at any kind of higher loyalty, I'd say potentially looking to board wiping. But I think you're still looking good.
Yep. Destroy Evil is really great here. Makes the... effectively kills the Selfless... the Spirit. Selfless Spirit.
Yeah, there's get rid of the Adeline for that, which is nice. It's exactly what I want to kind of see happen.
Yep. So
you're still
Evil.
not out of the blue. You are drawing more cards than your opponent, but like, they are still dealing with everything appropriately.
Yep. So
do you kill Teferi here, or do you? Because
I think you're just it's not good. Like, you're getting so much life here as the Teferi player, that you care more about your mana advantage than your life, honestly. So killing Teferi is probably correct.
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that, because I think at this point, like, you're not doing anything but just helping your opponent gain 2 life and giving him the option to potentially tuck Adeline for a turn. I think if anything, you just send the 1/1 at him and keep him in check from getting to the -3. Like, because see, immediately, like, we have the tuck, which is like his 1 out. Because Adeline, in theory, can eventually outrace this Dream Trawler.
Yeah. Can she, though? Because it just... Adeline gets 2 more damage each turn, right? And Dream Trawler has a life swing of 10. I mean, and until you're at that point with Adeline where you outrace the previous damage that Dream Trawler did, you're already dead, right?
I mean, they're already there. They were at the outracing stage.
Yep.
I mean, now it's 2 turn clock in there, and it's just over.
Yep. So Teferi dies. Swings in face.
I bet they probably Teferi Tuck again.
Send 2 creatures at Teferi just so Swords to Plowshares doesn't do anything.
I don't know. I think they're just playing to play at this point. I don't know if they're thinking about like the way out.
You can scry top to see what's on top. You don't like it, so Teferi plus.
Still was a really good run.
Yeah, indeed. Now you're dead in the air against the Dream Trawler next turn as Adeline, because that is not looking good. Down to 5 against the Dream Trawler. Teferi at 35 life, which is basically an impenetrable amount.
And there's no like non-targeted removal in the Adeline list. It's like
honestly, if Teferi had drawn action here, this would have been not even close.
Yeah. The fact that Teferi's also doing all this well flooding.
Yep. No, that is just the power of Dream Trawler. That is like Dream Trawler is the card against aggro. Dental Vanguard and no flyer. Any removal spell buys Adeline a turn though, because the Dream Trawler has to be tapped down in order to protect itself.
I mean, they clearly have something.
Yeah, indeed, they do. No, well, you can also just activate a Dental Vanguard, right? Oh, but there it is. Giant Killer, Hexproof, tapping down, discarding Hallowed Fountain, and then you probably just play Teferi and Plus in order to draw a card.
Yeah.
You can also just Teferi and minus and tuck Adeline.
Yeah, I think you took Adeline because you have the Tail's End still open. And if you keep
Yeah,
Adeline costs 9. And again, Adeline is like his only way back into this game.
Decides to Plus instead. And no, this game is only ever won by Adeline if the Adeline player just top decks removal after removal after removal to tap down the Dream Trawler.
Yeah, I mean, I think they need 2 turns.
Yep, still decides to go for the Teferi. Goes face with a lot of damage.
Yeah, I just did the math. This would be potentially a lethal swing had they not killed the Teferi and got the bounce tuck. It would have forced the Wrath of God, I think, that turn.
Oh, wow. That is pretty amazing. But here is a Mystic Subdual.
Because they would have 2 more... Mystic was really good here. They'd have 2 more Adeline triggers on the stack as well.
Mana type useful at this stage of the game is amazing. Wow.
I mean, assuming they have another option for removal, I still think it's better to leave Teferi at 1. I think that like they're getting caught up in like I gotta kill the Planeswalker.
Yep. And now you get to play a Supreme Verdict. First, check if you have lethal, because like Supreme as counter magic as soft permission backup is pretty brutal, and that is the game.
Yeah, I was like maybe he has a way to gain 1 life.
Nope, nothing.
Still really good. That was a fun matchup. I think that there was a lot there going for it. Gotta give it to Hobbrick. We need to see the hand so we can get to like fully know all the thought process there, but definitely killed it. Took 4th place. Congrats, my guy.
Which is
TitanLord.
already prize money, correct?
I believe so. Yeah. We had the same price as last time. I think it was
$50 in codes, and that is
TitanLord.
pretty nifty. Thank you also to our sponsor, CoolStuffInc.com, who provides the codes, and also thanks to
Orlando.
Yes, Command Fast Orlando, where you can play Magic. You get to. It's also combined with the March of Machines pre-release, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That is beautiful. CDH tournaments. I love those. Just in general, drafts, commander pods, everything Magic related with your favorite content creators. CGB. and others as well.
Yeah, and just real quick, one more thing as well. TitanLord moves on to the next round to try to see if he can break past third place and get a chance to revisit and try to do a twofer against another Adeline deck to face his title. And we have Mobboss sitting there with the Rusko versus Teferi, a very classic matchup we're all aware of, and Dracosinus with Adeline sitting there in the winner's bracket as well. We're gonna move pretty much straight to a break, but before we do, please feel free to check out my stuff. I'm done casting for the day. Gonna leave y'all in the hands of CGB and ImNotFine. Very capable guys. You can check me out on BPRadiant on YouTube or Twitch. I have a lot of things in the works for the next March of the Machines. I had to take a break this set to work on some personal projects for work. But I'm excited to kind of get back into it with this. There's so much this I'm there for. All the dual commanders are just sick. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for having me on. And I'm so hyped for these finals, guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And see you in the semifinals.
Catch y'all in a minute.
knowing we're in.
And we are back. Welcome, CGB.
Yo, it's me, it's CGB, and I'm back. And we are casting the Historic Brawl Hub Season 5 Top 8 Tournament, and the action has already started. No rest. Just straight up historic brawl, competitive historic brawl. We've got TitanLord, reigning champion, going to be trying to be the 2-time back-to-back. Teferi, hero of Dominaria, trying to go 3 times back-to-back-to-back, going up against Rusko, the hero that we didn't know we needed.
Oh yeah. So Siphon Insight, looking at the top cards, and what do we see? An opt and a discover the formula. Well, that is an extremely nice card to have in a control mirror.
When your Siphon Insight hits, it feels so good, especially when you hit like key pieces, because that is a huge swing. It's RNG. You can't control it, but it's a huge swing in that you get a key card. The opponent loses out on drawing that key card.
Well, it's also maximum emotional damage, because if you are TitanLord and you're like, hey, I want to draw this exact card, otherwise I'm going to lose. I have to dig for X card, and then X card is already in the opponent's exile zone. Yeah, you're not getting there. So, yeah, we see a land drop coming down, and just a good old draw-go plan from both sides.
How do you feel the game is going? Does this lean in any particular direction so far?
Oh, I have no idea. So, the Shark Typhoon is being cycled for 2 mana in order to make a land drop, and TitanLord misses a land drop, and I think this is ever so slightly tilting into Mobboss's favor, because missing land drops is extremely brutal in these kinds of matchups. Indeed,
you basically do everything you can to hit every single one. We've seen even well into the mid game that TitanLord would rather play an MDFC than miss a land drop, even with already as many as like 10 lands on the battlefield.
Yes.
Does the Clockmaker resolve? It looks like it will. There's a miscast to back up Rusko.
Grab the miscast from the impulse, and now you can miscast. And even though TitanLord has the Swords to Plowshares to deal with the Rusko, that still doesn't deal with the Midnight Clock. Although I believe there is a March of Otherworldly Light, and you can use that to exile the clock. And it is usually more important to deal with the clock than it is to deal with the Rusko.
Most of the time, you will even see the clock get dealt with well before the Rusko. The Rusko still does a good job putting a clock on the opponent. Lots of options here. Perhaps even a Teferi into March on end step exiling a white card.
Yep, indeed. Just to save some mana. Yeah, there are a ton of options. Honestly, you could get rid of one of these white cards. Like you have 3 spot removals for creature. Like, you don't need that many as Teferi. So maybe you want to March of Otherworldly Light pitching something. Especially because that allows you, if you pitch something, that allows you to leave up the counterspell as well.
What would you do with the spot, though? Like, this is a tough one.
I personally would play around Swansong and Spell Pierce by March of Otherworldly Light, pitching the Declaration in Stone, exiling the Midnight Clock. That way, there is almost no way how you could get punished. And that also plays around a blink spell on Rusko, because then in response you can Swords to Plowshares to Rusko.
It's rough because you're not sure what the future holds. You don't know how many counters there are, but will you get a better window to play Teferi?
That is also a big, big question. And honestly, the answer might be no. Because there are not a lot of answers here. There's basically exactly Spell Pierce, and there's also Mystical Dispute and Pact of Negation. Not even sure if Rusko is currently playing Pact. But yeah, now you get to plus.
There's a very interesting plus as well, because you can hold up Counterspell, but you can also hold up double white. You can hold up Swords and March.
Oh, yeah. So you untap your mana confluence for sure, but then is it blue or is it going to be white for the second land?
Man, tough turn. Very tough spot. And if you can untap with this Teferi next turn while taking key pieces off of Rusko's board, you're in a good position. But it's going to be hard to get there with a Hive, a Rusko, and a ticking clock on the battlefield. And 5 cards, going to be 6 for the Rusko Clockmaker.
Yeah, now though, the Rusko player told Teferi, hey, I have nothing except maybe a pact. So now the clock is gone. And this is an interesting spot because, yes, you can swing in on Teferi, put Teferi down to 2, but the amount of spot removal in Teferi's hand will almost certainly get rid of Rusko. And then the counterspell will hit the Rusko when it comes down again. Although Teferi goes down to 2, ticks up to 3, and then gets hit by the Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
It would if there weren't 2 ways to remove the Hive in hand. I am stunned the Hive didn't swing on Teferi, and we see now it's to resolve this black market connections.
Honestly, I agree with that. I think it is so important to get a value engine like black market connection into play in these kinds of matchup. Unfortunately, we see the top deck destroy evil.
You can do everything right against Michael Jordan, and he'll still hit that ridiculous falling fadeaway shot on you. I'm going to use that analogy a few times because I could just feel it from Adeline's perspective in the last matchup of why won't TitanLord just die?
Oh,
why
yeah.
won't you just lose?
Oh, that was so brutal.
And here is a counter spell on the memory lapse on the Destroy Evil, leaving Black Market Connections having gained no value other than getting rid of the Destroy Evil itself. And Teferi's going to untap those lands.
The problem, though, is if you... now Teferi doesn't have a counterspell in hand, and while Teferi does have a lot of spot removal, you still have to remove the Rusko, and the Rusko will come down again to create another clock. And that is just going to be a huge amount of threats that you have to deal with. Basically getting rid of the whole hand in order to do so.
Yeah, Soul Partition's up to the job. That's a good Thoughtseize.
Oh, that is an amazing Thoughtseize.
Oh, do you soul part your own Teferi? No, he goes for Rusko. Interesting.
This is definitely a very, very crucial play here in this tournament. This small decision is, I feel like, going to be one of the deciding factors in the game. So Soul Partition and countering this Soul Partition.
Wow.
In order to keep the pressure on, because now you have 2 bodies to attack the Teferi with, and even if the Swords to Plowshares happen. No, because you don't have mana, right? So...
Is this another counter?
My God.
Oh my goodness, what is this?
What a stack. Yeah, wow. That is something. This is magic, like Richard Garfield designed it. Oh my God. Everything's clear.
I have to correct you on that one. Richard Garfield designed magic with interrupts. So, you know what? Some of that stuff would have to sit down and make way for interrupts, okay?
Rusko now costing 6 mana, which is not too much trouble. Teferi being at 4 loyalty, though, is huge, and decides to resolve the Discover the Formula above everything else.
That's a heavy hitter.
So this doesn't come up often, but now Rusko's cost is reduced by 1, which is extremely relevant in the long game here.
It's a perpetual effect. 3 lands in a row now for TitanLord at this pivotal top decking time in the game.
Which is not what you want to see. There is also the Sheldur's Edict to remove the Teferi, mean, lean, and clean. And top decking a land, just perfect draws. Sheldur's Edict, getting rid of a Planeswalker. Playing Rusko to the board again, creating another clock. And honestly, I am currently in the Team Rusko seat.
It's looking good. However, Teferi does come right back, and it's hard to count out the hero of Dominaria. There will be some Castle Ardenvale tokens to defend as well.
Oh, yeah. Also, I'm not sure if you have noticed, but Teferi is already at 16 life. And if you're going down to like 10 or 8 life as a Teferi player against a Rusko, you really can't let that Rusko stay on the field. Because early game, sure, you can just leave the Rusko alone for a bit and just deal with the clock. But later on, Rusko will do so much life drain. Decides to go for a Mind Spike. I think this is a really smart play. Because Mind Spike will either get rid of something important, or if it doesn't hit anything, at least recycles.
But what are we saying with this past the turn? It's got to be Counterspell, right?
Yeah, you can Mystical Dispute, you can reshape your hand with Seek New Knowledge.
Slams Teferi right into what looks like a very, very clear Counterspell. And there's
Mystical
but what
other options do you have? You're just drawing lands. Do you just wait and do nothing? At this point, you just have so many lands that you can force Teferi through next turn again, and then if you top deck yet another land, you can play Teferi yet again.
Just disrespecting the potential for the third 5-mana 1/1. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Wow, and Brawl's expertise is an absolute monster here, because you bounce the tokens and get to cast Rusko as well. Decides to go for a Mind Spike, though. Recycles. You got to be careful, though. Yeah, because if you go for Brawl's expertise, you cannot cast the Rusko in this spot, because it would get increased with the Curse of Silence.
Curse is going to draw. Desperation starting to set in here.
There is a Wandering Emperor, though, and while it doesn't look like much, I don't think the Rusko will swing in. You can start pumping up your team to 3/3 creatures, and those 3/3 creatures will be able to swing in. Goes for the Teferi, though. And that just goes right into the Make Disappear. Oh, this is so backbreaking.
I mean, it feels that way. However, it is that little wrinkle of historic Brawl and Commander, the Commander card advantage, right? Where you just keep running your Commander into their cards, and eventually they run out of cards.
Yeah. So there is a really cool line Rusko can take. And that is one of the main reasons why Baral's expertise is run so frequently in Rusko, is because you can bounce your commander as one of your own targets and immediately cast it again, effectively creating another Midnight Clock.
Speaking of another Midnight Clock, here's one.
It decides to not go for the bounce. Just says, hey, I have the mana, I'm just going to sink all of my mana into that Midnight Clock. Just jams Teferi?
I mean, you could.
Oh no! A disaster has struck. That is a Jawari Disruption on turn, I don't know, 1 in a million.
That was an 11 mana Teferi getting 4 spiked, boys and girls.
Oh no. Absolute disaster. And decides to go take up the Midnight Clock instead of using the Castle Lochthwain. I think I agree. You're not... Like, in this kind of spot, you can just crack a clock and refuel. Experimental Augury, proliferating on the clocks. Really cool deck.
Absolutely. And getting very close to that absolute new hand, a fresh 7. In fact, it's within grasp right now while the opponent's tapped out. But you do have Bind to Secrecy to play around things like Tail's End. It almost doesn't feel like it's necessary to pump your mana into it right now. But maybe you want one more clock from Baral's expertise as a parting gift.
Yeah. And there we see the expertise potentially. There is also a very good consideration in just like using the Hive of the Eye Tyrant to pressure the life total. But again, if you just leave up mana, you're gonna get a fresh 7, right? So if any mana you leave up, you can use to sink into that new 7, which is also very, very relevant.
So watching Mobboss play Rusko through this top 8 is a very different style. And what I would compare it to is this is a control mage's Rusko as opposed to a combo or a tempo Rusko that we see from other decks, specifically noting a complete absence of things like Paradox Engine. But Mobboss plays incredibly conservatively, just plinking away, confident that the long game will be his, which is not something we see from most Rusko decks.
Yeah, good that you mention it, because like there is a very different philosophy for his Rusko deck than most other Rusko decks, because he's, as you mentioned, quoting him, he sees his version as a full control Rusko version that just cuts the combo package, which most people don't agree with, but it seems to be working out really well. So all power to him.
Letting the Rusko even get exiled here with a Bind to Secrecy sitting in hand, just perfectly happy to let a Wandering Emperor resolve to set up making future clocks.
Yeah, and just to note, this was just to play around the top deck Tails End from the opponent, because you can just like counter the Wandering Emperor, right? And then you are in a spot where you just kill the Emperor with your negate effect. But then if the Tails End is in the opponent's hand, like exactly Tails End, then you're having a bad time. And Mobboss is not having any chances, no matter how low they are.
By the way, Collective Brutality, if you're looking for a new addition to your decks that is kind of a thought erasure type of effect, but has even more modality and more use, Collective Brutality might be something you want to craft from the new Shadows over Innistrad Remastered.
It is amazing, especially because Rusko is a deck that has a really high card velocity, where you don't mind discarding a random card. Like, let's say your clock comes up. You can just discard a random land to get an extra mode on Collective Brutality and draw a fresh 7 and play land from that point on.
So what has to go right for TitanLord? There has to be a pretty strong card advantage spell, a card like Discover the Formula off the top to really, I think, get back to anything even close to playability. And when you look at Negate, Bind to Secrecy, Wash Away, Tails End, it just it doesn't seem like it's in the cards. It doesn't seem like it's there.
Remember when I said in the beginning that if you steal something like a Discover the Formula and you don't have access to it later, you're getting in trouble? Yeah, exactly. That was still the game where the Discover the Formula you just talked about was stolen.
And that's going to be the conclusion of the game. We found the point where casting Teferi cost too much. It was 15. For those looking at home, 15 Teferi was too much.
Yeah, it turns out spending only your turn to cast one single card against a hand with 5 counterspells is not an effective strategy to win.
Okay, Michael Jordan's got the back against the wall and needs to pick up 2 in a row here to get to the finals. TitanLord trying to go back-to-back. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, trying to be a 3-time champion, needs to pick up 2 in a row. This is it. Could get knocked out of this tournament.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. Mobboss hovering the mulligan button and decided to go for a mulligan. Most people would have kept a Dark Ritual hand. The issue with a Dark Ritual hand on the draw is that you still run into most counter magic.
That's the kind of thing there. I just don't know if I could have mulliganed that and slept at night. That's kind of amazing to me.
Yeah, no, it goes really deep to find certain cards. I assume Mobboss tried to find a Thoughtseize, which is a card that is really good on the draw in the control match, just to know exactly what you have to play around.
And I mean, look, nobody knows. There's a delay. There can be no like shenanigans. Nobody knows each other's hands. I'm looking at TitanLord's hand right now. There's no 2-mana counterspell.
Well, funnily
Never
enough,
mind.
Funnily enough, if Mobboss decided to go for Dark Ritual Rusko on turn 2, that would have been countered by the Airtight Scorn, because Airtight Scorn is reduced by a blue mana if you cast the second, if it's not the first spell cast in the turn. And Dark Ritual into Rusko, that is 2 spells.
You're right, but still technically not a 2-mana counterspell. So, I stand up here on my pedestal of knowledge and brilliance, and I will not crawl off for the likes of you. So what's the way forward now? We have the standstill, the staring match.
Oh yeah, the staring match is usually how these games begin, and who blinks first usually loses. But yeah, let's see. I assume you can't drop the midnight clock just willy-nilly, because your whole game plan is to resolve a midnight clock, right? No matter if it's from Rusko or the actual card. So just getting to trying to resolve that is really important. So next turn you can go land, midnight clock, protected with miscast.
We have a little sparring match on the end step of Mobboss there, with Thirst for Discovery getting countered by Supreme Will. What do you think? And now going for the clock.
I absolutely like it. I think these 2-for-1s is exactly what you want to counter if you don't have anything to do with your soft permission.
This is really awkward. It's going to run into a mana type. Even if it didn't, what's interesting is it would have allowed Teferi to just come down, but now TitanLord might just freely slam a Teferi here.
Oh yeah, that is an absolute disaster. Although the Bloodchief's Thirst is already getting hovered, and there is nothing TitanLord can do about that.
That's true. Currently the shield's down there, but I mean, we know just the tempo. It's like a time walk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now, completely tapped out, TitanLord has Mobboss right where he wants him to cast you-know-what.
Yep, there it is. So decides to... So this was a really interesting spot for TitanLord. You could have basically guaranteed to resolve to discover the formula, right? Or
Yes.
you really respect the Rusko. And I think this was a really crucial decision. And... I'm not sure what the correct play there was. I am not sure. So miscast, hitting the discover. Yep. Snap.
But now we have
face.
the way that it plays out is that Teferi now does resolve and untaps with 2 lands and a Tail's End in hand.
Which is obviously extremely brutal. Snapcaster does get to hit Teferi. And honestly, I'm not even sure if Divine Purge is a good solution to Snapcaster Mage, given that you can recast Snapcaster Mage later. And yeah, there it is. Commander
One
getting
nasty
Gerard
Jwari.
disruption.
Yeah, one nasty Jwari from the last game into a nasty Jwari right here. Rusko gets countered.
Yep.
Teferi plus and up.
There is a Fateful Absence. That's kind of what you want to see. The question is it worth to cast that? Probably not.
Probably not for Snapcaster Mage. Like the clock, if Snapcaster takes out Teferi, it's going to take a while, and that's a lot of free cards.
Yeah, the obvious issue being here that Rusko just doesn't draw land. And like, this is like what? This is 8 lands versus 4, and Castle Ardenvale being activated, taking out Snapcaster Mage, and this is really tilting into Teferi's favor.
Tilting is a great way to put it. This could turn into a runaway very quickly if Seek New Knowledge doesn't find something incredible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just more land drops you can make as Teferi. Keep putting on pressure with Castle Ardenvale. You have a Field of Ruin to deal with manlands if those are becoming relevant. Tail's End to counter the commander. Just all sorts of goodness you can fall back on if something goes wrong here.
It looks like, barring some absolute madness of a turnaround, that we can see a game 3 deciding who goes to the finals to try to defeat Adeline.
Yeah,
And it's a double elimination final, so best 2 out of 3 matches for the person who gets there.
Yep.
Dark
And
Ritual.
I believe if this Dark Ritual into Rusko gets cast, we will see disaster.
Disaster
Yep.
defined as
Tail's End on
does
Rusko
nothing.
cast from a Dark Ritual, and that is just almost unrecoverable because you're going to wait at least like 3 turns until you can cast at Rusko again.
Emotional damage was dealt, so it's time for game 3. Time for these players to compose themselves and figure out what it's going to take to defeat the other. Rusko will be on the play this time, which is a whole different ball game for that kind of deck normally. Although this one doesn't seem... Let me have a look at this version of Rusko, because I'm used to the mana rocks being a huge part. There are 4 mana rocks, 2 mana rocks to try to get out Rusko very aggressively, but that's probably not what will be most important here. There are all the hand disruption spells. There are 5 of them total if you count Collected Brutality.
Oh, yeah. Those are really, really crucial to the matchup. And the players are typing, and TitanLord saying, unfortunate with the mana situation, but we take those. And indeed, he did take it.
Can go without saying. Just saying. Just saying. You could just, you can just kind of flex on them, though. I guess we have messaging for a reason, just like we have emotes for a reason.
These players have played against them numerous times. They know each other, so it's all in good spirit. And
all right, rewind the VHS tape. Somebody adjust the tracking. We're going to have a good look at this hand. And we see Farewell, Divine Purge, Destroy Evil, Consider, and Lands. Get rid of that.
Both players say, no, ew, I don't like this. TitanLord going to 6, though. And having some counter magic. Syncopate, obviously not being great on the draw. Or like any counter magic for that matter. And
no card advantage, though. No card draw.
You have options now. You really do have options. Mana Tithe, hitting a Mana Rock. That is a good one.
What a card.
Top-decked Mana Tithe, I might add.
What a card, Mana Tithe. Really showing... I think there's no better home for Mana Tithe, honestly, than Historic Brawl, where all of the mana slots in your deck are taxed so much, and every single available mana matters.
Oh my god, this is so brutal. So, countered another rock and missing a land drop now. And now, if you don't make this land drop, thank god. I was going to say, that's going to be a really rough spot. Supreme Will, do you counter that or do you let it go? You let it go.
Let's go. It's weird how the whole paradigm shifts, though. Went for Mana Rock, got countered, went for Mana Rock, got countered, had to take the feet off the gas, kind of give up on the play initiative. But now this is a handful, permission, and card draw. And there's more card advantage in Mobboss's hand than Titan's. That's a big deal.
Oh, yes. Siphon Insight probably grabbing land. There is no land here. There's just an Omen of the Sea to hope to hit a land. Still no lands. So
starting to sweat. I'm starting to sweat. Fine. I'm starting to sweat.
So traditionally, the combo versions of Rusko, including Paradox Engine, have a low land count of only like 38 lands, because you get to reset quite often with the clock. And I'm not sure if Mobboss made the same deck building decision with the land count.
We're looking at, I'm not kidding, 41, including MDFCs.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. He went up in lands because he excluded Paradox Engine and cheap cantrips like Chromatic Star and Chromatic Sphere, which you usually do to hit your land drops more. Usually play to hit your land drops more consistently and also play well with the engine. But if you cut those, you have to add back on lands. So I'm glad to see that decision being made by Mobboss.
And it looks like using the power of card draw, Mobboss battled through the mana drought and is now looking at a lot more options and an unlocked handful of counter magic and card selection, which honestly is exactly where you want to be if you're on that side of the table.
Yeah, I was going to say Gate to Sea Tower is an amazing pickup here because that is a land that will draw you action.
Yeah, basically the perfect draw when you're in these staring matches.
Yep, indeed. And TitanLord is like, oh no, I just want my Gate to Sea Tower because he just missed the land drop.
Let's see what the Impulse will pick up. At this point, you would love a way just to get in the hand, and there's a duress right there right on time.
Omen of the Seas, scrying. Probably just leave anything on top that's a land. And
Heartless
that's
Act
exactly
to the bottom.
what we're seeing.
This is becoming... like it doesn't look like much is happening. It looks like almost nothing is happening, but you can feel things kind of shifting towards Mobboss and away from the 2-time back-to-back champion Teferi, hero of Dominaria.
Oh yeah, And now you can resolve the Rusko here, I believe, right? With Counterspell backup.
Well, you know that there's only one counterspell over there. It's Urtai's Scorn, which will only cost 2 mana. But you have good old-fashioned, straightforward blue counterspell to fight with.
Indeed, and that is exactly what we're going to see. Funnily enough, Urtai's Scorn costing 2 instead of 3 mana in this spot is extremely relevant. Otherwise, you could have countered it with the Mystical Dispute. But now, the Mystical Dispute is up again because of the clock. And I just want to add, that was great timing on the removal spell here, because
it was, but now it sends Teferi right into the Mystical Dispute. You
I mean,
would
you
have
can't
rather
really
had it.
play around everything. If Mobboss has everything, you know.
Yep. That is so brutal, and
Goes
you
again.
know the writing is starting to show up on the wall.
Goes in again with the Rusko and putting more counters on the clock. And now again against spot removal, you have yet another Essence Flux up, and decides to leave up the Jawari Disruption. Oh my god. That is... It looks brutal, but it is not as bad as you might think, given that the Essence Flux is able to not only protect Rusko, but also get another clock into play. And what you can just do now is play clock again, and have a bunch of clocks ready to play. And this is almost nothing happened.
It's going to take something like a farewell. It's going to take a very dramatic draw here.
Oh, yes. Honestly, is the farewell even going to do it?
It's a good start.
Oh, yeah. It is probably the best
Although
start
I guess
can
you
take.
need another land as well. Like TitanLord now is in the spot that Rusko was last game, stuck on 4. TitanLord is stuck on 5. Drawing sweepers that aren't good for the matchup would really help against Adeline, but won't help here.
The question is even, do you play these sweepers? Because what's going to happen is you play a sweeper, Rusko gets played again, there is yet another clock.
I think you have to play the creature sweepers and hope that you top deck a way to deal with the clocks. I mean, top deck a farewell like we discussed, top deck a River's Rebuke, something to reset them. I don't know if that there's another way forward. A Snapcaster Mage casts a Divine Purge, things like this.
Yep, indeed. And we just see yet another Rusko potentially coming down, thinking, and just says, hey, not going to cast Rusko, I'm just going to crack this Midnight Clock as fast as possible, sink every single bit of mana into it. And there is a Tezzeret's Reckoning.
Gonna look at some cards. What you got? It gotta be good.
This is not it. You play land here because you have to make a land drop, but potentially
so
you
bad.
just play Intervention for X equals 2, draw 2, and hopefully get a land and something else out of it.
Feels so bad, but if you go for that intervention, what if you might just get Jwari'd for it? It's
Oh yes, decides to go for the land, and we are all glad that that decision was made, because that would have been brutal.
Yeah, we need to Jwari to Teferi next turn if there's still any cards in hand, or if this clock might just go off.
Yep, and it probably does go off. You can just play the Jwari to play a land, but decides to just keep the Jwari in case something happens, like a farewell. Temporary lockdown, not going to be able to hit anything on this board.
Honestly, just drawing the worst sweepers at the worst time. The wrong side of the deck doesn't hit you too often as Teferi, because you often see so many cards, but it really came up at the wrong time here.
Yep, indeed. And now do you start putting on counters on this Midnight Clock as well? Yes, you do.
I mean, you can. I wouldn't. One of the risks, it's a small shot, but one of the risks is you burn all your clocks too fast without getting much value out of them.
Yep,
if you're
indeed.
shuffling away your counter spells and your card draw effects to clock again, you could just end up with a clock that leaves you with a pretty bad hand, and now you have to get another clock back on the board, and maybe it gives Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, the time to draw into what they need. However, this is like, you feel this is like a boa constrictor. Mobboss is in no rush and just milking every bit out of every piece.
Yeah, the thing is, if you commit the Rusko, like, you still want to kill the Teferi player, right? And if you just commit Rusko to the board, yes, it will get wiped, but also that just gives you another clock and just more and more time to find your things. And honestly, given how TitanLord's hand is shaping up, this is even getting you a second clock and a third one. Because what ends up happening is, in response to the board wipe, you blink the Rusko, get another clock, and then return Rusko with Fading Hope to the hand, get another clock by playing Rusko again, all while slowly but surely draining out the Teferi player.
TitanLord, reigning champion, came in looking to do it again, trying to be the third consecutive Teferi Hero of Dominaria winner, but has run into a buzzsaw here in Mobboss's Rusko. He sent TitanLord to the lower bracket early, and now is looking to put the nail in the coffin.
Oh yeah, and I think Rusko versus Teferi is such an interesting matchup, where it's all about the midnight clock. Can you deal with the midnight clock? Yes, you win. No, you lose. It's usually that simple.
And I think so much of it has to do with this build of Rusko, where I've seen so many of the common builds that we see very often of Rusko simply running out of cards, simply running out of ways to keep up with the advantage. They get a few clocks dealt with. Their Rusko costs a lot because they got countered 2 or 3 times, and they just we watch this. You know, you and I have watched this in the last 2 events. Rusko's been here before, but this different build and this different approach to it, I'm just so impressed with what Mobboss is up to.
Yep, indeed. So experimental augury, proliferating the clocks, and we will see another clock coming down. Snapcaster Mage can just grab an augury, but more importantly, a Mind Spike, I believe, right?
Are we going to see some flashy flash? Are like we going to hold priority with these triggers on the stack and maybe put some things on the stack?
Yes, that is exactly what we're going to see.
I wanted to see some of that with the Snapcaster Mage. Oh well.
So let's see. Arcane Signet being played, cracking another clock. Notably, still hasn't played the last clock from Exile, just to delay it a bit and not have so many counters on that particular clock. And slowly but surely, TitanLord will get drained out. And that is a brainstorm. You just keep the cantrip.
Thirst for Discovery. Very nice little card draw spell. Brainstorm. Is there a shuffle effect here for a perfect brainstorm? Not really.
Not yet.
Not necessary, to be honest. We don't need perfection. We just need, a few win cons. There's a Hall of the Storm Giants that can come down.
I believe that is... he wants to save the Hall of the Storm Giants. The problem is, there is no counter magic currently in Rusko's hand, and he probably wants to be extra safe and get counter magic. So it might be worth it to crack a clock. His highest clock is currently on 9, going to 10 in Teferi's turn. So he wants to cast 2 spells in the spot in order to crack the clock. This is a window for Teferi to do something. A Farewell would be really strong in this spot.
All right.
It's a command tower instead. Oh, this is extremely brutal. Malakir Rebirth.
Oops.
Oops, indeed. And that will just feed the clocks. Because you wanted to keep the soul petition for a clock if something happened. But now you can't prevent that one clock from triggering. Because what's going to end up happening is, in response to the clock putting the last counter on, you soul partition it, and then,
How about this? How about this? Let Rusko go to the graveyard, let the Malakir Rebirth trigger go on the stack, then soul partition the clock.
Yeah, that doesn't work because you can activate the clock in response.
Yeah, so they activate the clock, shuffle their graveyard into library.
Oh, that's what you mean?
Yeah.
But there is, I don't think there is a point where you can respond. Like,
Judge, I think there is.
is there? Because
I might be wrong, but I
between
think there is.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm wondering as well.
It would be fun,
Oh, it
but it's all
puts-
for naught.
Puts Rusko accidentally to the command zone with the soul partition instead of exile.
Yeah, that can happen. That's all right. It looks like it's still one card and one lonely Teferi against a lot, but let's see what this next 7 is, because this is, I guess, what keeps it gives you hope, right? Is that 7 could always be horrible.
There is a Hall of the Storm Giants, which is huge right now.
Well, it's nice to get a win con online for sure, especially when the opponent's at 12.
Yep, there it is. Hall of the Storm Giants. Rusko versus Eland in TitanLord's hand. Not what you want to see, and they feel pretty safe with the memory lapse here, honestly. Memory lapse and also a Tails End in order to trigger, in order to counter any abilities from Teferi if you need to.
Only 3 mana open. So, like, the thing about the memory lapse, it's not going to matter now, but what you can do if you want to play around memory lapse, if you have a good spell, is put it on the stack with Teferi's activation still available.
Yep, indeed. Although that doesn't do too much if the spell is something like a Farewell, where you can't cast that twice in the same turn.
Very true. All right, so Behold the Multiverse, 2 fresh cards. They
Snapcaster Mage as well.
Snapcaster Mage is pretty good.
What do you get here, though?
You just need a lot of cards, and you need to not die to the Rusko clock, and I don't mean the midnight
Divine
clock.
Purge. Huh. Divine Purge is available, and Divine Purge on Snapcaster seems really disgusting, where you now exile your Snapcaster again and then replay it.
It's a value play, and value is necessary.
The issue with that is, I believe Divine Purge only exiles creatures and artifacts, correct?
That is correct.
So that leaves the temporary lockdown intact, which is pretty good.
But still surveying a lot of options in there, actually.
Yeah, that is a big thing, Snapcaster Mage. You have a lot of options. So I personally enjoy the line where you take the Divine Purge and exile in order to exile your own Snapcaster. But again, the issue is just this Hall of the Storm Giants. If you ever get hit once with the Hall, you only need 5 more Rusko triggers to die.
Supreme Verdict?
Supreme Verdict just wants to 100% make sure this Rusko doesn't die. Because can't be countered is a relevant line of text in Control Mirrors, as it turns out.
Can't afford to take the damage. Game could just be over.
Yep.
Still looks really rough. I mean, it feels like it's been a slow, long, methodical death, and TitanLord just hasn't found the cards needed to get back into it.
So yeah, starts on the Inquisition, very sensible. In response, you probably want to cast Thirst. No, you can't. Well, not enough lands. And now, do you hit face or do you hit the Teferi?
Good question. What does a Control Rusko deck do? Life total? We'll get around to it.
Yeah, I suspected
Teferi.
as much from Mobboss, who is all about that control game plan. He always says, life total, I can take that later. First, I take your soul.
Indeed. Which many people will find perfectly appropriate to happen to Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, who knows a thing or two about taking souls.
Yep, indeed.
Is there a counter? There is an edict.
No relevant counter, but there is a Sheoldred's Edict to deal with the Teferi. I just want to add that Mobboss has been insanely patient with these cards still in exile from Divine Purge. He still leaves one Midnight Clock because if his board ever gets exiled with a Farewell, he wants to make sure he has gas to follow it up.
Indeed.
And I think that is...
Does the Scatter Ray hit the Rusko if that's the play? I mean, that's what you're hoping here, right? You're hoping that something walks into the Scatter Ray.
I don't think it does, especially with the Dispel, obviously. But yeah, you have exactly 4 mana open.
Are we trying to win the game here?
Oh my god, that is so out of character.
I mean, it is so out of character. I thought for a moment he might not attack.
Yeah. Now just animate and pass turn. And now you can go solve the equation and time warp for lethal.
That is true. That is also very aggressive for what we've seen of this particular Rusko player. But without a counterspell, TitanLord says, all right, I guess we have to end the road here. A really good run, finishing in the money, a $50 CoolStuffInc.com gift code. But it's not going to be the back-to-back for TitanLord, and it won't be the back-to-back-to-back for Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. The last Teferi has fallen.
Yep. This is the tournament where Teferi will not win 100% guaranteed. And yeah, thanks to our sponsor, as you mentioned again, CoolStuffInc.com provides the beautiful cash codes for their website for the top tournament winners here. TitanLord taking home $50. And we are also sponsored by Command Fast Orlando, which they have a huge pre-release event going on as well for March of the Machines. And your favorite content creators are there, including CovertGoBlue. In the pre-order package, you get really cool goodies, including CovertGoBlue tokens, which I think they look amazing.
Thank you.
Who made the artwork for that?
Andrea Garcia.
Oh, well then, thank you, Andrea Garcia, for those amazing artworks. And do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, there's still a little bit under 50 spots available in Content Creator Draft Pod that fires on Friday morning around, it was either at 10 or 11, exact details available on the website. But for $20, you can enter these pods and possibly get matched up in limited pre-release for March of the Machines battle with me or other content creators. So if you've always thought that you could slap me around in limited, here's your chance. Come see, just try it.
So we will, after a short break, we will be back with the final match, I believe.
Indeed. It's time to get to the finals. We're going to take a short break. See you in a few. second lead. Let us know when we're live. Make sure.
Where are the players? And we are live. Beautiful. So,
And we are back for the finals of the Historic Brawl Hub Season 5 tournament hosted by Historic Brawl Hub. Free to join. You guys should do it. And sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com and Command Fest Orlando, coming up April 14th through 16th. It's also a pre-release for March of the Machine. Check it out. Check out the links in the chat. Oh my gosh, we will not have Teferi, hero of Dominaria, in our finals for the first time since I started casting this show. Instead, we have an epic matchup coming up between Mobboss playing Rusko Clockmaker, the new kid on the block, the innovator, bringing a new build of Rusko that has gotten this far and was able to beat Teferi, hero of Dominaria, something the other Ruskos just could not do. Going up against Dracosinus, running Adeline, Resplendent Cathar, holding it down for aggro. And you were telling me something about Draco and why this might be really important to him.
So here's the deal. Dracosinus never won a tournament and never won this specific tournament, but is the best performing player of all time in the league. He has over 40 matches played with an 80% match win rate, which is an absolutely astonishing statistic. And on top of that, he is one of the oldest members of the Brawl Hub server.
Oh,
so this
man.
is really it for him.
Yeah, this is climbing the mountain. The highest win rate, possibly taking it all down, but is going to have to do it on the draw here with Inquisition of Kozilek getting in the hand and taking that mana tithe, which we've seen being an all-star so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now you get to play the Curse of Silence. Rusko does cost 6, which is an almost impossible amount to cast. And
what do you think of the
Skrelv,
turn 1 Curse instead of the turn 1 Skrelv or Benelish Knight Commander? I was a little surprised by that from the aggro deck.
I think that play makes perfect sense. Reason being, you get punished by Spell Pierce and similar cards, and if most counter spells on non-creatures can cost 1, whereas most counter spells on creatures are going to cost 2 mana. And if it costs 2 mana, you can still just play a second threat. So one of these threats will guaranteed resolve, even if you delay them. But that isn't the case if you commit to a Curse of Silence.
Dracosinus missing a crucial land drop here. What do you think of the decision to use the Benelish Knight Commander, tapping the Skrelv? Pretty brave under the circumstances to get a +1/+1 counter on the Selfless Spirit.
I think the read was correct, because if Mobboss had removal, he would have used it earlier when the Skrelv had Summoning Sickness.
That makes perfect sense. Now there's a board, but there's no land. So this is getting into a very interesting top deck coming up next turn for Draco. On the other side, what do we got here from Mobboss? It's Elspeth's Nightmare.
Elspeth's Nightmare, what do you hit?
Well, what do you try to hit?
Tries to hit the damage, stop the bleeding, instead of the Skrelv to stop the protection. Still no land drop. Extremely brutal here. And now you can decide to swing in for 3 or swing in for 4. And if you swing in for 3, you get to hold up the Skrelv, but decides to go in.
Notably, not many 4-mana cards, especially creatures in this list. Luminous Broodmoth being one of the only ones, and it's kind of keeping the cavalry from coming. It stops the Moth Rider cavalry from being cast.
Yeah, you want to lead on it for sure. And now, a hand of Tail's End and Wash Away? Yeah, that Adeline is never going to resolve.
But you just have to try. Like, you're kind of getting into desperate territory where you have to eat these resources before the Clockmaker hits the board.
Yeah, the thing is, Dracosinus isn't under too much pressure, like game-wise, because even if he loses this game, he needs to lose another game, and then it still goes to another best of 3 because Dracosinus is coming from the upper bracket and can afford to lose one time.
Adeline certainly, does have the match to give. All right, Draco has the match to give, but you don't want to give it. You do not want to shut the door. You do not want to give Rusko another whole match to do all this damage to you.
Yep.
Keeps the curse.
Keeps the curse. That is pretty interesting, because if you top deck a land, you can exile the Rusko.
Not just any land. It has to be a plains. It is.
Oh my god. Better lucky than good.
But do you do that? Like, is that the play right here when you finally have your floors unlocked? Yep.
And he says, I set up for this play. I'm going to make this play.
Indeed. Sometimes you just got to take it. I love this Skrelv just relentlessly getting in. Hold up protection? Nah.
Honestly, the Skrelv has put in an insane amount of work, because now Mobboss is at 12 life, which is a crucial point, because the selfless spirit is swinging for 3 each turn.
Mm-hmm. In fact, it is currently a 3-turn clock without interference. And I also would love to see if we saw a poison victory, I think I'd lose my mind.
I don't think that is ever going to be the case, but never say never.
Indeed. I think broodmoths should have poison. They should have moths should have some kind of poison assigned to them. That would just be great.
Yep.
So let's see. What does Mobboss lead with here, trying to get back in this one? Collective Brutality. Really wants to stabilize this battlefield because it's close.
Yep. And that is gone. Gone forever, gone for good. But now, what 4-drop do you play here in this spot? The Broodmoth it is.
The mystically disputed Broodmoth.
Rip. And you swing in with the Skrelv. Currently, poison victory is closer than damage victory.
I'm telling you, man, it could happen. Kemba's Outfitter's a fresh card there.
That might change. And there is a Displacer Kitten. That card, if left unchecked, is going to ruin Dracosinus' day. But before all of that happens, you have to... Wow!
Saves the curse.
Wow, this is... Yeah, he's just really stubborn about that curse. And there is a... Wow. There is a Hopeful Initiate. And that card can be really annoying. And he's able to empty out his entire hand, thanks to the Broodmoth, the Rider costing 2 less if you don't have any other creatures in hand.
Yeah, finally gets to unload here. It does create a big surge in tempo. Now Mobboss needs to answer, but Displacer Kitten is gross. Like, this card is absolutely wild.
Yeah, because now you get to Fatal Push something. Well, you have to Fatal Push the Skrelv because everything else is protected by Skrelv.
Unless you want to counter Skrelv's ability.
That is also very true, but I think it is way more reasonable to play around a top deck land, because if Adeline top decks a land, you can just play the Adeline, and that's not a spot where you want to be in.
Each spell on the stack here, potential to create another clock, as well as ticking them up. This is where this little kitten causes so much mayhem.
Oh yeah, and the clock is at 7, and that is so you go to their turn, goes to 8, 9, and you pay mana as well. I think this clock is about to tick up, and there is the Hopeful Initiate will just be too slow for that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Hopeful Initiate will find enough +1/+1 counters to get there unless a Thalia Lieutenant or something absolutely wild comes off the top and still somehow resolves. Elite Spellbinder.
A very interesting choice here. Like, how do you play this out? So they leave back the Skrelv. The reason why the Fatal Push wasn't cast yet is so you can block with the Rusko and then blink the Rusko in response to, stay alive.
Life total is just low enough to be concerning.
Indeed. So block the initiate, fatal push one of the creatures. You could fatal push even the Moth Rider Cavalry, because what ends up happening is you blink the Rusko or something else, and that means Revolt is turned on.
Yep. A permanent of yours did leave the battlefield, even though it came right back. So you can take out up to 4 mana creatures with Fatal Push instead of just 2. However, Skrelv is still here. So does this mean we're actually going to see the tail's end?
Yeah, that is going to be the tail's end of the Skrelv. And this play is actually extremely, extremely smart. Yep. Decides to just pay the life, doesn't matter, says, I'm not going to run out of life. Tail's end, and now you can blink the Rusko or kill the Hopeful Initiate. Decides to not kill the Initiate because, you just get another clock activation immediately.
Yeah. Initiate is going down to a 2/3 there, does give you that opportunity, but you need another +1 counter, +1/+1 counter to blow up 1 artifact, and at this point you have 3 clocks.
Oh, yeah. So
Fresh 7 incoming. That is the sound of doom.
As Fresh 7 with a Displacer Kitten and a Dark Ritual and to solve the equation. So what we're seeing right here is 2 potential extra turns back to back with Solve the Equation and Snapcaster Mage.
And to think we set this up as a, not a combo deck.
Well, Displacer Kitten turns any deck into a combo.
Indeed. In fact, I'm very satisfied and very happy that the Kitten still makes the cut, whereas Paradox Engine doesn't, because I think the Kitten and Rusko is just a match made in heaven.
Yeah, the reason why the Kitten makes a cut instead of Engine is Engine requires a bit more deck building constrictions where you want to play 1 or 2 more mana rocks and also a few more cantripping artifacts, and Kitten doesn't require you to do that.
Imagine not sticking around for the Snapcaster Mage on the Time Warp.
Oh, indeed.
I guess some people have better things to do.
Yeah, like winning game 2 and 3, for example.
Indeed. And that's what's going to take if Draco is going to close out this championship run in this match. He's going to have to win the next 2 in a row. And if that doesn't happen, then there will be one more match after this one where Rusko can take home the title. But Rusko can't win it all here. Rusko needs to win this match to force a deciding match.
Oh, yeah. And it will be rough. It will definitely be rough.
We have watched Adeline just slice and dice so many decks in this particular tournament, and now she's on the play.
And on the play with an Esper Sentinel, that is...
And a Selfless Samurai, which is a card I've been using in Standard lately to protect the likes of Raffine and Shieldred. And, not a bad card.
It is indeed not a bad card. And, from the side of Mobboss, Turn 1 Esper Sentinel is, again, not what you want to see. That basically just draws another card. I think you don't even have an option. You kind of need to cast something on 2 mana here.
And the dreaded 1-drop into 1-drop, 1-drop on the play, one of them being Legion's Landing. I mean, this is playing from very far behind already.
Oh, yeah. This is like a really, really tough spot because Legion's Landing is flipping. Ranger Captain of Eos does his Ranger Captain of Eos things. I'm not sure. Is there any form of toolbox you can grab to deal with a clock?
To deal with the clock, not necessarily. I think dealing with face is dealing with clock, and Hopeful Initiate is pretty good for it too. I think that looking at sometimes when the board gets this wide, this fast, we have to go into checking out sweepers mode. And looking at sweepers, there is one languish. I mean, unless you count Brawl's expertise, that's it. That is the end, the beginning and end of sweepers in Rusko's deck.
Yeah, indeed. So that is also what Dracosinus is playing around here. If you play the Adeline, if you play the Ranger Captain, you are playing right into that language. But you are going wide, and the wedding announcement will flip. and just buff your board. So it is probably a really good plan to just commit that wedding announcement to the board right now, and hopefully also just draw 3 cards out of that, because you are going to swing with 2 creatures at the very least each turn now.
Looking at top 3, can you have a land, Rusko? Just like Mobboss?
No.
Here's what I got to say to you right now. Just get all your bad luck out of the way right now when you're already way behind. Just get it out of the way. Save it for the next one.
That is so rough. That is so rough. Down to 18. 3 damage a turn. Could have been worse, but now filling up the board and even top decking a Languish won't do it.
Yeah.
So there's a Rusko going for the all upside play. Do you agree?
I mean, yeah, at this point, you just rush out everything that you have. You play what you can, and you hope to get lucky. You hope for a misclick. You hope for a disconnect. But you take chances. When you're behind, you take chances. You take the riskiest possible lines to give yourself the max upside.
Yeah, Fateful Absence on the Rusko. And now you have the option of playing the Ranger Captain. There we see it, the upkeep stop for Ranger Captain to stop a Languish.
I'm sorry, did you want to cast spells on your turn? Yeah.
Yep, and Mobboss sees the line and is out of there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know that you have Time Warp into Snapcaster Time Warp. I have this 3-mana 3/3 white creature that time walks you.
And draws a card.
And gets a card. It would go get an Esper Sentinel, but I already had that. Isn't it nice?
Yep, indeed. And now 1 versus 1. So in the history of this tournament, nobody has managed to win over bracket.
Ooh, this would be so, and that is Mobboss's task here, is to come through the lower bracket and get the victory. On the other hand, Dracosinus can just take it all right here.
Indeed.
And it would be his first. He's played from near the beginning of the server. He's been in leagues. He's got like the top performing win rate in the leagues. And then here you go. This is your chance. Can you clinch the title? Can you close the deal? If you had one shot, one opportunity, this is everything you ever wanted. Would you capture it?
So we are going to see pretty good hands from both players, honestly. I like both hands. If I had any hand in this matchup, I would say, hey, that's a good hand for this matchup from both players. So we see a Tithe Taker to stop counter magic, decides to go for the Tithe Taker. In response, I have an insight. Yep.
That is pretty good, actually. You were expecting a counter spell. You were expecting interaction. That's a big deal.
Indeed. And now Mobboss's hand, on the other hand, just has a Languish. And Languish and Brawl's expertise, you said that those are the 2 only board wipes. And I think it's a pretty good sign if you have your only 2 board wipes on the in hand.
Kind of busted, to be honest. But if there's something that's a little bit resilient to Languish, the Tithe Taker does leave a body behind. And looking into the hand, well, those Siphon Insight sees a pair of little critters there. But looking into the hand, if this Legion's Landing somehow flips, I mean, that's very good against a board wipe, too.
Oh, that is huge. So now Adeline comes down, swings in, and it might not look like much, but the Tithe Taker leaving behind the body is actually extremely big for this kind of situation, because you now have another attacker you can work with.
Yep. And just having that presence to kind of keep the pressure on a little, but also trying to get to 3 creatures for landing, 4 creatures for Militia Captain. It's a big deal.
Yep, and now you play the Guardian of New Benalia, knowing that there is just no Languish that can stop you. This Guardian will not die.
Almost curving right into expertise here. Choosing not to go for it, though. Wants to get the clock ticking.
Wants to not only get the clock ticking, also get the another blocker into play. This, however, can just get punished by a Legion's Landing, although you have the Sheldred's Edict to stop the 3 creatures from attacking.
Not now, because now the 1/1's on the field. Oh, you can have it sacrifice either token or non-token. I forgot.
Yes. So I assume we see the Militia Captain being sacrificed here, because that thing will not flip unless you commit to the board even more. But I assume that you want to cast this March of Otherworldly Light to get rid of the clock.
Do you get rid of the... I mean, yeah, usually you get rid of the clock in this spot. It really stings to leave Rusko around.
Yeah, although you can just freely attack him with the Flyer and the 2/2. Well, just with the 2/2, because you can attack, enlist, and then you swing him with 3 power and give him indestructible.
Yep. So here it comes. Needs the scry. Doesn't want to flood out from this point. Needs an opportunity to flip this Legion's Landing. Good scry.
Perfect.
2 lands to the
scry.
bottom. Oof.
And sees if the Rusko wants to block here, and then you can March of Otherworldly Light the clock.
March for 3?
Things about leaving up
Maybe.
the March.
Huh. Oh, dialing up the pressure instead.
So this is an
Gusty.
extremely aggressive play. The idea here is to commit to the board and then remove the Rusko to swing in.
This might get punished so hard by this Displacer Kitten. Oh, no.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, no.
And now you can have the go for the throat and blink the Rusko.
Man, I really don't think that play is necessarily wrong. It just lines up so badly against the hand that happens to be what Mobboss has.
Although, now you also have a Faithful Absence in petto. But these attacks just line up so nicely, where you are going to be able to flip the Legion's Landing, no matter what you do, and lets the attack happen, enlists.
And that flipped landing is a big deal too, because it makes it possible to march for up to 3 and still Fateful Absence and have a stack war, which you have to have against the kitten.
Oh, wow. I like those cards on top.
Do
Decides
you?
to not go for either one. Very interesting.
Might be completely uninterested here, which is wild to me, because that's a Cathar commando against a Midnight Clock.
Yep. But it says, hey,
Wow.
this March is enough. So swings in, and honestly, there are, like, apart from blinking in response to a block, there are not a lot of good blocks here.
Such an interesting spot. Mobboss could just pass priority there and kill the Guardian.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is very, very interesting.
All right, response time. Do you going to absence Rusko?
You absence Rusko in response, just so one of the blinks is useless. Because now there is a blink triggering the Rusko, but it gets blinked in response and one of the blinks fizzles.
That's true. The miscast here getting, it's getting value in a way. It doesn't have to counter the spell to make it work. It still moves the target.
And now you also get to kill the most uptick clock or create a 1/1.
That's true. I mean, it's like getting rid of the clock doesn't really solve a problem. Making a 1/1 doesn't solve anything. The kitten now is just taking over the game.
Indeed, again, the same card. And really, yeah, it didn't line up well for Dracosinus.
Heartless Act. Remove 3 counters? No, I don't think so.
Yes, that's what we thought. And do you save your knight by discarding the March? It says, yeah, I'm willing to sacrifice that knight. I want my March.
I mean, does March solve? I mean, I guess you're hoping March hits the kitten and that the clock wheels into nothing, right? That's kind of your line now.
Yeah. Or goes for indestructible instead, pushes damage.
Yep.
Yeah, the kitten is just like, kill the kitten. Like, I usually like animals, but kill the kitten in this case.
Displacer kittens? They're just cute little kitties cats, right? Not really.
Yeah, sure. So now we're going to see the Brawl's expertise, bouncing Rusko as well. And now you blink the kitten itself, just to untap it.
Yeah, gotta have that blocker.
Yep. And that way you can you can block the token created by this way you can just block 2 tokens and also get in 2 damage.
Don't forget your Selfless Samurai that you shamelessly stole from the opponent.
And the important part about the Selfless Samurai is you can just attack with only the Samurai now and just gain lifelink.
I would say it protects Displacer Kitten from Fateful Absence, but I think we already saw it.
Yes, we saw the Fateful Absence happening already. So Adeline coming down, no counter magic available. You can swing him with all 3, but what is it going to achieve? Well,
Adeline's saying, where did everybody go? I was supposed to be commanding an army. Have you looked at my art? Where is my squad?
Yep, and the squad is in the graveyard. Midnight clocks ticking up on 11, and instead of cracking a clock, you can just cast the Supreme Will. The card stays on the stack. In response to that, the clock gets triggered. You get a fresh hand, drawing 7, and after that, you get the selection from Supreme Will. So this just lined up really nicely. And there is an extra turn. Yeah, this is
getting ugly.
Actually lethal.
And then it was over. Good Lord. It is impressive watching Rusko do its thing. In this particular version, even though it doesn't run many sweepers, just had all the tools in this one. And sometimes you draw the right card in the right matchup, and what looked like a close game just becomes a landslide.
Oh yeah, this is brutal. Solve the equation, getting Time Warp, casting the Time Warp immediately so you can reshuffle it. And then from that point on, you just commit another rock to the field. Or in that, yep, you do it in that order. And yeah, the writing is on the wall. And we go down to match number 2. The bracket is reset, and it is all or nothing. Everything will be decided in the next 2 to 3 games.
Yep, there is. I mean, it goes from a winners and losers bracket to just the bracket. We've both lost. We've both won. Now the winner gets to take home the top prize, which is a $200 gift card to CoolStuffInc.com, which is a great sponsor of the league here, of this tournament that you're watching today, of this lovely stream. There's also a $100 gift code for the person who is the runner-up. And we are, of course, brought to you by Command Fest Orlando.
Command Fest Orlando. A really, really great event running from the 16th to the 18th, if I'm not mistaken. It's
April 14th through the 16th.
Yes, 14th to 16th.
Also a pre-release weekend. So if you know when March of the Machines pre-release is, it's then. Make it an event.
It is on the pre-release. And not only that, if you ever thought, hey, I want to play against CGB, you have the chance to do so at Command Fest Orlando in the draft, in the content creator draft pool, correct? For $20, you have the chance of playing your favorite content creators. There are other tournaments. And there is one happening right now, and that is the final match of Mobboss versus Dracosinus.
And here we go. Adeline, Rusko, Adeline on the play, which is huge.
Adeline on the play. I really like this hand on the draw from Mobboss because you get to cast a removal spell into a mana rock.
Brave the elements off the top, but probably not going to be relevant this turn.
Yeah, I assume you just commit another threat to the board and then wait. And there is a
bounty agent.
Yeah, bounty agent, not an opposition agent. Damn, that card would have been interesting on Arena. But no, it is a bounty agent. And
it
leaves
can destroy legendary permanents, but clock is not a legendary permanent.
Nope.
As we know, because there are always so many on the frickin' battlefield.
Indeed. Decides to not go for the rock, but for the counterspell instead. Because at the end of the day, you need to stop Adeline from coming down early. Otherwise, without spot removal, you are going to be toast.
All right, how do you proceed with this turn? It looks like there's a chance of a missed land drop next turn. It makes you really want to resolve the idol. But no?
You can resolve the idol, but you can also use the solve the equation to get an MDFC to get another land drop.
decides on neither, decides reactive. And this is interesting because Moth Rider Cavalry gets around the tail's end.
Oh, indeed. And now you suddenly represent 5 damage per turn. And Dracosinus has everything. Protection, removal for Clock, removal for Rusko.
Unfortunately, though, the shields are down for this moment. So this is a really key turn. Both white sources are tapped with a Brave the Elements in hand.
Yep. And isn't able to capitalize it on it sadly. Does still have the tails end up and an uncastable Banalish Marshal. Like it is kind of unfortunate. Decides
Cringe.
to not animate the land and instead hold up March and or Brave the Elements.
I think that this is a really shrewd play. Last turn was a bit of a giveaway from the lack of action that there's something like a Tail's End in hand. So this turn, like kind of letting that mana get wasted by doing nothing, I think is the right move.
Yep. So now I assume we see the March of Otherworldly Light happening on the midnight clock here.
It's not going to be
Indeed, that
great because there's a planar incision there.
Indeed, that is going to blink the Rusko.
It does take down the Tail's End shield, though.
And you can, in response, kill the Rusko with the Bounty Agent.
Ooh,
So-
smooth. Very smooth play.
Yep, and now you get to commit the Adeline to the board. If you draw another land here, you have Adeline with Brave the Elements backup. We don't see that. Still decides to go for the Adeline because Moth Rider Cavalry is just growing the board. So unless there is an answer, you are in trouble. And
Find the
Mobboss
secrecy
does
off
have
the
an
top.
answer. Mobboss,
You can solve the equation for it, but you can also just take another look, and that's what Time Warp is going to do. I need another card off the top. It's Dispel. That is not ideal.
you might say that is not ideal, but you know that can hit the Brave the Elements whenever that comes in handy. But again, overall, I think there are way better top decks, and this is among the worst ones.
Tense spot. You can solve the equation for what? Is there a 1 mana card that gets rid of Adeline? Not really, right? It's more
You can
like
just grab
Heartless
a
Act.
2-mana card.
You can, but I mean, you're really just trying to figure out how to get any little edges. You may as well use all your mana. You're right. So this is probably just removal for Adeline. Then it's untap, swing for 6 with the Foundry if you're willing. And that's a block.
The thing is, you could also just be extremely greedy and go for Languish. Say, hey, wait, is this lethal? I haven't checked yet. So if you animate the land,
it's a 2-turn clock.
So animate the land that is 3 damage. Adeline comes in for 6, 3, 9. No, this is actually lethal on the board right now.
Yeah, you can't go for Languish here. Yeah, you'll just die.
Yep. So yeah, you need to remove the Adeline in this spot.
5 mana, sorcery-ish speed, destroy target Adeline commander. Do what you got to do.
And this, from among the non-creature top decks, this was one of the more brutal ones. Decides to not go for it, which I absolutely respect. Nope, still goes for it. So the argument was that you can just ossification the commander if it comes down. Like, make them feel safe and then ossification the commander.
Guys, I mean, like, you just saw the last 3 top decks, the over tech against control. You saw draw. The draws were Bind to Secrecy, Dispel, Miscast. Those don't deal with the board.
Yep. And that is an issue.
If you were playing on like a traditional Magic Arena ladder, which is usually around 70 to 80% aggro, some of those would probably be board wipes, not 1 mana counters. And since Control Teferi had dominated the last 2 elimination rounds of this tournament, there just wasn't much respect given to aggro. Only 1 sweeper, true sweeper in the whole list, and it got punished there.
Yep, indeed. And we go into match number 2, game 2. Mobboss on the play, trying to go for the 2 2 wins in a row. Otherwise, they are toast. And you know what is really good if you are on the play as as Rusko?
I think you're going to say
Ritual.
Dark Ritual. Yeah. I think that's
Indeed,
all right.
Dark Ritual. But this is potentially not going to end well with a bounty agent removing the Rusko, but we will see.
We will. There is, I mean, the curve is perfect. It's Essence Flux to make another clock after that. So you're going into 5 mana, and you have Wash Away for a potential Adeline. This is going to be a very tough one to win if Dracosinus is going to take it.
This is so brutal. So the Ossification wants to take the Rusko, but not only do you have the turn to Rusko on the play, but you also have the Essence Flux, making a second clock. If I was Dracosinus right now, I would be in despair.
Oops, had it all. Sorry.
Oh, wow. And now what you're going to see is pressure from Rusko, assessing that he is the aggro plan now.
I'm sure that's very uncomfortable considering his play patterns, but I mean, you do it when the time calls for it. Bounty Agent on the stack.
Yeah, considering to wash away it, but instead goes for Brazen Borrower, returning it to hand. And in these kinds of spots, you can just throw out a memory lapse, because what you're effectively doing is to say, hey, repeat that last turn again. Thank you.
Yeah, please. And now there's a Brazen Borrower to add to the clock.
6 damage per turn is insane. Because now you also get to commit another clock to the board. You have a beautiful, beautiful memory lapse up and a wash away. And now Adeline is suddenly at 13.
Yeah, this definitely seems like one of those games that pure steamrolling, kind of a right place, right matchup, everything in the hand working perfectly. Mobboss says, I'm not going down easy. We might, I mean, have we had like a final game for it all? I don't remember casting one.
I believe the bracket was reset once and won 2-0, but I might be incorrect on that.
Okay, Wash Away is going to hit the Bounty Agent here.
And that means that the next spell is going to resolve, and that next spell is going to be Illuminate Aspirant. But I don't think the math checks out on that, as you still have a huge, clock going on as the Rusko player.
Yeah, though you're getting into another one of those spots where you hope that they have the worst draws off their midnight clock possible, and that you're able to put up enough pressure that they can't just easily block and trade.
Yep. And in this spot, as Rusko, you're going to memory lapse literally anything. If you think that they can't remove a clock. But given that Mobboss has been extremely cautious this whole tournament, I would assume that unless Adeline hits the stack, they are not going to memory lapse it, and might even let the Adeline resolve. Yeah, because they say, hey, no matter what happens, I 1000% want to resolve this clock, because the opponent is at 9, goes to 6 with the Brazen Borrower attack, and I'm just easily going to cast 6 spells to drain you out.
All right. No, here in combat, considering the attacks, and the clock is gonna spin. Let's see what is found.
And
Negate, Brutality, Rona's Vortex, Mystical Dispute, Arcane Signet.
that is a
2
really
lands.
solid hand. I think that is lethal, because you get to hit in the air for 3. And you can Collective Brutality, drain the opponent for 2 from the Brutality, and then you can put Arcane Signet onto the stack, negate the Signet, and then negate the negate with the Mystical Dispute.
We'll see if Mobboss wants to line up that line. It is also triggering the midnight clock that's on the field in the process. So
Yep,
let's see what happens.
And wants to Collective Brutality, do it all the modes.
All modes, please. I prefer to order the entire left side of the menu.
And doesn't go for lethal. Yep. Reshuffle.
And is it all? Oh, it's nothing that can be added to the stack.
Well, it can all be added to the stack, but he didn't hold full control. That is the issue. The Arena client forces you to hold full control in that kind of spot.
So if you wanted to know how you could get a really kind of funny lethal in that spot, you could counterspell your own collective brutality, then Jawari disrupt your own counterspell.
Yep. And we are heading into the final match of this tournament. The final match.
Final match. Final game of final match.
Yep.
What we're trying to say is winning's important, guys.
Winning is indeed important. Ready to play. Adeline on the play. And
big deal.
I think, have we ever seen a Thalia on the play in this tournament?
Yeah, very first round. We saw some Thalia action. Oh, this hand is gonna keep it. Curse is
it's
good.
a 1, 2, 3. It's Curse says, hey, I'm definitely going to play this Evangel, and a Faceless Haven for top end.
That card got banned in Standard because of this kind of stuff.
Yep, indeed. And Rebalance in Alchemy for the longest time.
Ooh, Curve Destroyer Thoughtseize.
Yep. And top deck's a 1-drop. Not the worst top deck.
You'll take a 2-power there.
And now the Infernal Grasp is up, as well as the Jawari Disruption.
Yeah, it's going to get tough. I feel like there needs to be better, like Dracosinus still needs some good draws off the top to fight through all this stuff.
There is the card that ruins everything. And decides to go for the Bloodchiefs first right now, which I think is really smart. Because if the Adeline resolves, you still can just remove it with an Infernal Grasp, right?
That's right. Speaking of ruining everything, Displacer Kitten?
Yeah, the only issue though, Displacer Kitten is not good without a Rusko in play. And there is the Thalia I've talked about earlier, right?
Oh, with no removal left in hand.
Yeah, that is rough. Well, there is temporary removal, but now you get to go land Adeline, swing in with your first striker. The question is just, you have an opening to remove this Displacer Kitten right now. Do you take it or do you pressure?
Because you said it. What does it do without a Rusko? It does almost nothing in this deck.
Indeed. And that is also the reason why Mobboss decides to not go for a Paradox Engine, because he doesn't like how the card plays without Rusko.
What? I mean, my goodness. What a gutsy line to just leave that there with removal. But you also know that they played it knowing you had removals, so you know they were fine with it. And now here comes a big attack. 10 points, 11 if no blocks, but, take out the 1/1, of course.
I think this is one of the most interesting games we've had in a long time, because at the very start, it really looked like Rusko had this, but this Curse of Silence in the opening hand, deciding to keep a 4-lander based on the fact that you have Curse of Silence, that really paid off.
Are we seeing what I think I'm seeing? Am I seeing Brazen Borrower for 3 mana petty thefting on Curse of Silence?
Yep, indeed. And I think that is a really smart decision, because what you can do now is enable the Displacer Kitten with the Rusko, and what in response happens is Fateful Absence. Just
big
that
window.
plan is no more. And that was the winning line. Sometimes you have to take a line that doesn't lose. Right now you have to take lines that win, high upside lines. And the upside would have been that you had a Displacer Kitten and a Rusko combined with a Jawari Disruption in play.
Ooh, land off the top, not particularly the closer that's needed. So this, though, is really close to lethal pressure. Thalia does stay back. There's a trade potentially with the Haven.
I assume in this kind of spot, you block the 1/1. Yeah, that's what happens. And then you hope for a miracle off the top. Because otherwise you're not going to do it.
If you block Haven there, it just, you're moving nowhere.
So, and the big question is, what do you name with Curses of Silence? Because it's not going to be Rusko. What card do you lose to? What combination of cards do you lose to as Adeline?
Starts with an L, ends with an Anguish.
Anguish. Yep, indeed.
The
That
one
is the one-
sweeper, the one true sweeper that could just come rolling off the top here.
Even then, only a Languish wouldn't do it. It needs to be Languish plus instant speed removal. And now you also force the clue to be cracked with this portable hole.
I mean, playing out that portable hole is just very like, okay, in for a penny, in for a pound. The Fading Hope would have covered if a Languish had shown up, but it doesn't.
Wow.
This
What
is interesting, though.
a
You have
tournament.
you can power up Hall of Storm Giants, and you can Fading Hope one of the threats. An all-in attack isn't necessarily lethal here.
Wow, yeah, but you need to do it before Adeline gets a chance to attack. Otherwise, one token will.
You'll gain one from casting the Fading Hope.
Gain 1 life. That is very true.
That is a land off the top. A
Wow,
bit of a
this is
flood.
such
I
a-
think 3
that
straight
is such
lands
a
off the
rough
top.
spot. If we see an all attack here, no, but we see Fading Hope coming out right now, and that gives Adeline more information to work
It
with and say,
does.
hey, I don't want to commit to the board because the things to them. No, you can't power up the Hall of the Storm Giants. That is lethal.
Oh
on
my
board.
gosh, because of Thalia. No, oh no. Oh no.
You can't because it
You
will be
had to
tapped.
do it in the other order. Oh no. The mana.
Yep.
Perhaps
So
forgot
how-
about the Thalia attacks.
True. So so the only way you would have stayed alive at exactly 1 life there was power up Hall, block, and then bounce an attacker. And Hall becomes tapped, and then you live at exactly 1. Because as you mentioned, you gain 1 life and you let the 1/1 go through.
There's still a line. There's still a line.
What? Where?
Shwari, disrupt your own Brazen Borrower.
Oh my god. You're correct. Hold full control, and we are going to see that line. Wow.
Then you're just empty boarded with a cut down and a Rusko that you have to cast. But Curse of Silence isn't naming Rusko anymore, so it's not that expensive. It's only going to be 6.
Oh, that is very true. Oh, this is so tragic.
Are you kidding? It's still not over because Adeline's coming back, but there's a cut down and the life gain, so it's not over.
It's not over until it is over, as they say. Adeline coming down. No, wait, this is just a disaster because you can't deal with the Adeline that's also attacking. Because the Adeline got bounced, it didn't get removed and put it into command zone, so it was cheap enough.
Yeah, it comes back down. You can block Adeline with Rusko. You don't take the 1/1.
Oh, true.
You
one-
gain the
again,
life
the
because
one
you
life.
kill the Thalia. Yeah. And then your clock is on 7, going to 8.
Which is not high enough, probably. Actually.
It's close, though. It's so close. Adeline draws Mana Tithe. That is not a good draw. Are you kidding?
Yep.
Are you
So-
kidding?
You have to cut down the Thalia, otherwise you lose. And wow.
Thalia off
I
the
am
board,
just
though, is a
speechless.
big
I'm
deal.
just speechless right now. I think this is the finals the viewers deserve.
1 life. One
Top deck of the
stinking life.
century.
1 life separating Dracosinus from a title that he's chased for so long.
I also want to point out that was missed lethal by the Adeline player there. Because what happened, if you mana tithed,
You could pay the 1.
if you mana tithe, you could pay 1, but then you lose 1 life from the land.
No, that was tapped. It entered tapped.
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind.
That wasn't the untapped land. All right, Adeline, 7 mana. Get some, go
Activating
again.
Midnight Clock in response.
Fresh 7.
Fresh 7.
Dispel and a lot of land and Infernal Grasp.
Wow. That Infernal
Elspeth's
Grasp
Nightmare does
doesn't
it too,
do
though.
it. That doesn't do it. Of all the cards,
This
that
is
is
a good
the one
attack, though.
removals.
This is
You
a
can
good
still
attack.
survive. Yeah, you still survive. And do you put a counter on the clock? Yes, you do.
Yeah, the Nightmare is going to be a backbreaker. The Nightmare is a nightmare. Languish,
And there is the Languish. Wow.
auto tapper tapping Thran portal. How about that?
I think that it kinds of avoids that, in my opinion, in my experience. Spells Nightmare, gaining life. Adeline being gone.
9 mana now, pretty much out of range.
Is there a way how you can push the last points of damage? I also just want to point out
Sky Mall?
25 starting total. 25 life. That is what's happening here right now. I think if you have a chance of coming back into this game, the Knight Marshal is one of the best cards to do so, because you are able to get cards like what's it called? Ranger Captain of Eos into your hand. And those can just really ruin somebody's day. Cracking a clock.
Languish
going in
on the
for the
stack.
Languish.
That does let the Curse of Silence trigger.
Indeed. And fresh 7. Is it a good 7? It's an okay 7.
I mean, okay works at this point. You are starting to run away with the game.
Yep.
I mean, look at all those cards. That represents so many cards.
Wow. A Danto Vanguard. Oh, but it gets countered. It is so brutal.
At any point in the last several turns would have been amazing, but not now.
Indeed. Well, to be fair, it would have also gotten languished, but wow. I am like the amount of intricacy here, like it is amazing. So do you cast this Augury?
Doesn't
Decides
cast
not
the
to.
Augury, doesn't cast the Vision.
Indeed. Well, you can't cast the Vision because then you lose 1 life.
I mean, you're not at 1. Don't tell me what I can't do with my 3 life.
Yeah, so for the viewers, the main reason you don't want to cast these cards is every card you cast with Rusko in play gives you life back. So Mobboss is really incentivized to wait with his card draw. There is a flyer, though, and currently no way to deal with it.
Doesn't need to, though. Just needs to gain life. Just needs to cast spells. And that's what these cards in hand are really good for doing. They just keep getting more cards.
Yep, indeed. And honestly, it still could end with a well-timed Maul of the Skyclave top decks, for example. So it is such an nail-biter. How greedy are you?
You know how greedy I am. All right, Mobboss, though, going with what I think is probably the safest play, the Supreme Will, that just gets more stuff, that gets more stuff, that gets more triggers, that gets more triggers.
Yep, and now just spams his spells in order to gain life aggressively.
Oh, yeah.
There is a Memory Deluge also. Maybe not.
Maybe later.
He is
Maybe
incentivized to
later.
play the Deluge, though, because he wants to get some form of removal, otherwise the Legion's Landing will flip.
Recruitment officer is really trying here.
And
Whiff.
Stone Cold Whiff. Well,
My
that is a
goodness.
decent card. But is that card good enough? You can also just go for Recruitment Officer right now, try to hit something that you might want to see. And that is something you might want to see. You
Not
could just
enough
take
mana to make it
Interpret
good
Episode.
right now.
Next turn, it is going to be lethal.
Has the chance to
At
be
least-
lethal.
It has the chance to be lethal. That is very correct. And then you probably want to commit to the board here. Like, at this point, a second Languish will just ruin your day every time.
There's
right?
only 1 in the whole deck.
You can reshuffle it.
Yeah. But I know that. But what I mean is
true.
to find it is only 1 in
Yes,
the whole
that
deck.
is
So you
one in
take
the whole
your
deck.
shot.
So now, counterspell? Yep. You counter that spell. And you know the Interpret Adversary is coming, so at the very least, you can also prepare for that. And a Dark Ritual is honestly... Oh, there is the extra turn. Do you extra turn? I think that could be lethal, correct?
It's close. I think at the very least, you give it the chance to be lethal. You have so many ways to see more cards.
Yeah, and not only that, it is obviously at least a ton of life.
It will completely flip the tempo. And that's it.
And yeah, what a finals match. That was one of the best finals matches I have ever witnessed in my life.
Mobboss is going to take it down, the first person ever to get all the way to fall into the lower bracket and then battle all the way back, win the back-to-back matches against the upper bracket champion, and then take down the entire tournament. Does it with Rusko, a build that other people weren't playing, different from the original build in so many ways, different from what we've seen here before, able to defeat Teferi, also able to beat Adeline, finding ways against both extreme control and against extreme aggro. Congratulations to Mobboss. You have a $200 gift code from CoolStuffInc.com. Check out Command Fest Orlando. We mentioned it a few times, but look it up. Go there. Do it. Do the thing.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I mean, what could go wrong? You are there.
Yeah, something like that. But I mean, this was kind of wild. Like, we saw an evolution from Rusko. I'm not going to say nobody saw it coming. It's just that the other version was so popular. You know what I mean? It's by far the most played version on Untapped.gg. Like, I don't think I saw anything quite like this version.
That was my list, by
site.
the way. The Untapped.gg version was my list.
Oh yeah, that didn't. But this is the version that won the tournament.
Yes, that is true. So I stand corrected, apparently.
I mean, it's cool to see archetypes evolve, though, and it did have to adjust. Teferi was just a better control deck, and the combo elements weren't helping because Teferi knew how to beat it. So to beat Teferi, it took a reworking of the strategy, but left just enough to get wins against aggro, which is great to see.
Indeed. Yes. And I think the countering your Brazen Borrower to gain that one life, to stabilize at one life multiple times in the same game, that was absolutely intense.
The Jwari disruption on the Borrower, I almost missed it. And if we get an interview, I do want to know, was that the plan, or did you look down and be like, oh God, I can't activate my Hall. What do I do? Was there that heart stopping moment of, oh my God, am I dead here? That you didn't expect? Or did he just never didn't have it? The whole time was like, oh no, guys, it's easy. I'm just going to full control Jwari disrupt my own Brazen Borrower. No problem.
Yeah. No, I think that was just breathtaking.
It was. What a cool play to actually stay alive, not even to win, to stay alive and then pull it off from that point.
Yep. I think going into the future, I love Teferi control, but I really enjoy that Teferi control did not win another tournament. The main reason being is that everybody felt so pressured to play Teferi themselves. Like, we've seen an increase in Teferi in the league time after time, every time Teferi won. And do you want to know something? Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, is one of the worst performing commanders in the league itself. Not in the tournament, obviously, but in the league itself. Because so many people try out the deck for the first time and then get destroyed. I think that is a very funny statistic.
Guys, regular season doesn't matter when you're Michael Jordan. You got to do it in the playoffs.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. But I thought that was one of the coolest storylines going in. Possibly back-to-back champ TitanLord, possibly 3-time champ Teferi, but stopped. Rusko came to play. And Rusko, all the buzz when it first came out, starts to quiet down. Didn't really see it getting to the. I don't think it's been in the finals yet, or if it was in the finals,
it was in the semifinals. It was in the semifinals previously.
Yeah, and now taking it all the way. Closing the job,
that is...
getting the title.
taking the game from Adeline, like it is also just so impressive, given that there are only 2 wipes in the deck, which, clearly was enough. Less would have been problematic, more would have been overkill. 2, just the right number.
So while I've got you here, before we call it a wrap, where do you see the meta going for the league? Actually, first of all, plug the league. Tell people how they can join, exactly what
true.
it is and what they can do. Then tell me where you see the meta for next season going.
Okay, so first, league. What is the league? The Brawl Hub League is a 1-month-long league. Each week, you get assigned 3 opponents, and you get to play against those opponents. And the top